you were at dance, and
You didn't have to tell me that. I knew why I could play.
I forgot that you were going there, and the Fortnite crew put out the call to play, and you responded with that asshole. What's his name?
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly.
Can't do it.
And I hearted it right away because I thought it was going to be, well, do it live. But then I was like, wait a minute. He's not home. And I played it and I was like, can't do it. I said, son of a bitch, wrong one.
Well, I forgot the day before when I was leaving after the podcast, because I was like, see you later. Probably play Fortnite soon. And you're like, I'll be down tomorrow. And I was like, cool. You know, like I had forgotten already that I was going to Dan's when I was leaving. And then,
we both forgot. So.
Well, I feel bad about last night because I passed out like an idiot.
I thought you were probably.
I even said I did the old thing where I was falling asleep at 8 and I set an alarm for an hour because I was like, 1, I don't want to sleep too long, and 2, we still could get an invite here, people. You know, like, and
hold it together.
Yeah, so I set an alarm for 1 hour. I fell asleep at 8 and I woke up at 2, and then I freaking sat in front of the TV for like 3 hours.
Man, so I was up walking on a treadmill and you were awake, and we were 2 ships passing in the night and didn't even know it.
Yeah. I wouldn't have known anything anyways. I hate when that happens because I'm always so groggy, and like one I was playing. It was like 4 a.m. and I was playing just to keep my mind occupied or something. And I kept like looking at the clock because I kept being like, I gotta go to the podcast. And then it was like, what? That's not for like 12 hours. It was so weird. I don't know what was going on.
Just checking. Yeah, you know, you take those naps sometimes. Anybody, I'm saying that, the royal you, and you wake up and you're like, what day is it? What time is it? Where do I have to be? What's going on? I'm also very angry for some reason.
Yeah,
it's disorienting.
Quite.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. I think everything's been done. It's all been done. 3, 2, 1. Go Nintendo Podcast, episode 1026. The Bulbasaur Podcast. Thank you to, I'm going to say, the legion of people that answered the call from last week. If I didn't reply to you in any way that you got in touch with me, that's why, because so many people got in touch to tell me that the first time we started doing podcast Pokemon was 151 with Mew. We started with Mew, and we just said the Pokemon and didn't even have you read the description yet. So we now have 150 classic Pokemon to go through. What are you looking at? To go through, and it's starting with Bulbasaur. They are the number 1 entry in the Pokedex, but they're 1026 for us. Little known fact, Bulbasaur was my starter Pokemon when I got Pokemon Red. Pokemon Red. Please tell us about Bulbasaur, MomBrain.
Bulbasaur! For some time after its birth, Bulbasaur uses the nutrients that are packed into the seed on its back in order to grow. 2 feet tall, 15 pounds, male and female. The category is Seed. Its abilities include Overgrow, which powers up grass-type moves when the Pokemon's HP is low. This is the end of the Pokemon section.
Thank you, MomBrain. Very much appreciated. We're going to have all the classics. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Mr. Mime, Alakazam.
Don't spoil it for a lot of people out there.
For a lot. I was going to say, you know, clearly. I'll give you one more. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff's going to be in here. You're one of your favorites.
We love a J-Puff.
Oh my God, Loxbox is in the Discord. Hello, Loxbox. Congratulations again on being a big college man. Wow, incredible. And Maria, we speak your name. MomBrain is here. How are you, MomBrain?
I am here. I am good.
Is that true? The second part? I know the first part's true.
Yeah, I've got like a headache, like my sinuses are icky.
Heartburn, indigestion.
I think it's probably just the pressure.
Deux Michaels is here. The pressure of being on a podcast.
Oh yeah.
Deux Michaels is here. How are you doing? Nicky Hill is not here, but he will be here. He will be here. I don't know when, but he will be here. He
Nicky
is
Hill,
on the
we
way.
speak your name.
Of course, Josh Grobot is here from my college days, just like you,
I'm here
Loxbox.
to grace you with my presence.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm feeling so great. Thanks for asking.
Hanging and banging?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. We also got George here. George, how are you doing, my friend?
George, no.
What have
Why
you been up?
don't you ask
I
George?
did. What have you been up to this week, George? Anything exciting?
Oh, just planting the trees, squeezing the fruit.
That sounded like it could be a song. Planting trees, squeezing the fruit.
It's a song of my life, baby.
I would listen. And let me say hello to Discord. Oh, look at this. 10th Division's got some beautiful cat pictures there.
Percy.
That
That cat has a glorious fupa.
Kalta, thank you for joining and for the amazing gifts. I really appreciate them from that one YouTube video or that one animation you send. I love them so much. Hello, Radical Defect and Retsuza, and as I said, Loxbox, and Drake and Giant Reggie and Eli, who had to say hi and bye, and Malik Halo and Zeldude and D17 Pet and whoever else ends up coming in here. I will try to catch you as you pop in. Hello. Yes, Loxbox shared a picture in the Discord that he sent me earlier of someone at his graduation wearing a Macho Man Randy Savage adorned graduation cap.
Wait, so
Says
he ended up
cream of the
walking?
crop.
Weren't we supposed to be invited to that? What happened?
He said the walk would be, if he was going to do the walk, it would be like later. I'm sure there's like some kind of something, but we talked to him in real life. I'm sure he could tell us any minute now. So yes, I know people have been. Hey, Tony, good to see you. I'm glad to see all the Bulbasaur love in here.
I can see why Pokemon got so popular. Look how cute that Bulbasaur
Bulbasaur's
is.
the best. So yeah, I know you are a huge Pokemon fan, but you didn't come into Pokemon with the first game. It happened later. So I have a question for you. If young Dew Michaels, who would have been high school age at the time, 1997, I think, you say you picked up. All right, let's do
You're
this.
Already starting off with like a bad premise.
Pokemon
kind of.
Red or Pokemon Blue? Which would you have gone for?
Probably Red.
Okay, makes sense. And your starter Pokemon, Charizard, or I'm sorry, Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle. So, for listeners who don't know, plant, fire, water.
I know who I'd pick now, but I bet you then I probably would have gone
Mander.
You
call them by nicknames. I get it.
Yeah.
Char. But all right, so this is interesting. So who would you go with now then?
Well, now I would pick Blue over Red.
Okay.
And I would
like water.
I was in denial for a long time about my favorite color and my favorite
Pokemon?
Well, I was going to say number, but to be honest, I don't have a favorite number anymore. But like, yeah, I was living under the delusion of like my father's and my brother's favorite colors and numbers. So these days I would not go with Red.
Okay.
I would go with Blue, and then I would pick not Charmander. I would pick Bulbasaur.
But I loved my Bulbasaur to death. Bulbasaur I thought was really cool. I liked their evolutions. We wrote it out from beginning to end. I got to I did. This was the old days. First off, Loxbox says I am the photographer for the school. Also, so I also worked while they walked. There you go.
They just let him do anything over there. They're just like, he's
big man on campus.
He's got Chat GPT. We'll let him take this photograph.
Well, we're going to be talking about AI today, that's for sure. I wasn't playing RPGs back then, but I couldn't resist picking up Pokemon because it was the new Nintendo franchise. How could I not? And I was watching the cartoon because I was very excited. So I didn't really know how to play RPGs. So I did the old brute force method, and I only ever used Bulbasaur. I had a couple other Pokemon on me, but I only ever used Bulbasaur, and we just plowed through everything. And I was like, you don't need different types of Pokemon. Bulbasaur gets the job done every time. And I forget what gym I got to, but it was very clearly like plant-based or whatever. Bulbasaur type Pokemon are not made to fight this. And I got to the boss and we started to fight off. And I was like, another easy boss fight. Here we go. And I did my attack and it did like 1/100th of damage to the gym leader's Pokemon. I was like, wait, what's going on here? And he did one move and it killed Bulbasaur right away. I was like, oh my God. What? And I had to like go out and grind a new Pokemon just to figure out like how to get past it. It was devastating. But then right after that,
It was a really great story.
I didn't learn my lesson. And I was like, right back to Bulbasaur, baby.
Nice.
I played with Bulbasaur to the end. Hey, Freddy Fro, good to see you. Hi, y'all. Thanks for keeping us company while we set up some furniture. Look at that setup. That is great.
Yeah, what constitutes when you get into your little intricacies, I guess is what to say. Like for as an example that's famous, I think about you is that
Sure.
a lot of times you will play a game, say a first person shooter or something, and sometimes
Hi, Ralph.
you will keep the starting weapon the entire game and like you'll say, oh, it's because I don't want to use the ammo for the other weapons and I'm gonna save it, and then before you know it you've beaten the game or something
Yes.
like that. What constitutes when you do that? Because for something like I'd say Halo or Doom, I'm sure you're not using just one weapon the whole time. What's the criteria for a game where you end up just choosing your one weapon?
So I don't know that I can give you a criteria, but based on what you're saying, my line of thinking is it would be games where ammo is harder to come by. So Doom and Halo have limited ammo, but not like a Resident Evil or a Silent Hill. Like ammo is much harder to come by in those games. So, and like Uncharted, kind of the same thing. I guess ammo in Uncharted is in between those two. It's not as difficult as Resident Evil, but it's not as easy as Halo.
You kind of have to keep switching weapons in Uncharted as like the enemy, because the enemies only give you what they've got.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what it comes to. But especially with like Resident Evil, it is I want to save my best ammo and guns for the boss fights, and then I usually save them too long. I'll use it. It'll end up being the last fight, and I'll use them. Or like if there's a boss where I'm like, this is probably the last boss, I'll use it there, and then it's not.
Yeah.
But I've never gotten into a situation where I'm like, well, now I don't have the right weapons or ammo. It's always fine, but still, that's the way I approach it because I'm always nervous that it's like that thing in games where you're always nervous, where you get to a branching hallway and it's like, I don't want to go the way it wants me to go because I want to explore. So you try and pick, and then you burst open a door and a cutscene starts, and you're like, ah! Like, this is really funny actually, because it just happened to me this week in a classic game, which I'll get into more later. But Star Tropics. I was playing Star Tropics for reasons I'll talk about later, and there was a path that went to the right and a path that went up, and I was like, I'll try, and I was like, should probably do right, but my mom was here, and I was like, Mom, what way should I go? And she goes, up. So I was like, up's gonna be the wrong way. So I went up, and the boss was right there, and I was like, and then so I killed the boss, and I had to go to the next room, and then it took me out of the place I was in, and I couldn't get back into it. I was like, son of a bitch, now I'll never know.
And that's the worst. The worst part is never knowing, because like chances are you got like a little bit of gold, or just like maybe there was an item there that's not a big deal or something.
Yeah.
But like, it's the not knowing what was there. It's like, man, you never know. Could have been a super weapon. Could have been the secret of the game.
Of course, when you don't know, you automatically think like it's the best thing the game has ever had right there. And this was like, 10 minutes into the game too. So I'm sure it's nothing, but I want to know. Hello, Rick Fillet. Hello, Roth. If I didn't say that, great gift from Roth from Star Tropics right there. This podcast is going to be so long. We got so much Nintendo stuff to talk about. But if you've never played Star Tropics, which you can play through your Switch Online NES Classics collection, you should give it a shot because it is basically Zelda. It's exactly the same as Zelda, except you can jump. Like you can jump. Well, in Zelda 2,
was
you
it
can
Super
jump.
Nintendo?
No, NES. 2 of them on NES, and it's it's Zelda, except instead of a sword, you have like a yo-yo. But it's puzzles and kill all the enemies in the room to open the door. It's really like exactly the same.
Did it just get added recently to?
No, it's been there forever, but I'll talk about why I was playing it in a little bit. Greg Fillet says, I always get to the end of RPGs with a bunch of the best healing items like elixirs because I refuse to use them before. And yeah, me too, Rick Fillet. I do the same thing now that I'm playing RPGs. And Kalta, I see that you are saying, or you recommend the book series, The Land. If I am looking for something similar to Dungeon Crawler Carl, I just got to the that's right, Radical Defect Mike Jones. I just got to the epilogue of Dungeon Crawler Carl last night. So I guess this is my final quote unquote chapter. I'm finishing the first book tonight. So I'll probably write about it on Patreon this week. And that is my damn it. Would have been a segue, but we got something more important. MomBrain.
Yeah.
You have a Nintendo related review to share with us.
What?
Yeah.
Take it away. This is all you.
I had the pleasure of
Yeah, that's it.
cracking open and playing with the Mario tub toys. That
Yeah, do we know the name of that? Should probably say the official. I'll look it up. It's not your job.
It's a lot of fun. So things have been a little wild at work lately, and I end up hurting myself running after a child.
1 second. My Mario Pipes playset by Tomy. It's Toomies My Mario Pipes playset. Pouring toddler water toys for
Oh,
baths.
those are the ones with the suction cups suction
yeah.
to the
You
wall.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just been like a real busy week and things have been crazy. So I was like,
Some of it.
I'm gonna take a bath. I'm gonna
The
just
water's
soak.
very clear.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna soak,
MomBrain's water
relax
was
a little
brown.
bit. So made a nice big bubble bath and brought those tub toys in.
Bubble bath.
And let me tell you, it was, I mean, as a kid, I was a big tub toy. I think we've had this conversation, big tub toy kid. So it was a really nice little flashback moment for me.
What exactly is the function of a rubber duck?
So they're fun. You suction cup them to the wall, then you pour the water in and it makes things move. And then Mario comes up the flagpole, which might be a little bit frustrating for like a little kid because everything has to be just right for it to work right. All in all, great thing, lots of fun. Couple of complaints. One complaint is that you don't really have a lot of options for the tubes, like the pipes, to set them up, which I would like to see a few more I mean, I guess if you wanted to not, you just wanted to like pour water through pipes and see it fall out, I guess fine, but for it to like all work the way that it's meant to work, you don't have a lot of room for creativity. And then the second thing that was a little bit frustrating is that our walls are tiled, as many bathroom walls are, and the suction cups are big. And so if the suction cup is on this like grout between the tiles, it doesn't stick.
No suction.
Gonna have to demo the bathroom to use these toys correctly.
You can pry our pizza oven out of my cold dead hands.
You think I want to do any kind of remodeling of anything? I don't care what anything looks like.
So
I don't even care if it works like 60% of what it's supposed to do, then I'm okay. I don't care.
So that's my only complaint, and especially because like the tubes have to be lined up just right for everything to work.
Shoot the tubes, dog meat.
Getting the suction cups, like getting everything exactly where it needed to be, probably would have been way too fussy for like a little kid. But all in all, it was fun.
Yeah, but no, this is for like little kids, so they're not going to be in a tub by themselves. Their parents going to be there, and they'll be like, "I'll put the things on the wall."
But
for you.
it would be still nice if the kid could
You
enjoy
little piece
like.
of crap.
And anyway, kids want to do that stuff for themselves. And like,
Don't drink the water, you stupid.
Gross. So lots of
Yeah,
fun.
did you drink out of the star?
Why
I
didn't
could
you?
have. It's bubble bath. I would have gotten the
Gross.
squirts.
We could be using that as just the cup in general now.
We could. We could. So lots of fun.
I'm gonna send this to Nintendo, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
They send it the things, and
Okay.
I can be like, yes. To what are we? 43? 43-year-old
Yes.
adults.
Here, come here. Got a little schmutz, or maybe it's a beard hair.
43-year-old adults are playing with your tub toys and had a great time.
That's right.
So scale of 1 to 10, what do you give it? Final score.
7,
Go Nintendo gives the Mario bathtub toys
7.5.
7.5 out of 10. Too much water? That's a joke for real Nintendo fans out there, everybody.
Nice.
Too much water. Thank you, MomBrain, for putting in the time and effort with that product. We appreciate it.
It really
and
was
now
time and effort.
the parents out there or those who are young at heart can go and buy that set if they'd like. I believe it's $20, so it's not bad at all.
And I think, look, if you've got maybe a kid who's reluctant to take a bath, or an adult who's reluctant to bathe, that might do it for you.
That might be a reason. NicoDarunia says, Josh, this is for you, buddy. NicoDarunia just celebrated their birthday yesterday, and they would love to hear Josh and, if possible, George sing happy birthday to them.
Me.
You two ever tour together, you guys? I think so.
He's got too many demands for the green room.
I'm the star
It's
of the
embarrassing.
The green room, though, George.
The green room.
So George would love to be in the green room. Thank you. Happy birthday, NicoDarunia. And there's Nicky Hill. There he is.
From one Nico to a Nicky.
Oh my God.
He is here, folks.
Okay, now we can do the segue that I screwed up. There we go. There's the
Now we
Nicky
can
Hill
start the
images.
show.
Yes, MomBrain, did you know that you could join the GoNintendo
For
Patreon for the price of just $1? Thank you. We had some new patrons join up this week. Your contributions are appreciated.
For $1.
For $1. And I gotta say, well, let me take a sip of water. I gotta say, I always have fun on Patreon. I like writing the posts every day. This week was extra busy, so I got to some posts later than I wanted. But as far as Patreon weeks go, I feel like I had this would be a good week if you join. It's over now, so if you didn't join, don't join. But this week, I was like, yeah, I liked the things I wrote about. I felt like I'm always into it, but I just felt like there was a good set of stuff this week. So what did you miss out on, and now you get to hear about it? Let me tell you. I wrote about, this is a great question for you two.
One question.
So I know this has happened in shows before, but I can't think of it. I was watching an anime, surprise, surprise, and I was watching Snowball Earth, if anybody wants to know, and episode 5
in anime in anime day. No.
An anime. Episode 5, I was watching it, and this is something that anime does a decent amount to like heighten the experience and get you excited. It's you're getting towards the end of the episode and like something big is going on or something exciting is happening. And the usual
going through changes.
That's right. The usual end credits music. So, like the end of a show happens and there's credits and there's a song and that's how a show ends.
Something like that.
I was going to ask what show
really
you were doing.
good.
I don't know.
So, like you watch, let's say you watch the end of Cheers and Cheers is over and then you get like the subdued version of the main theme and the, title card credits and some stills or the drawings that they used to do.
I'm there.
So that would be regular. But let's say like something's going on in Cheers and like it's extra, Diane comes back and it's not Coach dies, right? And it's spoiler alert. And you're not expecting this. And then they don't go to the normal credits, read the credits song. They start playing the credit music behind the scene. So the scene is still going on and then credits come up on the screen, but you're still watching the story and hearing the song. They do that a decent amount in anime to like heighten what's happening, to be like, this is so interesting or this is so entertaining that not even the credits can stop it, because usually it's like credits happen, show's over for this week, see you next week. Now it's like show's still going, baby. Like credits are playing, song is going, but we can't. What's happening? The credits can't stop it, and it just
Sounds like a snowball Earth to me.
really tickles my fancy when they do that, because it just makes what's happening in that moment feel extra big, because you're like, oh, shovel, stuff's going down, the song is playing, and the credits haven't come up like they usually do. So
My fancy has been tickled.
again, like I said, they do this a decent amount with anime. Not every episode, obviously, because if you did it every episode, it wouldn't be as special. But when they do it in extra poignant, interesting, action-packed moments, and I really love how it heightens that moment and makes it a bit of a memory where you're like, ooh, stuff's going down. So I was writing about that and asking for other people to share shows or whatever that have done that. And I know that has happened in traditional live-action shows, but for the life of me,
Police Squad.
I cannot think of. Does it happen in there?
No.
I cannot
They
think
just do it.
of one example, and I was hoping you guys could, but it seems like you're drawing a blank, and that's fine.
An example of specifically that, where the
Like where
credits-
the normal end credits of a show or the normal end song of a show cuts in with the scenes still playing out to like enhance the scene.
Hmm.
And I know it has happened, but John Reggie says I'm too distracted by whatever Nicky is doing to pay attention to RMC.
Yeah, sorry.
Camera work is enchanting, they said so.
Hmm.
But yes, can you think of any examples? Because I know it exists, and
So say it again.
say the whole thing again.
Normal
The end of show.
credits or just the credits music plays?
Both. It could be both. It could be credits.
Because I
music.
feel like we've seen the credits play over plenty of times because they're just cramming it in there for time.
Yeah, but that's usually like maybe bottom of the screen, like very small. They
No, I mean,
scroll very
sometimes I
quickly,
feel like
or
it used to go over, maybe over the bottom third. But
yeah, I
like,
mean like that.
it wouldn't like remove the
That
frame.
partially counts, but that's more of a situation like you're saying, where it's like get those credits out and like speed them through and whatever. It's not like done with an artistic approach in mind. Like this is an artistic decision that they are making to enhance the moment. It's not like a, you watch a movie
if
or you
anybody's
watch like
done
an
that, I've
episode of the
never picked
Big
it
Bang Theory on TV now, and you get to the credits and like
High
the
art.
screen comes over on the left and like it's squished and like
That's because
skewed,
it's-
and it's like blah, 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 credits really quickly, and then the next show is starting over here, and
Yeah.
then that widens to the full screen. Yeah,
That's
that
because it's
doesn't count.
syndication and
They speed everything up. And
Do you have a charger, phone charger by chance?
yeah, in
One of the
living
pokey
room.
ones. Oh, I can't go now.
You could crawl under the
yeah.
You want me to get it?
Wait,
No.
like this one?
Yeah. Can I borrow that?
I guess.
What was that from?
It's for the iPad. We don't need it though right now. So anyway, I wrote about that because I really like when that happens. And the moment in Snowball Earth, the 5th episode's ending, I was like, man, another great example of that. And I was like, I really just love that because it makes what you're watching feel like that little bit more special. So if you can think of any live action examples, please let me know. Because in the comments we were talking about a whole bunch of other anime that does that. And obviously it doesn't apply to movies because movies end. And then you get up and leave. But I know I've seen it in live action shows. I'm just blanking. I wanted to think like it might have been the episode of Fresh Prince where his dad leaves him.
Why
And
you don't
he's-
want me, man?
Yes, and you see the credits roll over Will standing in the empty living room with I was gonna say Dr. Phil, Uncle Phil,
Uncle Phil.
and like they're hugging, and like then the credits are playing over that in silence, and the silence there is used to heighten what's going on, but the credits are still going, and you're
Yeah.
like, wow.
I was gonna
a
say,
moment.
yeah. I mean, it's not exactly that, but I know there's an episode of Game of Thrones where usually when the credits roll, you get like the little dumbed down like do 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 do. But like this episode ends particularly poignantly, and there's like nothing, and you really notice that you're like sitting there with what just happened, and you're
Yes.
kind of in shock. But it's not the same thing. It's
Yeah.
just they took out the music for the end credits.
There was that episode of Sir Duncan, whatever the name of that show is.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
That I think the last episode had a moment where like it brought back the classic Game of Thrones song at the end of the episode while the action was still going on, and that's at least partially what I'm talking about. And then that like cut to black and then the credits rolled. So not exactly, but similar definitely, where you're like, oh, and that was a great use of that because you're like, oh, the classic song, which now or at that point I had only had negative feelings about because it made me think of how mad I was about the show. But since I like this show so much and that song played, I was like, yeah, like that's a great use of the song. I really like it. So similar. But there you go. I wrote about that. Really like it. And if you're not watching Snowball Earth, go watch it. It's a great show.
Wait, so this is on Crunchyroll?
Yeah.
And
Might be on other
I guess
stuff, too.
Crunchyroll doesn't advance you to something else immediately, like all these other.
No. You have
services?
the skip credits button that comes up. Skip intro, skip outro. But it will auto advance you to the next episode, but after the episode officially ends. So like the episode ends and then in the corner it'll be like 10 seconds until the next episode, but you're not watching anything. Like it doesn't cut anything at all. You're just watching a black screen.
Oh, that's
and
like
here
that's
comes
like on
the next
Hulu.
episode.
Hulu will play out the
Play
entire
us
credits, but it'll show you the countdown.
Yeah.
Okay.
The amount of commercials on Hulu
Yeah.
and like where they
It's
put
TV.
them. And I
Yeah.
never trust when you come back from a commercial. I was like, there's no way that
Cut is
that
gonna make
scene
sense.
went into this. And like,
Yeah.
but then I get in my own head about it.
Well, there's plenty of things on Hulu where like it'll cut to a commercial, but like half a second before it should. So then when you come back from the commercial, it's like some end of the scene you were just watching, and I'm like, come on, guys.
The other thing that gets me sometimes, I don't know what service it is, maybe Amazon. If you rewind after the commercial plays, after the ads play, it'll play through that entire set. Like you can go back. It's like, oh, I missed something, and I want to
Yeah.
go back, and it'll play right past where the ad plays because it already did the ad.
Yes,
On Hulu last night, I was watching something, and I went back to see something, and it made me like.
Oh,
I hate
So I
that.
walked away from the TV. So the ads played, and then
Mm.
it started playing the show because I thought I had enough time
So
with
you
the ads.
rewound, you went
So
too
I
far.
went back
Mhm.
right to the dot,
I know exactly.
thinking it was
I've
just
been
going to
there.
play, and it played the same ads again. And I was like, "You son!"
You
So
are-
I got up and I walked out again, and then I came back too late.
you are right about Amazon. Amazon will not penalize you. It'll play right through. And Hulu, I have not experienced it just because I haven't seen it. But
Amazon's
you're right
real-
about Amazon.
Pillar of the streaming community. Am I right? They do everything right.
Not American Gladiators.
They are all about the customer.
Amazon. Oh, that's right.
customer's
We all love Amazon. We all love Jeff Bezos here. Everybody knows that on the podcast.
Our overlord.
I never said anybody. I never told anybody this before, but I've got a full head of hair. I just shave it to look like my hero, Jay Bays.
I mean, he went to outer space for us, and he made William Shatner feel bad about it. Like, what's not to like about the guy?
Man, that was
Wait,
that
what?
was terrible. That was so horrible. I mean, I hate to laugh at it because it makes me laugh, but it really shouldn't. Yeah, they took him to space, right? He comes back down. He's still processing it. The guy's like 100 years old. He's like the most incredible thing he's ever seen. And the first thing
Billy
the guy
Shatz?
does is like hand him champagne. And William Shatner's been sober for like years. So he's like, no, thanks. And then he's like trying to be like, wow, what is it? What was it like? And he's like trying to get his thoughts together. And the guy's like in the background partying like Cash Patel at a hockey game. Anyways, I have TDS so bad. I hate every single person in the country right now.
Wow, every person. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
You're in good company.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Radical Defect. I lost my mind.
Television network?
Yes, I have TBS big time. I'm watching all the best
Which
shows.
Ted Turner passed away.
Yes, AEW and WWE did big tributes to him because he was a big part of wrestling.
I'm trying to process what AEW means when somebody dies because
Oh,
I thought you was like
root beer.
RIP, but you said AEW.
Ted Turner died. AEW, everybody. We can think of something. Come on. Usually we're quicker than this.
Ew.
What could it mean for
All
death?
everyone wants is
What?
for him to come back
No.
to life.
Always,
Everywhere Wilding.
eternally,
Always everywhere Wilding.
always eternally. This is terrible.
With us.
There you go.
We can't think anything better. I'll take that.
Always and eternally with us.
Always eternally westing. West in peace, Ted Turner. All right, moving on. I wrote about Soros.
George
Soros is a game on PS.
What is going on?
Yeah, go ahead. It's Nicky Hill. This is how the show goes. We're always on random tangents. 8 eggs and waffles. That's what it is. Radical Defect. AW. 8 eggs and waffles. Soros is a game that's on PS5. Is it on PC? I don't know. But it's got that actor in it. Come on, you know the guy.
Adam Scott.
The guy that's dating Alana Pierce.
Who's Alana Pierce?
She's
Wrestling?
She was part of IGN. She wrote Sony games. She's whatever. Big in the gaming space. Somebody in the Discord will help me out. But anyway, Soros came out. And dude, this is perfect because you said you hate everyone in the States. So this is partially related to that.
Okay.
You know how there's a terrible subset of people in the game-overse that are
Game overs.
that's very good. That are always like every game is woke, too many women, and if the women are ugly and they them and all that, so there's like
the good ones.
That's
I like
right.
to call them.
They have a list that keeps track of all the games that have woke stuff in them, and it's ridiculous. And it reads as satire, although these people really believe it. So Soros came out, and of course, Rahul Kohli. I have no idea how to say his name at all, but that's the guy. Thank you, Drake. The game came out, so the people who are anti-woke everything are like, well, let's see what's woke about this game. So they jump into the game. They go on social media and they're like, the main character played by that guy, Rahul, they're like, or Raul, he gets left. I haven't played the game, so I don't know. But the people online are saying he is left by his love interest in the game. He gets cucked by another woman because his love interest goes and gets with another woman and they leave him behind. And he's such a beta male. And they're like, here's a screenshot of when it happens in the game and all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. So people are like, woke game, not going to play it, which is par for the course. All this stuff happens all the time where people are like, games woke, get the politics and they, them and all that out of my games. But
so infidelity is now a woke thing? Like
because it was a woman with another woman. That's bad.
Yeah,
and a man being
let's look at all their
I thought it was okay for women to be with other women.
Let's check all their
for men to watch.
Yeah,
no, but he got left.
Oh.
And that's bad. Why would you ever leave a man? Because men are the best. But so that is all stupid and horrible.
I thought it was bad back when we were kids, and it was like lesbians cool, and now it's like lesbians. They're cheating lesbians.
Yeah. They're contributing to the male loneliness epidemic.
But wait, I got a great part to all this. So not surprising that this is going on because that's the way the internet works. But because of the day and age that we're in, there's a whole new layer to this.
Oh.
So the screenshot was put online. The story was put out.
Lesbians.
Who came out in support of trans?
No, here's the best part.
Or vice versa.
The best part is this is all fake. That does not happen in the game. The screenshot that was made was was AI generated. This is not a storyline in the game. This does not happen at all. So now we can't even be mad that games are woke and the game is whatever. We all love woke stuff here. We're all very woke, and I hate using this term because it's stupid. I think, empathetic and caring and all that stuff. But the other side of the aisle is saying all these games are woke. Now it's so bad that they're like, they can't even be pretend mad about things that are in games that they consider woke.
A game
now they're going to
want to complain about doesn't even have something to complain about, so they have to
make
it.
up something to be upset about. That's what we're at.
And then they review bomb.
Why would they make it?
And then review bombs happen. You're exactly right. Here's the problem.
Does it have to do with this guy? Is the
no,
lead because he's brown? Or
so that's the other whole part of the discussion. So I'm not surprised this happens. As I've said, this woke, silly, stupid shovel happens all the time. I was surprised that they turned a game that I guess they didn't a game that doesn't have anything woke in it, in their opinion. They turned it into a game that does have something woke so they could crap on it online. So the point is, or so the question is, why do that? So we
Well-
don't know officially, and I haven't gone into the dregs of those corners of the internet to find out because I don't want to go there. But you make a great point. Is it because it has a brown man in the lead? Is that why? But that wouldn't really make sense because they're still saying the game is bad because the guy gets cucked.
Well-
That would look bad for the guy. The problem, the thing that I came up with is Alana Pierce is, I would say, she.
Oh, an outspoken, talented woman in an industry with pieces of crap.
Yes,
Gotcha.
That's what
Excellent.
it is. And
Perfect.
there are plenty of guys who are mad at her because she has been involved with writing video games and has opinions on video games. And as we know, women should not have
They
that.
Shouldn't have opinions.
But on top of
Period.
that, she is, I would say, in my opinion, and much of the internet's opinion, quite attractive. And that makes the anti-woke people even more angry because
Oh,
they
man.
get boners from this girl and they're
Yeah.
mad that they get boners because
If
she's a strong woman.
If she looked like Susan Boyle, there wouldn't be a problem.
Yes,
They'd be
exactly.
like,
That's what it'd be like. Well, then the problem would be like, and this guy is the guy that gets cucked in the game who doesn't actually get cucked in the game is dating this ugly woman in real life. So he gets cucked in the game and he's cucked in real life. So I could see that happening. But yes,
or is it just
hi Tall Show, good to see you.
look, this is a huge problem. People who feel like unironically feel this way about
I
quote
feel this.
wokeness, but like could another problem that's like a layer to this be that nobody fact checks anything they see? So like one weirdo was like, hey, let me write this lie,
Yeah.
and then 100,000 like people who
Just
are
pile on
goobers
because
are
of-
like looking at it like oh, this is, I knew it, and like they don't even look into whether it's true or not. So it creates this movement. I mean, it's not that it was like this big conspiracy. It was
Yeah.
probably just one idiot who had
Yes.
a lie that somehow
Yes.
stuck because
Yes.
everybody's so angry
Well,
that they wanted it to be true and they
Yes.
didn't look into
There
it,
are-
and they were quick to just comment their crap and hate.
there are plenty of people who don't care if it is true or not. They want it to be true and they want to be angry about it. So that the fact of the matter, or the fact of it being true or not, does not matter. Once the narrative gets out there, that's it. And even if they're told that is not true, it's already the point doesn't matter anymore. Like that's it. They've already dogpiled on the game, and we live in an era, not to get into politics, but we live in an era outside of politics as well, where a lot of facts don't matter. It's people only care about, not all people, but a decent amount of people only care about hearing more about what they already want to be the case. So they want to be angry about something. So anything that they hear that makes them more angry is true, and anything that pushes back against the anger is false, because that's just what they want to do. Because feeling angry also makes you feel superior because you feel like you're on the quote unquote right side of things. So it's a whole problem with a whole bunch of stuff. But yes, that's exactly what happened here. Kotaku had a great article about it where they were saying the same thing. Basically, it was like that one of their reporters found out about this, and they're like, is this like people who are just, doing it for the meme and are joking around? Or is this people who really believe this and are really angry about this? And not surprisingly, they did some research and found out that it is a lot of people who really believe it and are really angry about it, and not so many people who don't believe it and are just doing it for the lulz. It
They
may have started out
really-
that way.
they
A small
really
group of people who
believe-
were doing it just for fun, but that's all it took for somebody else out there to be like, this is, and then go off, and then it turns into a whole thing online, and then the game gets review bombed, as Nicky Hill said, and all crazy stuff. So again, this is nothing new, but the AI aspect of it is new, and the just making stuff up and people running with it.
This was originally posted on.
Social media. It started on
Do
social
we know
media.
which social media?
It was on X. I saw it on X
Oh,
first.
okay.
But it went everywhere,
Yeah.
like Facebook, Threads, Blue
Hey,
Sky.
free speech.
Not Blue Sky. I
Free
didn't.
speech.
I didn't see it
Whether
on Blue
it's
Sky,
real speech or
so I don't know if
fake
it was on Blue
speech.
Sky. I also don't know if it was on Truth Social because I don't frequent there. Bad quarter for Truth Social. Worst quarter they've ever
No,
had.
they're probably pulling the
They
best
spent
numbers
4
that you've
million
ever,
and they
you've
made
never
800,000. Well, that's true,
You've
though.
never seen profits
Oh,
as
that's not true.
high as the ones that
See,
Truth Social are pulling. I'm
You
sure.
could say you've never seen profits like this on Truth Social. That would be true.
Yeah.
Because they're
No.
bad.
No,
But anyway, we're not
Ever.
about that here.
ever.
Yes, Tony, you're correct. It's the same team that made Returnal. This is their new game. I definitely want to play this game. Returnal. Yes. I very much want to play Saros. I'm just bogged down with everything. But yes, play Saros. I've heard it's a great game, and it's got that actor Raul in it. If you look up the guy, you've seen him before. He's in a whole bunch of stuff.
Wasn't he in
He's in the horror guy on Netflix. All his, you know.
Yeah.
Michael
Flanagan. Yes. He's in a couple of his things, but he's in a whole bunch of stuff. And yes, he's been dating Alana Pierce for a while, and they've been playing the game on stream together. I get them on TikTok a lot playing the game, which is pretty cool because he's the voice actor, he is the likeness, and now he's playing the game. And IGN gave this game got really, really good reviews,
Really
but
had to
IGN
sleep his way to the top. Huh?
IGN gave it a 7. And in response to that, Rule's like, yeah, that's fine. A 7's fine. But now on his streams, he wears a shirt that has the IGN 7 on it. And that's and I'm like, that's a great way to handle it. Good for him. But he's very vocal that he said 7 is not a bad score, which I agree with. But other scores are much higher. But anyway,
I would love to see these people's search histories. You know,
the
people who
troglodytes
complain
on social,
about
you don't want to see it because you'd get in trouble for it.
Well, yeah. Like, oh yeah, you're true.
Mm-hmm.
But like, they're searching for the same thing they're complaining about. It's
and
just,
division. I will be talking about
right.
it. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yes, it's always that. It's whatever I'm saying I'm against is what I'm actually
100% for.
Moving on. I also talked about parallel play, which is something I've talked about on the podcast
P-play.
before, and I'm a big fan of it. But I made a
That's in a lot of
decision.
browser histories too.
I made a decision this week, and I said to Deux just before the podcast that this decision is one of the best I've made in recent memory. So, very quickly, I'll say again, I'm a huge fan of parallel play. Parallel play is you and loved ones in the same room. It could be a significant other, it could be family, it could be friends, whatever, but people you enjoy spending time with all together in the same room, and you are doing your own things, or you could be doing them together, but there's a mixture of things going on. So let's say it's you and your partner, and one of you is reading and one of you is playing video games, or one of you is watching a TV show and one of you is on TikTok or whatever, but you're in the same room, you're sharing the same space, you might be talking to each other, you might not be, but you're just there together, and it creates an atmosphere of togetherness, and it's enjoyable. And us all at this table had that growing up, even though we didn't think about it or realize it because of the way TV and video games worked back then. Usually families had 1 or 2 TVs, and maybe your video games were set up on the main TV, and you would be in a room with other family members as you played, or you'd all be together watching TGIF, and maybe like dad was reading a NASCAR magazine while you were watching Full House or whatever, but you're all in the same room together, and it was just nice to share that space. And we don't really get that as much nowadays. People might be in the same room together, but and this isn't an old person, me yelling at the sun, being angry or anything. It's just true. Like, everybody's on their phones and everybody's doing like TikTok, 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 TikTok. But you're like, yes, it is partially the same, but also you're more dialed in on like, you're not really participating in the space so much as you're just locked in on your algorithm. I'm not saying it's completely removed, but it's a little different. It's not as, you're not getting as much as of the passive experience. But anyway, I really missed that. And I used to work a buttload on GoNintendo, but in recent years, while I still do a lot of work, I have a wonderful staff to help out. And I have time where I don't have to be glued to the computer. So I spend time at MomBrain where we're in the same room, and she's usually watching something or reading something or knitting or snacking or napping or whatever. And I am in that space with her because we're talking or whatever. We're just hanging out. And
Piper.
And Piper, of course. And I play games late at night because MomBrain's in bed. I finish up work for the night and I have time, so I play them. But I was like, man, if I had a space in the living room, I could play games while MomBrain's hanging out here. We could talk, or just it's parallel play. I could get in on that. Our TV in our living room is not far away, but too far away for my eyes. I've always sat close to the TV when I played. We don't have a setup that is, I'd have to drag a chair into the middle of the living room to play, and it just wouldn't make sense. So I've been like thinking about how I wanted.
Thought about going to the eye doctor, getting the prescription updated?
No, I can see. It's just
How many fingers am I holding?
I don't.
He doesn't even want to answer.
8. I have always like if I'm not close to the TV when I'm playing, I feel like I'm missing out on the action. Like I just feel like I can't connect with it. It's like people who lay down when they play. I'm not
See?
knocking that at all,
He
but
doesn't
I
live
can't
with his
do that.
parents,
I
so he's
don't.
got nobody to tell him, don't sit so close.
How many times when I play Fortnite with you guys, so I say I
gotta
gotta
sit
sit up because I feel
gotta
like
sit up.
I need to get into the
That's a
action more.
perfect
Yeah.
impression, by the way.
That's 10 out of 10 because like I'll be sitting back, but I feel like when things get intense, I have to sit
And it's
up and get
always
into
like
it
when
more.
there's like 5 people left, and you're like, oh, I gotta focus.
I gotta focus. Yeah, so it's I need a chair.
It's like
closer to
turning
me.
the radio off when you're
Mhm.
backing up
Mhm.
or like trying to
Yes.
find where you're going.
That
Yes,
is 100%
always.
the same. Yes, that's what it's like for me. So I was hemming and hawing about getting a monitor. I hate spending money on myself. I really just I don't
So
like
was
doing
it always going to be monitor over TV? What's the difference? Was the monitor just more affordable, or?
I knew I could get a monitor more affordably, and I knew it would have it would give me a little bit more bells and whistles over what a TV would have for the same price. Like, because the pieces and parts that go into it are different between a TV and a monitor, and that affects the price. So it's like monitor would make more sense because I could probably get a better refresh rate, and it would be more maneuverable, like more adjustable than a TV would be. So we went to Walmart. We try and stay away from Walmart, but there was a reason why we were going to Walmart.
Did you get a monitor?
No, there's another reason. Art supplies. That was it, right?
but
There is some reason, whatever.
Hmm.
But we went. I was like, I should get the TV. Or I saw a monitor there, and I looked it up, and I had good reviews, and it's $99. And I was like, that's too much. I don't want to spend that much. So we left, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was like, let's go back tomorrow and get it. So I got it, set it up on a coffee table in our living room. It is the best decision I've ever made, or I've made in a very long time, because it's led to so many parallel play sessions and so many great experiences just in less than a week's time. It's been so good. I love it. So, set it up this week, and I've played so much stuff, and now MomBrain will be reading a book, and I'm playing a game, and we're just hanging out.
Do you have
And
headphones on, or is Mom Brain listening to you play?
it depends. I have
I
earbuds.
would listen. I don't have a problem with it being noisy. It does not bother me.
Obviously, she doesn't have a problem because she lives with me. So I also was using, well, it was a different, it depends on the situation. If it's just me and MomBrain, most of the time I'll have earbuds in, but I'll take one out or whatever. But when my parents were here, I used that speaker and plugged it into the
Because
monitor.
the monitor doesn't have
Speakers.
speakers.
Yeah, it's great. It's been so great, and it'll relate
what do you
to.
have hooked up to right now? Your Xbox or?
No, I'm only going to do Switch 2 on it. I'm not bringing up everything
Oh, is that
else.
what the controller was? All right.
Yeah, the Pro controller.
Ah.
So yeah, my Switch 2 is set up there, and I got tons of stuff to play. And the only thing I really play on the Xbox is Fortnite. I play Claire Obscure on the Xbox, and the PlayStation I never touched. So, but yes, I'll talk more about the parallel play situations later, because there's lots of what I played. Also, I wrote about Marriage Toxin.
Been there, done that.
Almost 2 months ago, I wrote my list of anime I was going to watch for the spring season, and as I always say, there will be anime that got added to it because I try and scour everything I can, but sometimes a trailer doesn't catch me or a description doesn't catch me, and I don't add it to my list. And then
They
through
can't
social,
all be cut and dry like Vice President Beauty.
that's right. That's honestly one of my favorites of the season. Just whatever. Like I said, the trailer doesn't do it for me, or the description doesn't do it for me, and I can't watch everything that comes out. So things get left by the wayside. But then through social media and reviews, stuff pops up, and I'm like, okay, I'll add that. Marriage Toxin was one of them. I heard really good things about it, and it was 3 episodes deep, and I was like, but the dub just started now, so I was like, this is great. I can get in on the dub. So I've been watching Marriage Toxin, and it is excellent. And I was like, man, I skipped over this one, and it's one of my favorites of the spring season so far. Marriage Toxin is about, there's all these different clans, not Ku Klux. There's like Poison Clan and
Poison?
poison.
Poison.
Well,
Well,
boysenberry.
Poison is like the fish sauce, right?
Hello, White Lines. Good to see you.
The Pho clan, the Poison.
So I don't know the other
Never
clans,
know.
but there's like, the Water Clan, the Poison Clan, the whatever, you name it, and there's a clan. And those houses like have trained their people to be experts in whatever their things are. So the main character is a member of the Poison Clan, and he's an expert in poisons. Since he was a little kid, he's had like little bits of
That
poison put in
clan
his food,
is
so he grows
poison.
what's the word?
Immune to poison.
Immune to different poisons. And he learns what they do and how he can use some to like enhance his abilities, and obviously use other ones to kill people or incapacitate them or do weird things to them, whatever.
Inconceivable.
So that was his whole life, basically, which means he didn't really have time for a normal life because he was always learning how to kill.
For the clan.
And the clans fight it's like gangs in New York, not gangs of New York, gangs in New York, where everybody's fighting for supremacy, and he was out there for the Poison Clan. And it's come to a point in his life where they need to continue the line of Poison Clan, which means he's got to have a kid. But he spent his whole life learning about poisons and training and all that stuff, and he hasn't had time for regular human interactions like friends and relationships and all that stuff. So he's never had a girlfriend.
Plus, his seed is poisonous at this point.
I guess that might be
Maybe.
that'll be a plot at some point. So he
His power.
His father tells him, if you don't get a partner and have a kid,
I'm gonna poison you.
we're gonna I'm gonna force your sister to have a child because we need to continue the lineage. And he doesn't want that to happen to his sister. So he's under a deadline and he's like, I'm gonna make it happen. I don't know how I'm gonna make it happen, but I'm gonna get a partner. So he goes to this one.
Oh no!
Target.
He doesn't give him like Bill Cosby's.
No.
poison,
He's
does
not
he?
like that. He's an above the board kind of guy, minus the poison and killing people.
He's going
He
outside of the clan, though.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you.
Okay.
He goes to this
This
one
all happens
target.
in the first episode.
This is the first episode.
This is a lot.
He goes to poison this one target. And he gives them a certain poison that kills them in 5 minutes. And they're tied up in this chair and they're talking to each other. And she happens to be very attractive. But she's obviously pleading for her life. And she finds out
Is
his
that why
situation.
she's attractive? Because she's pleading for her life?
She finds out his situation, and she's basically like, if you spare me, I will be your marriage coach. She's like, I know how to get in relationships. I know how to talk to women. I know how to do all this.
This sounds like a toxic marriage.
So she's like, just spare me. So he ends up sparing her, and they start working together she's going to be his marriage counselor, basically. Like Hitch.
With Will Smith.
So she ends
Wait,
up
isn't that the
going
one where he's a superhero?
I don't know.
So she ends up going with him on missions where she can scout like potential candidates for him to get into relationships with. And she is not like, this is how you have sex with them. She's very much like normal normal relationship advice and how to talk to women and all that stuff. So he's very uncomfortable. He's very nervous. He's very awkward, all those things. And she aims to help him. And that's what the show is about. As he goes on these missions to take out, members of other clans and go on hits and all that stuff. It's a comedy. It's action. It's sweet. It's serious. It's really, really great. There are things about the show I am purposefully leaving out because I don't want to ruin them, but they make the
it
show
feels like there was
that much
this
better.
you
point-
left stuff out.
I know. At this point, you're just leaving out the commercials, right?
No, there's no commercials. No commercials on Crunchyroll.
Sing the theme song for us.
Marriage toxin, it's so poisonous. Yeah.
He got it. The guy, he wanted it.
I was gonna say.
I was going to sing. Obviously, I don't sing Japanese, but Nicky Hill got it exactly. That's what it is.
That's the.
I can't do it any better than that. So go watch Marriage
Give
Toxin.
me
It's on
the
Crunchyroll.
antidote.
It's
Yeah.
awesome. Marriage Toxin, all one word. Marriage Toxin.
All one word?
How do you feel about
What
that
the-
name? By the way, I keep getting emails saying I need to play this game more with you guys. So Marriage Toxin. Now that you know the plot, what would you call it?
I'd probably keep it that. I'd probably
Okay.
I liked the title when I heard it.
Really?
There was quite after the description of the show. I don't know if I'm going to watch it, but I was interested just by the title.
I think Marriage Toxin is a great name. Yeah,
they
I like
can't
that
call
name.
it Poison Love because that name's already taken, right?
Not
Is
bad
it?
though.
Is that the song or or Toxic Love? What's the song?
Toxic is a Britney Spears song. Poison is a
Tainted
band.
Love?
Tainted. So yeah, Poison Love is open.
Poison Love. Oh. Well, there's not. Yes, it's got a great
Poison
theme
and
song. It's got a great theme song. That's
poison.
it. Killer Kiss. That's the theme song. I was thinking of myself saying Killer Kiss, and I was like, well, I know those words. But.
So are they gonna? Does it seem like they're gonna get together then?
You're
thought
not
you
going to watch
said-
the show, you're saying?
Wait.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay, because there are spoilers. I won't tell you.
Didn't you?
I'm not going to say
Well,
on the
don't
podcast.
spoil it for the.
Did you just
yeah,
watch the first episode?
No.
Oh, you watched the whole series?
No.
Aaron?
It's airing now, so I've watched.
There's only 3 episodes out. One of them.
There's
has
6
the English
episodes
dub.
out, but the dub is 3 episodes in or 4 episodes in.
Oh.
So I've watched 3, and it is great. Love it. Great dub cast, by the way, too. The main characters kill it. Really, really good. Marriage Toxin, watch it. Great stuff. I also wrote about.
Did you talk about your tears, your cries this week? Yeah.
I'm not doing that every week.
Oh.
Somebody sent me an email this week.
I got pretty teary eyed yesterday. It was a rough one.
You want to talk about it?
I'm gonna tear up right now.
Do you want to talk about
I was
it?
driving. Yeah, I'll just talk about it real quick. Sorry
Okay.
to
No, go
interrupt
ahead.
your Patreon. I was driving down the street and there was a woman. I think she was waiting for a bus or a car ride or something.
I am waiting for a bus.
And she had like a white dress on, and it looked like she had coffee stains on it, like spit, and it was like
Diarrhea.
It was
We hope it's coffee.
it was either
stains.
midday,
Tobacco. Spit.
and I just thought to my I immediately felt awful, thinking through the story that she spilled whatever beverage
Made
on
your own narrative a
herself,
better day, yeah.
and she wasn't like standing there sad. I think she may have even been smiling or just having a good day. Maybe just having a day,
Made me cry.
kind of like swaying in the wind, like in the breeze.
Well, you get to suck the stains later for some extra flavor.
and but yeah, just I saw that.
I
and
pictured
like,
him doing it. I was like, whoa.
and yeah, it just hit
Excuse
me really
me,
hard,
madam.
and I just
Mind if I
instantly
suck
teared
the
up, just like
stains?
thinking through that whole story of like going out, ready to face the world and have a great day, and then like spilling something
Starts off bad.
on this.
Wait, this was
perfect-
yesterday?
Yeah,
At least
perfect
it's a
white-
Friday.
perfect white canvas, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
It was
if
a wedding
she's
dress,
still
too.
out- I mean, it rained today. If she's still out there, maybe.
No, I got rain
Oh wait,
stains.
that's sad for a different reason.
Yeah. Rain on your wedding day.
I cried this week. Do you remember?
Because I spilled coffee at the
Because
bus
I
stop
was
all
waiting
over
at the
myself,
bus
and that was sitting there.
No, give me a hint.
It was about Piper.
Because she was cute.
No, I don't remember. Go ahead.
So
It's got to be related.
it
to
was a
that.
really, like I said, it was a rough week. It was really emotional. And I had, it doesn't matter. So I'm standing in the living room and Piper's nowhere to be seen. And I just like bemoaned. I was like, Peepa. Oh,
that's right. I remember now.
And
She
she,
came
you
running.
heard, thump, and then thrum, thrum,
She hit
thrum.
the
She
floor
came down
from
she
upstairs and
jumped
ran. Yeah.
off the bed, came downstairs, and I went, she came! And then I just started.
So
Aw.
I'm not in the room, and I just hear her crying, and I was like, "Is the cat dead? What's wrong?" But it was a good
It
thing.
was just.
Did she
so
stay?
Not.
I kind of
Not
expected her to like come down,
And then
look at
she
you and
spilled
just walk
coffee
through
on
the-
MomBrain's white shirt.
I mean, she came over and she let me pick her up and spend a minute with her, and she was nice. But it was just like it was
beautiful.
it was
When
just
you
really
call for
nice.
help and somebody comes, it's just nice to know somebody's
And
listening.
especially when it's Piper, who
That's right,
really
yeah.
doesn't listen to anybody.
Well,
or
you know,
anything
most
ever.
cats don't listen, but her especially. I also wrote about Super Mario Advance. That is the GBA version of Super Mario Brothers 2. But I'm going to save that discussion for later in the show. You'll find out why I talked about that, because I got some really interesting stuff to say about that. And you in particular, I know you're a fan of Super Mario Brothers 2, so I think this is going to tickle your fancy.
Yeah, tickle it.
And then finally, I also talked about the soundtrack for Star Fox. And no, I don't mean the Super Nintendo one. I mean the Switch 2 one. So we're just going to use that as the parlay into this week's news. So let's get into news, MomBrain, if you'd please. We'll use that as our first top story of the week.
We need to
so-
get that in there.
Oh my god, is Tim Allen in Star Fox?
It'd be perfect.
I have a new fear. Nintendo unlocked a new fear in me this week. Something that
Fear of weird looking foxes?
no, the fear of
Remakes?
a Nintendo Direct that's announced 10 minutes before it happens. I was sitting enjoying my parallel play space and playing a game. Keep my phone next to me just in case anything work comes up. I get a notification that says, "This is Miyamoto." I know that when that
got
is
your
posted on
phone
social
number?
media, it's something big going down. I was like, "Oh, what's happening?" And I looked and it's like, "This is Miyamoto." And it's something like Star Fox Direct. And as I'm reading it, I'm like, okay. And it said at 6 o'clock. And I was like, 6 o'clock? And I looked at my phone. I'm like, it's 5:50. What the hell's going on? So I texted her and I'm like, I got a Direct to cover. And I ran over to the computer. I was like, what is this craziness? So now Nintendo's new approach is there could be a Direct at any time. It'll happen in 10 minutes. And that's terrifying. So, I mean, exciting as a fan, but not my favorite to cover. So I don't know if this is Nintendo's new approach overall, but now I know at any time there could be a Nintendo Direct drop. So that's what they did this week. And according to the numbers that popped up for people watching, boy, did it work for them because it has like over 2.5 million views. So people were, rather than telling people Direct happens a day from now or 2 days from now, telling people it happens in 10 minutes gives people FOMO and everybody jumps on as soon as they can. So the numbers are going to prove that they should do this because this wasn't just a Nintendo Direct. It was a one-game Nintendo Direct and people jumped on it right away. So
for a game that wasn't even announced yet, because they've done that with Kirby Air Riders too.
Yeah, they've done like stuff on social media where they put out a trailer randomly and the game is announced, but it's not a Direct.
No, I just mean the Direct for specific games, but they like announce it ahead of time, or even the Super Mario Super Mario Galaxy movie had its own thing. But
yes, they announced it ahead of time. It was
coming.
Yeah, at least a day's worth. Yes,
I wonder why they do that. Why they do that?
Well, it seems like Nintendo is toying with the idea of, do we need the Directs as they used to be, and what can our timing be on announcements, and can we just do things on like social media and the Nintendo Today app and potentially reach a bigger audience? And it seems like their experiments are paying off in that regard. I'm sure they're going to hone what they're doing. So the days of the traditional Nintendo Direct may be somewhat numbered, because Kit and Krista, who used to work at Nintendo, said that years ago when they were still at Nintendo, that there were discussions at Nintendo where they were saying, like, we know at some point our approach to Nintendo Direct is not going to be as viable anymore because of social media and how things work. So we need to consider how we disseminate information to reach the largest audience possible. So it seems like now Nintendo is experimenting with that idea, which is why Nintendo Today exists, and a shadow dropped Nintendo Direct came out. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure there will be tentpole Directs, but they're going to be far and few between compared to what they used to be. That's what it seems like they're doing. But whatever they do, we'll be there to cover it. So Nintendo Direct, Star Fox. Obviously, I'm very excited. I love me some Star Fox. And for a split second, I was like, people always want to see my reaction to Directs. I was like, I should record my reaction to this Direct just on my phone and I'll post it later. And I was like, I can't do that because I need notifications on my phone for work so I can like stay on top of stuff. So I decided against it. So you did miss me tearing up. But anyway.
No way.
Tearing up that it was a remake?
Don't believe it.
Well, yeah, let me just talk about it all together. So, Star Fox Direct. We see it starts off with Miyamoto, and he's like, hey, Fox was in the Mario movie. Here's a little clip of it. They show that, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, we got something new, and it's coming to Switch 2. They announced Star Fox for Switch 2, just called Star Fox. What are you doing? Why do you...
Me?
No,
what did I do?
Nintendo. Why? It makes it so confusing. Yeah. So now we have Star Fox on the Super Nintendo.
At least call it the new Star Fox.
Do something. At least some... I hate that too, but at least that's a differentiator.
Right.
This is Star Fox. So I'm like, hey, I played Star Fox. Oh, you did? Do you mean the Super Nintendo one? No, I mean the one on Switch 2.
Or Star Fox 46.
Call 128. So yes. So when they're announcing the game, I had one thought in my head, and my thought was, please do not let this be another remake of Star Fox
No.
64.
It's
And lo and behold,
what do they say? No, but they don't say remake. What do they call it?
Oh.
A revisiting, or something.
Reimagining.
Reimagining.
What is it? Reimagining?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
They say it. Yeah, I don't know if it's even revisiting, reimagining. They worded it in a way, and I was like, "You sneaky sons
They
of
all do that
guns."
stuff. No, none of them say remake because people have a preconceived notion of what remake means to them. So all the companies don't want to alienate their
What
audiences,
if
so
they
they go
called
with some
it,
other fancy terms for remakes.
Star Fox Kit and Caboodle, because he's a baby fox as a kit.
But that's not what happens.
I know.
So that would be a new game.
Bizarre.
And we get Fox's backstory a little bit.
We get that in this game.
Yeah, so it could have worked. They could have done it.
So here's what it's really about. Now that Nicky Hill's done, it is a remake of Star Fox 64, a massive visual
Based on
overhaul, brand new challenges in the game, a prologue that was not in the original game, and other things in there as well. It has mouse controls if you want to use those. It has a pretty cool co-op mode where one person will fly the R-Wing and one person can aim, which I like that idea. But if you just want to do that on your own, you could use one Joy-Con 2 to steer the R-Wing and the other one in mouse mode to aim and shoot. But if you don't want to do that, it's still got all the traditional controls.
Do they have motion control?
They didn't show motion controls.
That's crazy. I mean, they're going to lean into mouse controls because that's the thing
for
with the Switch
aiming
2.
and shooting. That makes a lot of sense. Like,
Mouse.
yeah, that makes a ton. Like I
Yeah,
would
but
like
for
them to-
flying, wouldn't motion make a lot of sense?
Well, no one advertises motion controls, do they? It probably will have that.
It they didn't say it in this 15-minute direct focus completely on a game, so I would imagine it doesn't. But
I'm just like, right.
I'm not saying it couldn't be there. Sure, it could be there. But after their after how Star Fox Zero went on the Wii U, they're probably like, probably no motion controls in this. So but maybe they could be there. But I would imagine they'd be announced in a direct. Why would you not put it there? But yes, traditional controls too.
But
if you want
again,
them.
the Switch 2, the big thing is mouse controls. So
controls,
they're gonna make a game that's gonna use it.
So also much greatly expanded dialogue in this game. So your in between mission briefings are greatly expanded. A lot more story in there and voice cutscenes and all that stuff. Which, as a Star Fox fan, I want more of that. So I like that because I'm a fan of the lore in those games. Yeah, none of those anymore. I showed the trailer to my mom because she has played Star Fox, and she was like, "Oh, no more of the talking." And I was like, "You mean like the old talking?" She's like, "Yeah, like the," and I was like, "No, that's been gone for a long time, but I do miss that."
It's over. It's over.
But it's coming out June 25th. So great. That's what I love to see from Nintendo when they're like, here's a game you didn't know about and it's coming out next month, or it's coming out in 2 months. But yes, June 25th, physical or digital, whichever one you want. The physical is $10 more than digital. So Nintendo is continuing their recent promise of saying they would do that. The price is $50. So if you want to get the game digitally, $50.
$60.
$60 retail.
card
But
retail.
because retailers are mad, and as many predicted would happen when Nintendo made this announcement a month ago, retailers are just price matching. So go get your $50 copy of the physical version too, which is great. So $50 game, physical, digital, June 25th. And yeah, that's it. I do not know why Nintendo is so obsessed with constantly going, well, I guess I know, going back to Star Fox 64. It's because that's the best-selling one in the franchise. And it's been so long. And Star Fox is not one of their most popular franchises. They're like, okay, now is the time. The movie is out. Let's give them the best-selling Star Fox with all kinds of fancy graphics and some extra bells and whistles. So I do understand the approach of it. But as a Star Fox fan, I'm like, I have seen enough of Star Fox 64. I would like a new Star Fox. But I am someone who dislikes all remakes in general. So maybe I'm not. Business-wise, I completely understand what Nintendo is doing. Fan-wise, it makes me annoyed. And I can only hope that this is a way for Nintendo to be like, okay, people don't really know Star Fox nowadays. They see it in the movie and they want to play a game related to it. Let's give them the best-selling game with all kinds of bells and whistles and use it to sell some Switch 2s. Makes sense. I totally get it. Makes perfect sense. But I can only hope that this is the foot in the door to more Star Fox on Switch 2 that is brand new. So We shall see.
Is there a section where you fly Peach and Toad to the garbage sector? What do they call it? Trash-
Spoilers for
Sorry.
the movie, I bet.
Sorry.
What are you talking about? Junk? Whatever it's called?
Yeah.
Space Junk Galaxy?
Then there will be no Space Junk Galaxy in this, as far as we know. Laxter said, did they say anything about who's developing it? As far as I can tell, based on what we've seen, it's internal Nintendo development. It's not a partner project. And Miyamoto loves Star Fox too, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's internal Nintendo.
Star Fox Zero was a remake of 64 as well.
Star Fox Zero was not a remake. It was, I don't even want to say reimagined. It was certainly influenced by it,
so
but
that's what-
people calling that a remake, I don't think is fair.
That's what someone.
As someone who's actually played the game and really liked it.
White Lens in the chat said that they are saying that this is based on Star Fox 64, which is like
Yes, directly.
the way around saying that it's a remake. It's based on because they're adding
Like
so many
Nintendo has come out and
things.
said in the direct that the paths that you fly in this game are
the same.
untouched from Star Fox 64. So
that should excite
yeah,
you.
Star Fox Zero. I played Star Fox Zero, and I would say that's its own game. It is inspired by Star Fox 64 without a doubt. There's some things in there, but I would say that is I consider that a new game. But if somebody was like, they just remade Star Fox 64 with Zero, I'd be like, I get what you're saying, but I don't really subscribe to that. But we had Star Fox 64, we had Star Fox 3D on the 3DS, which was Star Fox 64, and Star Fox 64 is on Switch Online, and now we have Star Fox 64 again on Switch 2 as Star Fox. But case in point, two people at this table who've never played it before. So,
But you and do?
that's right. So
You never played it?
I don't. Really
He's not a
like
Star Fox guy.
I don't like the flying. and the
Although
shooting.
one of my favorite.
However,
moments,
this is a remake of a sequel, right?
yeah. That's
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that on the 64, it was called Star Fox 64. This one should be called Star Fox 2, and then I'd buy it.
I have never told you this, but one of my
Oh.
favorite memories is me watching him play Star Fox Super Nintendo, and playing it until he lost all of his continues, and being like, "It was actually pretty good." And I was like, "This warms my heart to a degree that I don't want him to know, so I'm going to keep this a secret."
No.
But
When was
secret's
this?
out.
How long
This
ago?
was years ago, but you played it. I'm going to say you played it on the actual Super Nintendo.
Oh, cool.
And you were like, "I'll give it you were like, "I'll give it a shot." And I was like, "This isn't going to go long." And then like you died once in the second level and you continued, and I was like, "I'm not going to say anything. I'm just letting this go." And you made it to the second to last level, and then you lost all your continues. And I was like,
Really?
"That's a great stopping point."
Wow.
Yeah, you tried to
I have
beat
no
the boss
memory
in
of
the
that.
second to last level and you couldn't get it done, which is, I would say, the hardest boss in the game. So
That's amazing that I
but
played that
you
far.
played it all. You put in a good 45 minutes till out of continues, and I was really impressed. Then you were like, "I'm not doing all that again." And I was like, "Yeah, as a kid, I would have stopped there too." So I get it. So yes, one of my favorite memories. I love that.
You
Isn't
gonna
that
take
sweet?
It's calling you a child.
You had a 64 and you didn't play Star Fox 64, which is somewhat
Never had it. Yeah.
crazy because not crazy, but somewhat surprising because the Rumble Pack came out with that, and I'd
Right.
be like, "That's." I loved Star Fox, but it had the Rumble Pack, and I was like, I need to see what this Rumble Pack is about. And obviously, that was a great decision for them because it led to it being the biggest or the best-selling Star Fox, and that now became a standard part of every game controller after that. So,
Do you have a Nintendo Classics Online 64 controller?
Not 64.
you doing this on purpose?
Did I get it wrong?
No, that's a great point you're bringing up because this Star Fox on Switch 2, you can play
Yeah,
with the
that's
classic
what I was getting
64 controller too. So I think that's really cool that they included that compatibility.
Except
for
you
those who
can't use
originally
mouse
played it.
controls with it because it doesn't work that way.
I wonder.
You can't. Get out of town. How are you going to do it? You need 4 hands to hold the 64 controller in the first
If
place.
you're just
be
flying and
two
you hold the
separate
grip
controllers.
and a joystick, it'd be like using a Joy-Con 2. You're just moving, and
That's
then you got
called
the
the
Z
stranger.
trigger underneath. I think when you connect that controller, it would block out everything else,
Yeah.
but maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Someone's gonna try it, and I guarantee everyone will try. Like, here's Star Fox with the NES controller on all that stuff. People love doing that stuff. But anyway, yes, June 25th, $50.
$50.
I am excited for it in the sense that I like to see Star Fox in general. I'm not excited for it because it's a remake. But I really do want to do that prologue stuff, and I really like the challenge. And one of my favorite things about Star Fox is the lore and the characters. So that a lore of the lore and the greatly expanded dialogue is very interesting to me as a diehard Star Fox fan. So I don't dislike it as much as I do all other remakes, but I do dislike that it's a remake. So that still stands. But I did tear up because it's lovely to see Star Fox, and I like seeing it return. And the music was all orchestral, and that's what I wrote about on Patreon. I like Star Fox 64 soundtrack, but I don't love it. It has some great songs, but overall, I don't love it.
What
I think
the
Super
heck?
Nintendo is way better. But Nintendo on Nintendo Music put out a 10-track sampler from Star Fox on Switch 2. And I listened to all those tracks, and multiple tracks brought tears to my eyes because I was like, this is what Koji Kondo imagined the songs sound like when he made them on the 64. And they went all out with these orchestrations, and they're really, really good. The Sector 6 song has an orchestra playing with it and a whole choir of people singing along with it. And it's so good. So good. So I went from being very lukewarm on that soundtrack back in the day to hearing this one and being like, holy crap, this is like really good. Like this orchestration or this orchestral approach really makes these songs sing. It made a huge difference for me. So I really like that. So there you go. Star Fox 64 June, or Star Fox on Switch 2, June 25th.
I was a little weirded out, a little disappointed by the design. I know people are complaining about the way Fox looks.
They have taken
and the way he taught, like everything about him. But I remember a couple of weeks ago or something, you said something about Miyamoto being like obsessed with Thunderbirds.
Yes.
And how like Star Fox kind of came from that inspiration. So then when you think about that, the stiff motion of him, the way he talks and everything just makes more sense. He's more like a marionette. But then you see like the prologue, and it like distracts from that too, because the prologue looks
so
great. The voice of the character in the prologue, I don't know if people know about it, but I don't want to get into it too much. But the voice of the character, I feel like, is so much better than what we get from Fox. Yeah.
So we don't know for sure, and I'm sure there's going to be Nintendo's going to do one of their creator interviews where you hear more details about it. But it seems like for the visuals this time around, when it comes to the characters, Nintendo was like, let's go for what we originally wanted with Star Fox, which like was they used all the puppets in the promotional materials that looked a lot closer to real animals, but were still puppets. And in this game, it certainly looks more like real animals, but still puppet-like. So I really think that's what they always wanted to do.
I mean, I don't feel like the other characters are like.
I think really it depends on the animal. Peppy.
He looks amazing.
You know who looks amazing?
Falco too. I thought
Pigma. Pigma looks awesome. I don't know what it is about Pigma.
In the promo?
He's in the prologue. Yeah.
Pigma
looks really cool.
Looks good. I think Peppy looks great.
Slippy looks phenomenal. I was blown away by Slippy.
See, that's the thing. This is a great conversation because everybody has animals to them in the game that look amazing and other ones that look weird or off, and it's all depending on whatever animals you like and don't like.
I liked Slippy, but Slippy looks like a cartoon version of a frog or a toad, right? Like it doesn't look.
See, I'd say Slippy looks more realistic.
Does it? I don't know.
He's
Maybe
like
I'm missing
glistening and gross. Pigma is really gross, but looks good
think
for
that
gross.
For him, that's sort of like, and for Star Fox, and I'm not like a big.
His name is Fox McCloud.
But I mean the franchise.
Okay.
I'm not like a big, huge Star Fox fan, so I don't know that my opinion is really like all that informed.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I feel like when it comes to the characters in Star Fox, there's like a very fine line between cartoon and real. So it's like they're cartoon, but like they should be taken seriously and respected. I don't know what else there is about it. And I feel like with Slippy, they do that in a way that's like he's like kind of like young and cool. I don't know. There's just something about him that I really like.
Well, is that I wanted to ask? Are they young in this? The
I
young,
don't know their
the young
age.
fly boys.
Well,
Because
yeah,
Fox's voice sounds really young from what I was expecting, especially after hearing that handsome Glenn Powell voice him in the movie.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how young they are supposed to be, but yes, they're still. It's in the era where eventually. Well, I'm not going to spoil things, but whatever. I don't know how young they are, but yeah, you look at the graphics and everybody has animals they like and animals
And
that
not
they don't like.
one fox yowl. Whoa! Not one of them.
Oh, real life
Yeah.
fox, like a scream.
Could you
Not
imagine
yet,
like
not
every
yet.
time he successfully shoots down an enemy, he screams like a fox in the woods?
I will never forget hearing that as a kid for the first time
Scared
and thinking it was a person
a woman
out in the woods
a
dying.
woman being
Yeah.
attacked. Yes.
Yeah, my parents were like, "No, that's what a fox sounds like." So anyway, there you go. The other thing I want to mention for Star Fox is the really cool like VTuber approach that Nintendo's taking for when you do game chat. You can set up your avatar to be one of the characters from Star Fox, and their head moves with your head. They look where you're looking, their eyes move where your eyes move, their eyebrows move like yours do, and their mouths open and close while you're talking, which I think is really fun.
So that is great. And the way it reacts when they're showing it in like real time or live, whatever, looks great. I think that's the problem that I had with Fox, is that Fox looks like he's mapping someone else's motions when he's just like a cutscene. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like when it's not mapping
understand what you're saying, but I disagree
it just
with it.
looked like it was like stiff.
I think what the problem might be for you or
my
in
internet
general
speed.
is a fox's mouth is huge. So when he opens his mouth to speak, it's not like just the lips opening, it's like the whole mouth opening.
I also wondered if it was because he was not speaking in English, but the dub is in English, that is like the mouth on the character isn't moving the way that you're hearing.
Yeah.
And I don't know how
It makes it look much. It makes it look much more puppety.
Great gift, Roth. I love that little. The fact that that's sped up and the little eyebrow lips is really good.
But
but yes, that looks like fun. And yes, if I'm ever on game chat where people are looking at me in the window, that is what I will be. And you don't have to
can you
be.
use that for any game?
You
now?
can use that in any game. Yes, that's
What?
my favorite part. Yes, no matter what you are playing, that is available to you. So I could be playing whatever the hell I want, and you're gonna see me like that.
Is it only gonna be Star Fox characters? Can it be?
Yes.
Well, let's wait.
What do you want to be? Maybe they'll do more. Yeah.
Toon Link from Wind Waker.
No, none of that.
Oh, okay.
Link doesn't even talk. It wouldn't even make any sense.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Star Fox thing. I don't know if they're going to do it for other games. And they're doing it because it makes sense for Star Fox.
It takes everything you say and just turns it into an effort. So you're like,
it makes sense for Star Fox because the whole game you're looking at characters in the cockpit view. So I mean, it makes total sense for game chat. And Nintendo takes that stuff seriously. So they're going to be like, that doesn't make sense for Zelda because you never see Link like that. But in Star Fox, I could hear them saying that stuff now. So
I don't know. Toon Link gets in that cannon machine. I mean, that's as close to a command center. But whatever. I don't want to get Miyamoto's not emailing me 10 minutes before the direct. So.
I think Miyamoto said if you actually play this game, he'll consider doing that for Zelda. But.
Oh, thanks for like holding it hostage. I've only been a Nintendo fan for 30 years. Thanks, Miyamoto. Maybe I'll play one more game and that'll be good enough for you.
All right. If we're going to do this, let's really do it. You're not going to buy a camera to use it anyway. And even if you did, you would probably use it once and never use it again.
Thank you. Exactly. Like, why would I ever use that?
Yes. So why are you asking for Zelda is my point.
Because I thought it would be cool. I thought we were having a fun conversation, for God's sake.
And he's a
We're
voice of
talking
the people.
Unbelievable.
Hi, Zikamuto. Good to see you.
If Deux is bringing something up that he wants,
It's
guaranteed
like
there's
an
there's
avatar. Why would it be
a lot more
bad to be
people
like,
who-
oh, thanks for sticking up for me, by the way. But like, if it's an avatar like thing, then why can't I be Toon Link? It shouldn't be like, if you're going to put it in every game ever, but you can only be the Star Fox characters, well, that's fine. But I was just asking.
As you're misunderstanding where I'm coming from. As a fan, I agree with you. Why not do it for everything? That makes perfect sense to me. I'm answering for Nintendo because they're like, that doesn't make sense for other games. Whereas in Star Fox, your cockpit view and you see characters' faces talking to you all the time. So that makes perfect sense for game chat. It doesn't make sense for Zelda because that doesn't happen in
It
Zelda.
doesn't.
But
It doesn't
from a
make
fan
sense at all
standpoint, yeah,
because
give me everybody. I'll talk as well. Personally, I don't want to be Link because I feel like that's sacrilege. But give me Midna and Ganon and
See, this is
Tingle, of course.
It's because they're not embracing AI.
Awesome.
Because they have the icons that we all have. We can
AI
all choose
icons.
whatever icon we want.
What does this have to do with AI?
And if they could put those icons through an AI machine and spit out all the coding to do the exact same thing that Fox McCloud does with whatever icon you choose.
You heard
know
it
what
here,
I'm saying?
everybody. Nicky Hill, huge fan of AI, wants it in Nintendo's
Hey.
games. I
I just wanted to say that Roth and Tall Show both commented, and if somebody else did, I apologize. But yeah, Pigma looks like Paige from Beyond Good and Evil.
Pigma
Like,
looked really
looks better than Paige in Beyond Good and Evil 2.
good. Yeah, Pigma looks awesome. Also, when you see Pigma in this,
That whole prologue though has like, it's like almost a different style. Like all the characters just seem more, like a more they all have more detail and stuff like that.
they're the old Star Fox team, man. They've been
Yeah.
doing this for years. That's how Fox's dad dies. We don't know.
We
Did he
don't
die?
know.
We never know.
We
But we're
don't
going to get to
know.
see that stuff now.
Mm.
Which, as a Star Fox fan, that's what I want to see. I want to know more about Fox's dad because throughout the series, you hear Fox's dad. In one of the games, spoiler alert, Fox's dad maybe helps you get out of one of the places you're in because you're kind of trying to figure out how to get out of the place. And you're like, whose Arwing is that? And you hear James and you're like, Daddy, is that you? And then he's gone. Where did he go? I don't know. But now we get to see the moments that lead up to where Fox's
Is
dad
this like
dies,
Star
disappears.
Wars, but they changed Wars to Fox.
No, no,
Okay,
because they're not.
I think he's
Through the force you're talking
communicating
about.
through the Force or something. Yeah, it's
Well,
Ghost Dad.
And again, we don't know if Fox's dad is dead or if he went into a wormhole and got sucked into another galaxy, or if he's still around and in hiding. We don't know what happened.
We don't know.
We don't know. James McCloud left to Venom to get milk, says Tall Show. That's what happened. And he left Peppy around to take care of Fox. But there you go. Star Fox, June 25th. Switch 2 exclusive. Look forward to it. What else happened this week? A whole bunch. I want to look at like what I should cover in the order of what happened. We'll do the goddamn investor stuff because
Yikes.
Yikes, what? Me or the investors?
I didn't know the investor stuff was coming out, but then I saw
I
that
know.
their stock price plummeted. So I was like, oh, investors.
Oh, did it?
stuff.
Did it really? I haven't looked at stock at all. I haven't, for real. But that's crazy because
It was probably a good year. Good
it was
quarter.
a fantastic year, and they did exactly what investors said they wanted
Yeah.
leading up to. I literally did a post
Or maybe
the day before the
I
investor
don't
briefing
really know what-
from investors that said, this is what we want Nintendo to do. And Nintendo did it. And I didn't look at the stock because I know it's always going to be the opposite. So you're telling me stock went down, and I'm not surprised.
I
Because
mean,
Nintendo literally on a silver platter was like, here is exactly what you said you wanted us to do. We don't want to do it.
Mhm.
And investors are like, no, still don't want it.
Oh no, but I think part of the sell off or whatever is issues with AI and data chips and stuff.
So let's get into it. This is the perfect discussion. Perfect time to have this discussion. Nintendo put out it's Q4, but it's the end of their fiscal year results, and I'll give you the breakdown of not all the dry, boring details, but of the somewhat interesting details.
Moisten it up for us, will you?
I'm here to make you moist, as always. Switch 2 has sold. Oh, by the way, these numbers are for the end of March, so March 31st. So we don't have April and we don't have the first week of May, unless Nintendo said otherwise. But March 31st was the end of the fiscal year. Switch 2 sold 19.86 million units. Nintendo upped their projections for Switch 2 from 15 million to 19 million, so they still came out higher than their projections, so that's great. Switch 2 is still ahead of the Switch. Switch 2 software sold 48.71 million units worldwide. Original Switch is at 155.92 million units sold. So it's at 156, if not a little bit higher than that. Switch software reached 1.5 billion units sold worldwide. These are lifetime totals, obviously. And then we don't need to do the other stuff. Sales are up 25%. Blah, blah. They made money all over the place. Money. We also have your money. Thank you. Updated sales figures for games. And on Switch 2, Mario Kart World sold 14.7 million. Again, these are lifetime sales. 14.7 million units sold. Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's at 4.5 million. Kirby Air Riders at 1.7 million. Pokemon Legends ZA is at 12.4 million. That's a 3.9 million on Switch 2, 8.5 million on Switch. That's the split. Super Mario Galaxy 2 sold 2.7. Super Mario Galaxy sold 2.6. Pokemon Pokopia joins the list, obviously. Pokemon Pokopia has sold 4 million units, and that game launched on, March 5th? So from March 5th to March 31st, it sold 4 million units. So we kept saying it was a system seller. It's been number one on the eShop since it launched. I haven't seen the numbers for today yet, but since it launched, number one, it has not moved from number one. 4 million units sold. And I want to make this very clear. Going forward, Nintendo's not going to share numbers for that game because of two reasons. One, it's a Pokemon Company game. Two, it's published. It'll be in Koei Tecmo's report because they worked with them on that game. So the data for that game going forward will either come from Pokemon Company or Koei Tecmo. So there you go. But that's 5 weeks worth of sale, 4 million units sold. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is at 71 million. Animal Crossing is at 49 million, 49.9. So almost 50 million for that. Smash Brothers Ultimate at 37. Breath of the Wild at 33. Odyssey at 30. Scarlet and Violet at 28 million. Sword and Shield at 27 million. So again, the newer games sold more than the previous game by a million plus.
Really coming down.
Tears of the Kingdom, 22 million. Super Mario Brothers U Deluxe at 18.9 million. Switch Sports at 18 million. Wonder at 17.4 million. Legend ZA, we already did. Super Mario Party Jamboree at 9.9 million. So almost 10 million. Here's a new one. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Those are the re-releases. Straight up re-releases of the original GBA versions of the game that are available on Switch. We have 6 weeks of data and they sold over 4 million units. So again, this shows how sometimes you go on the internet and the internet's like, this is ridiculous. Nobody's going to buy this. This is too expensive. And that is an echo chamber of very small people because you see what really goes on. The greater public was like, yes, I want these games. 4 million plus units sold in 6 weeks. We also have another brand new one. Tomodachi Life Living the Dream joins the million sellers charts. Just came out. From 14 days worth of data, the game sold 3.8 million units. So just shy of what Pokemon Pokopia did, to put that in perspective. And here's the extra crazy part. 40% of those games, 40% of Tomodachi Life sales are from Switch 2 players.
What else is it available?
That game does not have a Switch 2 version. It looks a little better and it plays a little smoother on Switch 2, but there is only one version of the game, the Switch version, yet 40% of the customers are playing it on Switch 2. So that's crazy, really.
How do they know this? They spying on us?
If
Yes.
if you opt in for that, you can say no.
Yes.
But yes, based on the people who opted in, that is their figure. They extrapolate data too. But yes, I honestly can't believe that. That's shocking to me. That Switch has an install base of 156 million, basically, and Switch 2 has an install base of 20 million, basically. Yet the split is 60-40 between systems. That's crazy. So Switch 2 owners are like, we don't care. Give us the game. So there you go. We did that. Blah, 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 blah. We did that. We don't need to do that. Nintendo shared their forecast for sales of the Switch 2 in the new fiscal year. That is 2026-2027, so March to March. Again, it sold 19.86 million this fiscal year. In the next fiscal year, Nintendo's expecting to sell 16.5 million. And you might be like, uh-oh, why is that lower? Well, that goes hand in hand with the other announcement that Nintendo made. They are the last of the big three to do it, but sadly, they have had to do it. The Switch 2 price is going up.
And that's what you were saying.
No.
Investors were saying they need to raise the price.
Literally
of the, Switch
the
2.
day before,
then-
almost every investor was like, they have to up the price of the Switch 2 because they're not making enough money.
And then Nintendo does it, and then
investors
everyone's like, "This is outrageous! Sell!
Yeah.
They're never gonna make money back." Okay,
that shows you how much BS investors are. It's you can't if you wrote
You guys
it.
hear that? He said BS.
Nobody would believe it. Literally the day before, up the price. Nintendo ups the price, and investors are like, not good enough. Maybe that's what it was. Investors are like, it's got to be $100 more. Nintendo's like $50 more.
see, but the thing is
$50 bill.
investors are gonna talk before Nintendo makes a move, and no one's gonna pay attention. But when Nintendo makes that move, now everyone's paying attention to what everybody has to say, and now all the investors are gonna say that was a big mistake. Because no one was listening to them when they said they should do it.
Should have done it sooner. They're not making enough money.
I hate this world.
Yeah, I really don't report too much on investors anymore. But since we were at the day before the fiscal results, I was like, I'll cover this, I guess. And I was like, I'm not even going to look because I don't care. And I'm not surprised to hear that is the case. I was having a chat with Nintendo last night about all this stuff because as someone who's covered Nintendo for a long time,
Who?
much of this...
Nintendo?
Me.
Oh, yeah.
Me. I'm speaking to me. I have forever been frustrated in what I perceive to be a bias in how Nintendo is covered because Microsoft and Sony will have things. Sony more so than Microsoft, but still Microsoft will have things covered in a certain way, in a certain light. And Nintendo, I feel, by a decent amount of coverage out there, is always covered in a negative way or a pessimistic way. And facts are left out of the discussion, and it just continues to go on. And in today's day and age, it seems to only get worse. And I am very tired of it. And I said to Nintendo, because Nintendo was upset about, I'm not going to name names, someone in the game journalism side of things said something that was, I could say what they said. I just won't say who. They were like, Nintendo should take this as a sign to move games to Switch 1 and focus on that. And that is such
I'm sorry, what?
a dumb statement to make. So
Just make games for the Switch 1 and abandon the Switch 2?
no, don't abandon the Switch 2. They're like, just move more of the games over to Switch 1 while this memory chip situation, hopefully evens out as the years go on. Because again, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo all had to up the price of their systems because of expenses for these chips, because there's not as many to go around because the goddamn AI companies are gobbling them up at an insane degree, making everybody else fight for the scraps. So that's why everybody has to up their prices of their systems, because they're paying more to get these things and they're making less. So they have to up the price, which sucks. So this person was like, yeah, just put out, focus on Switch 1 and put out more of the games there. And then they were like, that's how it worked. That's what Sony did with PS4 and PS5. And Nintendo was like, that is not what happened. And this was a completely different situation. And I'm like, I know this is like insane because I was there during that time, as we all were. And that's not what happened.
Was this like what? ABC News or something?
No,
Fake
it
news,
is
fake
someone
news.
who specifically covers
someone who knows better.
Eyewitness News.
ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Specifically covers gaming. This is a gaming related
I was just
person.
kidding because of the fake news bit. Sorry.
When the PS5
I got no
came
merit
out,
here.
Deux and I will attest to this. They kept putting out games on PS4, and people like us were like, "Why did I
you buy
even get a
PS5?
PS5?
Yeah.
Like,
I
why
think
are we
you-
doing this?"
I think
still
you guys have said that about both PS5 and Xbox like just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, and it's like and it's like Sony. You're saying Sony did this back in the day because they foresaw that they were going to have trouble selling the PS5, so they decided to put out the PS5, not put exclusive games on it, and focus more on PS4, and then just let people get PS5 and cross their fingers and hope that they did. Like, PS5 sounded fine, but Sony just put out their fiscal results. PS5 sales this fiscal year were, and that system's older, so I'm not ragging on it, but they were down 50% compared
Well,
to the
they
year
also
before.
raised the price.
Yes.
A couple months
So
ago.
Sony
Was it?
had
Was
their
it?
one of their best ever months of sale
think
for
it's
the
a couple.
PS5 before the price hike because people were rushing to get it. And in the next 2 months after were their 2 worst months of sales for
Makes
the PS5
sense.
because that's how it works. But 50%, it's crazy. This person that said this, it's crazy. And that's how a lot of people talk in this industry. And I don't care. Hate Nintendo. Hate Nintendo all you want. But if you're working in the games journalism side of thing, I would never call myself a games journalist. I just post about Nintendo. But there's lots of people in the game coverage side of things that would call themselves journalists or they work for outlets or whatever. I don't care if you hate Nintendo or not. Just do me a favor. Report on things factually and save the other garbage for opinion pieces. That's all I ask. Like, all your stupid stuff can still be out there. Just when you're putting out the news, report it factually. That's all I ask for.
No.
You're going to say?
I'm just trying to think about this, like applying to jobs and trying to think about my future and like ways that I can change in my career or whatever, or
OF.
change careers. I have a lot of reservations about applying to
Well,
things
stop
because
making reservations at these hotels. That's costing you all this money.
thank you.
How do you like it?
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
No, it's good.
That's actually going to solve a lot of my problems.
Hey,
Thank
Zell,
you very
dude,
much.
good to see you.
No, I hold
feel
back.
this.
I hold back because I don't think I have the qualifications to do something. I
know this feeling.
and meanwhile, these people who went to
Yes.
school for this and they're supposedly educated in this just talk out their butt and say, this is what Nintendo's doing. You know what? They should make less games, or they should say, like, come on.
Preach,
And then
brother.
they, you know,
Testify.
and
Look at this.
it's not even, it's like, it's completely different from like the comments people make about meteorologists. Meteorologists are studying things. They're actually looking at patterns and stuff. The fact that weather systems are so messed up these days is not their fault.
Yes.
But to be a professional about a topic and talk completely out of your
Yes.
butt
Yes.
and just make ridiculous assumptions and projections and then act I'm done.
You're
I
right.
can't.
I feel it 100%.
Why-
I agree 100%. Yes. And it's not just specifically about Nintendo at all. It's about, like you're saying, professionals in industries where they talk and it's like they're talking out of their ass. And no matter how much information and
Because
facts
that same
and
person,
how much they're shown wrong, they never change their tune.
I don't even
because
know who
people
it is.
don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear what they want to hear.
I don't even know who it is,
I'm
but
not
that
saying.
same person
Hey, Kalas.
in a couple of months is probably going to be saying Nintendo needs to put out a new system that uses less chips and they need to get going on it. And if they don't get it done by 2028, they're doomed.
And again, all this
Yeah.
is from that's your computer. All this is makes it seem like the Switch 2 is doing poorly on top of that. It's like, move away from Switch 2, just focus on Switch 1. And like the Switch 2 is ahead of where the Switch 1, like it's crazy. It's crazy that it's like, here's all these great sales figures and data. And here's all this stuff that is bad that Nintendo has to address, like raising the price and the cost of memory and all that stuff. And we can talk about all that to have a really great conversation. But no, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to say all this asinine stuff and talk out of both sides of our mouth. And that's what people want to hear. That's why people like Clavicular are so popular nowadays. I am addicted to drugs. I don't believe in God, but God help him. He's a stupid guy, my opinion, but he needs help. But the internet has decided that a man who chisels away bone in his face with a hammer and takes a bunch of drugs and craps on women, this is the guy we want to follow and support and give money. And there's nothing I can do about that. Like, you've decided.
Is he running for office in 2028?
God, don't. If he ran, I guarantee he'd get more votes than you wanted. But anyway, back to Nintendo. So yes, the price of the Switch 2 is going up. Here's the good news. It's going up, I want to say May 25th in Japan by like 10,000 yen.
May not.
And I, thanks to Quent for posting it. I haven't seen the news yet, but Quent posted a story saying that stores in Japan are being rushed because people are going to buy the Switch 2 now before the price goes up. 10,000 yen. It's a notable amount, but basically it's like, it's not horrendous, but it is an upward revision. Here in the States and in other countries, the price of Switch 2 is going up by $50, but not until September. So we got a very nice bubble of time to go get your Switch 2 before that price goes up. And Nintendo's probably doing that because they know people are going to rush out to get the Switch 2 to avoid the price hike, but probably doing it in September because they're going to have the heavy hitters out those months. So people will be like, well, this is out and that is out. So, okay, it's not that bad. I'll go in and get it now. That's probably why they're doing it. So get ready, everybody. But yeah, price is going up. And then in Japan, they're raising the price of Switch Online, and they're raising the price of the original Switch, and they're raising the price of Hanafuda cards. But Switch Online and original Switch are not seeing their price risen.
Game cards? Like playing cards?
Like playing cards, yeah.
What do those have to do with AI chips?
Well, that's the other thing. Nintendo doesn't want to
just hard
raise
out
the
there for
price of
everybody.
the Switch 2 by $100,
so
which
they're
is probably what
raising-
they need to do. So they're
raising
like
everything.
$10 here, $10 here,
Yeah.
rather than, and I appreciate that. I don't like that the price is going up, but rather than being like $100 for the system,
You're telling me that at the price it was originally, they're not making any money? It's BS.
They
It's
are.
BS. I'm sorry. They're doing it because everybody else is doing it, and that's business. It's business, baby.
so this is what I'm talking about, and I apologize in advance
Well,
because this is going to sound harsh.
I'm sure
but
they had a
from
profit.
a business
They had a
standpoint,
profit margin, and
they
then
had a profit
and
margin.
then when everything else changes, to keep that same profit
Yeah.
margin, they're going to keep up with
Are
it.
they making money? If Nintendo is making money on the Switch 2, and Nintendo, more than any other company, sells hardware at very slim margins to a loss because they make their money on software. Nintendo has always said, we make our money on software. The margins on hardware are extremely slim. They are selling the Switch 2 at a loss in Japan. No question about it. They are selling it at a loss. Other regions, very slim margins to begin with, if none of this other stuff happened, to a loss. Right now, in some countries, a loss, without a doubt. Here in the States, probably a very slim profit margin. And I'm talking about like $20 on a system made. So very slim, but that's without all the other factors that are going on. So with all that, the $50 probably gets them to a very slim margin, but they're looking to make the money up in other areas. So that's what it is. They are not making
They're
they're
bringing
not
back
making
Love
money on
Hotels.
this system. That based on how much they are discounting, because the Switch 2 in Japan is the Japanese only version. So that's why the price is so much lower over there. But yeah, they're Nintendo will never release those figures, but their profit margins are incredibly slim, and what's being made up is being made up through software. So Nintendo's always been great about that. So it's not like Nintendo's like, we're only making $80 per system. That's not the case. That's not the case. That's not historically not what Nintendo does.
That wasn't that harsh, but thank you for the
I
warning.
try.
And-
Yeah, I wanted to come at it from a factual perspective rather
And
than
part of the,
What other perspective would you have come at? I mean,
no, like
you're always
opinionated
factual.
and like boisterous. I just wanted to lay out the facts
each
as
of the,
to the degree that we know them.
each room at the Love Hotel has a Switch 2 there, and they strongly encourage that you use mouse controls on your lover's back.
Actually, at the Love Hotels right now, it's forced that you have. It used to be you go in with you and a partner, but now there has to be a third person. So you might have to buddy up with
Oh.
somebody else.
and the
You
mini
meet them in the
bar,
lobby, see if anything clicks, and then you get.
the mini bar actually has the Switch 2 in it. So if you want to play it, you gotta pay.
That's a great point. You open up the fridge and it's in there. Moving on. Nintendo
Or
apologized.
the Switch 2 is free, but the games to play, you have to pay to pull them out of the slots to put it in the
My
system.
new approach is to just
That
flat
was
out
wh-
stop when he goes.
There should be.
Sorry.
We
It's
should
okay.
we should give like after every conversation maybe
Pause.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
and just
give it a
see.
beat. Give it a comedy beat for
just
Nicky
see.
Hill, and then we'll come in.
I'm not even joking.
You are though.
I thought we're coming up with solutions for
We are,
Nintendo's
and then I said
losses
moving
here.
on, and then you went, which is how it usually goes. So now I know when you start talking, I
Sorry.
just stop, and then you go.
You guys have great ideas. We're workshopping.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Thank you.
Nintendo apologized for doing the price increase, and they said thank you to our customers for understanding. So that's great. I know it doesn't mean anything, but I still think it's nice that they say that.
We're all
and
getting it.
they
I gotta
made-
increase the price of limes
They
too.
they made it clear that they're doing it because of they said their blanket statement for what amounts to AI is making memory cost a lot more, and the tariff situation is crazy, and who knows what's going to happen. That can change at any time. So they're like, this is what they held out longer than everybody else. I'll give them credit for that, but they had to do
How ironic that remember that picture of Miyamoto and the other two guys holding the 3DSs and it was printing money.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody used AI to make those pictures, and now AI is stopping them from printing money with the Switch 2 like they should be. And that's why Reggie left, because AI ain't ever going to make a new pizza.
Is that
he went back to Pizza Hut, right?
Is that a story this week? Reggie left Nintendo and doesn't care what he says anymore. Not as in like he's crapping on Nintendo.
What's wrong with you?
There's been things that he wasn't allowed to talk about in Nintendo, and now he's like, I'll just say it because we got the legitimate answer to a question that we've had for years, and Nintendo or Reggie just out with it this week. So I think it was the top story.
6-8 or
6-7. That's right. And Nintendo also went on to say that
that wasn't the joke. The joke was supposed to be his height. Damn it. That would have been really funny
just
if
let
I
it go.
started with a different number.
I just let it
Young
go.
people out there, trust me, it would have been a really clever joke.
Would have been a
because then you'd have to infer what the question was, and the question was obviously how tall is Reggie, and that's funny because we've been wondering all these years.
If you just went 6'8",
6'8", 6'9", it would have been so.
6'9" would have been doubly funny.
Oh my god! See, now I don't.
You went with the wrong pair of numbers right off the bat. But anyway, speaking in pairs
let's
of
start
numbers,
the podcast over.
Nintendo has said that even with their forecast of 16.5 million Switch 2 units this year, and they have said they're going lower like that because Switch 2 is going to be $50 more, and they're like, we think that's going to considerably impact the amount of people that buy the system, so that's why we're going lower. And investors have said that they believe that number is too low, and the number will be better than that. But Nintendo, because these investors are so goddamn done. Matty Piss is not an investor. That's why I love Matty Piss, because he looks at the numbers and gives you data and information based on fact. Matty Piss said what all Nintendo fans know. Nintendo historically, and to the chagrin of investors, always makes their predictions lowballed so they can, if anything, revise higher. So Matty Piss again said their 16.5 million prediction that they're doing is probably low, because Nintendo always predicts low and they can revise up, and that's better than revising down. So he said 16.5 is probably low, and they'll probably do better than that, and that's why it's at 16.5. But will it match the 19 million of this year? Depends on what games come out. Depends on if memory situations get better. Depends on if tariffs have an impact. I don't know. Will they reach that number? I honestly don't know. I think it's going to be close. I'm going to go, huh?
Where are we at right now for the year?
Huh? We don't know. We don't know any numbers.
Oh,
for this
fiscal
year.
year just it starts right now.
We will get our next fiscal year data in August. So we'll get our first quarter in August.
Right. Fiscal year starts right now.
Then, and that will be April, May, June.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
March.
Yeah, that's the
April,
order.
May, June. We are in May. Yes, August is when we'll get it. So I think when this fiscal year ends in March 2027, I think it will be 16 to 18 million. That's what I think is going to happen. But it's more hard to predict than ever before because of all the moving parts of AI and tariffs. So I don't know. But right now, that's what I'll say. But Nintendo made it very clear. If they do sell 16.5 million Switch 2s this year, that will still put it ahead of what the original Switch sold in its first 22 months. So
what did I miss with Reggie? You said he said
I'm going to get to it.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I know I made it a top story because I was flabbergasted when he said it. Joe Shabadoo says 16.5 million Switch 2 units is quite realistic and encouraging, all things considered. Maybe too realistic. I'm going to just throw out the number 19 million because I think they can. Some amount of global panic buying prior to September 1st will help. If Pokemon Winds and Waves comes out early 2027, then they absolutely will. That's what Nintendo's hiding. That's their plan. See, Joe Shabadoo knows this stuff. 19.8 million in 10 months is very impressive. That's another thing to remember. We're not talking about 12 months of sales for the Switch 2. We're talking about 10 months of sales. And that operating profit year-over-year increase feels heavily tied to the projected increase in digital sales. Yeah, Joe Shabadoo, become an investor who actually speaks with facts because you are very, very knowledgeable. So there you go. That's most of your fiscal report. I hate to tell you that Nintendo. Eh.
An analyst that speaks in facts.
It's pronounced analyst.
Mm.
Oh, analyst. You're right.
Yeah.
So,
Because he is.
let me say this one part real quick. Nintendo's investor Q&A that's tied to this fiscal year has not come out yet. It could come out tomorrow morning. So we still have that coming forward that we'll talk about next week on the podcast. And that'll be the people asking about mowing lawn
Yeah,
and
we
the
get all the
bushes and all that.
landscaping
And hopefully-
This one will be really juicy, I think, because of actual details, but it hasn't come
they
out
added a
yet.
koi
I'm
pond.
dreading it because it's a nightmare, but it'll be tomorrow morning at like 5 or maybe Monday.
You'll already be awake.
I'm really hoping
Well,
somebody
yeah, 5 and
asks
6 is when I start winding down, and I'll have to be sitting there covering this. I hate
about
it.
the soap to water ratio and how they mop their floors.
Mhm, mhm.
Speedball.
Go ahead, MomBrain. Thank
It's over.
Sorry.
No, it was the way that Nicky Hill, when I was like, it's pronounced analyst, and you look so scared, and you went, sorry.
you.
Like I was like you were ruined my name, you know? It's pronounced MomBrain.
We're going to cover all the other things that were in the financial report just to lump all that together. So,
Right now?
and it starts right now. Tucked away in Nintendo always, when this report comes out, Nintendo always puts out a thing about like, here's the people in Nintendo that are changing positions, and here's the people that are retiring. What a
Have you ever
bombshell
tried this one?
in this one. In the announcements of retirements, Nintendo's Takashi Tezuka is retiring. That is a major retirement for Nintendo. He is one of the core people that has made, basically, let's put it this way. If you've come to like Nintendo over the years and you like Nintendo's franchises, Takashi Tezuka worked on those franchises. He's
What
been
did
at
he do?
Nintendo since 1984.
What do you do?
His list,
What has he
it's-
done for
It's
me?
a laundry list of games. Mario, Zelda,
But what did he do?
Pikmin, Star Fox. He's like one of the main developers on all of them. Level designs and character designs and enemy placement and all. He's done it all.
He even worked the front desk at the Love Hotel for
He
a
did.
couple
Yes,
of months.
he would come in and let's say
He also
facilitate
deliver
yes,
the towels
the cleanup towels,
and
that's
also
correct.
remove the dirt.
Pikmin, Donkey Kong. He's been involved with all of them. The man is retiring. He is 65 years old. His last day at Nintendo is June 26th. So that is a massive retirement for Nintendo. There will be a hole left in Nintendo's development team, the size of which we have not seen. We've seen other heavy hitters leave Nintendo, but this is like one of the Fab Five at Nintendo. He is seeing his way out the door and has
What has he
quite
worked
the
on
career.
recently? Did he work on Bonanza?
Wonder. Super Mario Brothers Wonder
That
was
was
his
like
most
3
recent.
years ago.
No, like the one that just came to Switch 2. He was involved
Oh,
with that.
Baby Bell Park.
Close enough. And I say close enough because I also don't remember the
Man,
name.
I got that Baby Bell cheese, the
I got that
vegan one.
Baby Bell.
Bad. B-A-D.
Yeah, but I think the other one's bad too.
I mean, the other one's bad in its own way.
I don't
Okay.
know which ones I've ever eaten. They've
They're-
got flavors, right?
do they?
Yeah, they do.
Cotton candy.
Like a mozzarella and
Do you know the Philly Pretzel Company has a cotton candy dip for pretzels?
I
Oh,
would
really?
eat
do they
one.
really?
Yeah.
I want to try that.
I got a Philly
Okay.
pretzel today.
We have them
We
in
got
there.
a
We
Too
did
Good
too good
to
to go.
Oh,
Go
wow.
help yourself.
Like
we have
man.
we got
8,000 of them.
15
Yeah, go get us
pretzels
a
and a
couple.
little box of pretzel
And a
chodes
box
for
of rivets.
$5.
Pretzel rivets. Yeah, go get them. They're on the counter.
You
Welcome
probably
to
should
you guys
keep
later.
them
Nuke it a little bit.
You're gonna hear the door slam and me drive away with a trunk full of pretzels.
Take as many as you want. So yes, he's leaving Nintendo. We wish you
I don't
good
know
luck
what they
in your
look like.
retirement, Mr. Tezuka. They look like an infinity sign.
I understand what like a pretzel looks like, but how big? I'm guessing like like one then.
Wow. No, I was gonna say put now combine with me. Let's see how close we are. Let's flip your hands.
Wait, am I supposed to heat them up?
Pretty good.
I would heat
Pretty
them
good.
Heat them.
because they're, you know,
Heat
no,
them.
just in the microwave.
Microwave.
Oh, that'll soften it. I gotta
Sure
open
will.
my bag.
It's like he's working on it was like a foreman at a construction of a building. Yeah, that worked pretty good. It was pretty good. So Tezuka's out. Hellman says this is huge. This man contributed incredibly significant ideas. I guess it's hard to put into words how important he was for the success of the company and also my childhood. Thank you, 1010. Yes.
I mean, he's been.
If you
there-
like Nintendo, you like Tezuka.
Just me and you.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
just the fact that he's been literally our whole entire lives has been working there 42 years.
Yep.
He's been working there is quite a feat in itself.
It really is. Yeah.
And then to have his finger in so many great franchises, I mean,
He's a key
It's-
player.
yeah, the price raise of the Switch 2 really hit him hard. That's why he
You're like,
retired. I heard.
Tezuka, you're out. No, they couldn't afford him anymore.
Oh, they can't pay him anymore.
Well, raising the price of Switch 2 is good, but we still need to make more money. So we'll just eliminate you, Mr. Tezuka. I'm so
Do
sorry.
you want to make more money?
Sure, we all do. Nintendo has also praised third-party support on Switch 2, and they shared a little tidbit. Nintendo was like, look at all these third parties on Switch 2. We've never had it this great. They said their Nintendo president, Shuntaro Furukawa, said Switch 2's third-party support has led to the, quote, largest lineup ever following a platform launch. And myself, as someone who covers Nintendo and considers themselves to be somewhat of a Nintendo historian, I don't know the actual numbers, but I will say as far as vibes go, I certainly agree with that. I will say I can't ever recall a time this soon after a Nintendo system launch where we have had this many games. It is, in my opinion, staggering. I very much agree with this. It is, in my opinion, nuts. But from a factual standpoint, again, I don't know the numbers, but Nintendo does. And they say, quote, the largest lineup ever following a platform launch. And just based on what I see and my vibes, I agree with that because there is a lot and more to come. And Deux' hotly anticipated game is right around the corner.
Elliot
is June, my friend. We are a little bit over a month away from that one. And then, a deluge of other stuff. This summer is also Orbitals. Oh, I can't wait for Orbitals.
Oh, yeah. That
the
looked
anime
good too.
co-op game. We got 007 First Light is coming. We got this year is the new Professor Layton. We got Final Fantasy VII Remake and then eventually, Rebirth and then eventually Part 3, whatever they call that. Tales of Arise, Indiana Jones is right around the corner. Pragmata just came out. We got Coldacep coming out. I mean, so much.
Wow.
We got Splatoon Raiders. We got Rhythm Heaven, whatever that's called. I never remember. We got Star Fox is next month. It's crazy. So lots of stuff. Joe Shabadoo says, as someone who distinctly remembers the beautiful Promised Land that was the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, this is fully accurate, and Nintendo's hardware engineers should be applauded here, along with third-party developers and publishers. There are no compromises to Nintendo's approach to purpose-built and affordable gaming machines while simultaneously having created a highly scalable and highly capable developer environment. We've already seen how this tablet can punch remarkably above its weight, and we're still only in year one. If only the global economy weren't burning to the ground at the same time. Yeah, I thought about that so much, how it really sucks for Nintendo to have this kind of system and this kind of support, and this is the market that's greeting them. It really does suck because it stifles sales and reach and hurts with pricing and all that. And it's something we've never seen happen in the game industry before. And it really sucks. But system's doing well, so hopefully it continues that way. But yes, I have not felt a firing on all cylinders feeling like this from Nintendo ever. I felt very close to this during the Switch era, but you were still, lacking in your ports and stuff like that. They weren't, there were very impressive ports, but you could easily see a difference between those and other platforms. But now we're to a degree where it's like pretty good. So yeah, I agree with all of that. Also, Nintendo knows increasing the price of the Switch 2 will hurt its reach, but they got to do it. And they said their plans to combat that are, not surprisingly, software. Mr. Furukawa again says that Nintendo is, quote, preparing a robust software lineup to enhance the Switch 2 ownership value. And they will, quote, work diligently to overcome, end quote, the price increase barrier. So they're like, listen, we know the price going up sucks. We tried to avoid it. We got to do it. How do we try and make it more enticing for you guys? We're really going to put out some bangers. And hopefully you see these games and you're like, I don't like paying more money, but the games that are coming out are really interesting or awesome or reviewing really well. And I can negotiate in my mind or my wallet and bank account that this $50 is going to be okay in the long run. So that's how you do it. That's how you do it, because people play games on systems. So if you show them games where they feel the value is increased, then they might be more likely to spend that money, just like we saw with Tomodachi Life and Pokemon Pokopia. So there's proof in the pudding right there. Star Fox ain't going to do that, but it'll lose some people. There's pudding in Tomodachi Life, without a doubt. And Ditto from Pokopia looks like pudding, in my opinion. So, so we'll see. Zeldude says Pokemon Winds and Waves in 2027 will carry enough systems on its own. Boy, howdy, is that true, my friend? Without a doubt. I think the only month that will see a decline in Switch 2 hardware sales will be September, after a big July and August. Well, if Nintendo's raising the price in September, that would make sense. I agree. Then it will level out again in October and onwards. You guys. Sometimes I look at the people who read Go Nintendo and I'm like, yeah, these are the kind of people I'm proud to have on the site, because it seems like you guys aren't speaking from heart. You're speaking from numbers and data and history and putting all those together to make informed comments. And I appreciate that. I agree with everything you said. Now, it could pan out to be incorrect, but based on what we've seen from Nintendo and where things have gone before, I do agree with you. Yes.
Extra. Go Nintendo creator calls Go Nintendo fans heartless.
Well, there are some who I will say I find to be heartless, but you're still welcome to come to the site and read it. Just some of you. Whatever. Some of you, whatever. And that's all your that stuff. Wait.
I didn't miss what Reggie said yet, did I?
No, because we're going to it right now.
Right now.
So there are certain stories that I've covered on Go Nintendo so many times over the years, and they keep popping up. And I've tried so many times to get comment from so many people, and it never happened. Well, I get comment, but they don't mean anything. One of those stories, one of the white whales has been, why do Nintendo and Amazon hate each other? Give you a very quick backstory. Nintendo products are on Amazon, sold through Amazon. So first-party sales on Amazon. But sometimes they're not. There have been stretches of time where you can't buy, where Amazon isn't selling through their own stores or their own marketplace. Nintendo software and hardware. They wouldn't, there were times when you couldn't get the Wii. There were times when you couldn't get the Switch. There were times when you couldn't get the 3DS. You could buy them on Amazon, but they were sold through third-party resellers or third-party storefronts. And then same thing for games, like Switch games, first-party Switch games wouldn't be there, or Wii games or whatever. They disappear, and then they'd reappear, and then they disappear, and then they reappear. And people are like, what is going on here? Clearly, one of you doesn't like the other. What's happening? So I reached out to Nintendo, and Nintendo would offer a comment that didn't say anything. And I reached out to Amazon, and Amazon would do the same thing. Or they'd be like, talk to the one it'd be the Spider-Man gift where one's like, talk to the other one, and you never get anywhere. And we never really knew what it was. Well, now we know, because Reggie doesn't work there anymore. And I guess he's like, I can say this.
Nice.
He gave a speech at New York University talking about a whole bunch of Nintendo stuff. And he 100% explained the situation with Amazon. I will give you his full quote. Amazon was looking to get bigger into the video game space. Amazon's mentality back then is they wanted to have the lowest price out in the marketplace, even lower than Walmart. Essentially, what Amazon wanted was an obscene amount of support, financial support, so they could have the lowest price and beat Walmart. I literally said to the executive, that's illegal, right? I can't do that. Literally, we stopped selling to Amazon, and it's because I wasn't going to do something illegal. I wasn't going to do something that would put at risk the relationship we have with other retailers. But it also set the stage to say, look, by the way, is one of Reggie's favorite words. You're not going to push me around. This is the way we do business. And so that's how over time you build respect, end quote. So there you go. Nintendo doesn't do this, or Nintendo stuff disappears from Amazon because Amazon wants to run a pricing scheme that is literally illegal. And Reggie was like, no, we can't do that. That's illegal. So Amazon's like, well, then we're going to pull your stuff. And Reggie called their bluff and was like, okay, then pull our stuff. And I guess that mentality has continued on in Nintendo because while Reggie's not there anymore, the thing that edict remains in place. It's just there's times when Nintendo's games aren't on Amazon or Nintendo's hardware isn't on Amazon. Right now it is, but it could change. So there you go. That's it. Reggie says because they wanted us to do something illegal and we're not doing it.
So imagine how many times someone doesn't stick up for their company and does something illegal, and it happens all the time. With that snake, that bald-headed snake, and I can say that because I'm a bald head.
It's not crazy to say, but it is still crazy to know, like, that they're doing that stuff all the times, and Amazon's like, hey, we'll sweeten the pot for you. Just give us stuff, a little bit cheaper than the competition, and we'll keep it on the lowdown. You go to I'm not supporting Walmart here or whatever, but you go to Walmart and say, yeah, baby, you can get the lowest price, and then you come over here and you're like, nah, here, take a couple bucks more off over here, and it'd be like, oh, free market, whatever. So now a whole bunch of companies are doing that, and I think it's nice to know Nintendo was like, no, that's illegal. We're not going to do that.
Was Nintendo or Reggie?
Nintendo was Nintendo
Reggie's
of America.
Reggie's like, we're not doing that. That's illegal. Also, we're not paying these people because they're not union. We don't want unions around here.
None of that is true. But like I said, Nintendo still does this to this day. So
Reggie's dropping bombs so big. I think I felt it in this room just a second ago.
Reggie's edict and Reggie's mantra continues on at Nintendo. Ozzy McBucket.
That was a good pretzel. Thank you. Thanks for preparing it, and thank you for allowing me to eat it.
Yeah. Thank you, Philadelphia.
I think it's a great deal.
Oh yes, I wrote something wrong.
How much was it?
$5.
$5 for 15 pretzels.
Crimson Lore says so.
And
That's
a thing of pretzel chodes.
That's the reason, that's the reason Amazon stopped selling Nintendo hardware. There you go. And yes, I have a mistake that I didn't see in your comment until now. If I ever make a mistake, just
did I say it to one of you guys? But
send me an email.
I'm starting to think
wrong.
Amazon is like not really any better than Temu at this point. Like they have a reputation, so people still buy stuff there, but like you never know where your stuff is actually coming from because you're just clicking on it and clicking buy now, and
It's
you
the
don't really
convenience
know
of it at this point.
But like it's not consistent enough anymore, in my opinion. But it has a reputation, and like they're big enough that people aren't going to question it. They're just going to go right there and just buy.
I mean, my 79-year-old mother like loves Amazon. It's her favorite thing in the world. The fact that she can order something, and sometimes it's even there the same day, and like it blows her mind still. And I'm sure there's tons of people.
And at what cost, it doesn't matter.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was taking a drink of water. So there you go. Now we got an answer to that, and I can finally stop thinking about that. We're talking about like well over a decade of me like seeing that happening and posting about it and being like, I don't know, and trying to get answers. Now we know. It's over and done with. Oh, okay.
Over and done with.
She's over.
Moving on. Illumination is the company that does the Mario movie and the Mario movie. And they are doing another animated movie with Nintendo. We don't know what it is yet. Speculation was that it was a Donkey Kong movie. There was also some talk that it'd be a Star Fox movie. Well, something else popped up. There is an Illumination employee who has a LinkedIn profile. And on their profile, they have something that says they're working on a, quote, untitled PP movie. P period.
PP?
Now, based on the naming scheme for Illumination's code names, we often see untitled letter movie. And the two letters are the first letters in a character's name. So if there was a untitled Minions movie, it would be an untitled
Peach movie
MI name. So PP wouldn't make sense for that because it'd be PR or PE.
Oh, I see.
So people are like, no, this isn't a Princess Peach movie. Well, you wouldn't do. I'm trying to think of how to word this. So they're also working on this LinkedIn profile also says they're working on an untitled PO movie. What's PO? Well, Illumination does, as I said, Minions.
Peach, obviously.
And Minions are tied to the Despicable Me series. Despicable Me has a character called Poppy Prescott, which would be PO, the naming scheme that makes sense. But again, PP doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit in the naming scheme. But if you think about it, nobody's name starts with the letter P twice. That's not a thing. So Princess Peach would make sense. And if there's already a PO movie, then PP would make sense for Princess Peach. Because they're, again, not going to, it's not going to be PP. So Princess, because that's PR, or Peach, PE. It would be PP. So all the code names and naming schemes and how they've done this stuff in the past could make sense for this to be Princess Peach. We don't know. Who knows?
Porky Pig.
Porky Pig, sure. Illumination.
Illumination's big on stealing.
Maybe Popeye. Because it couldn't be PO, because that would be Pop. PO is already taken for, or maybe untitled PO movie is Popeye. So we're not saying this is definitely Princess Peach, but PP, it's kind of hard to think of other things that would fit in there. And we know Illumination is doing a new movie with Nintendo. And we all know who Princess Peach is. So there's still wiggle room there, but apparently I have a... Yeah. Should I not say anything?
You love talking business, so I'm going to bring up a business point here, and I hope you take it for what it is. Wouldn't they have quadrants when they make these movies of like age ranges and sexes of people they want to come see this movie, and they want to hit as many quadrants as possible? Wouldn't making a Princess Peach movie exclude a lot of young boys? Not that I care. I'm just saying they want butts in the seats. They want money to be spent.
If it's a beach related movie.
Princess Peach.
I stand corrected. I'm looking forward to this summer.
Stand erected.
That was the that was the thinking for a long time. But then a little movie called K-pop Demon Hunters came along. And now companies like, oh my God, women in the lead, and people will see it no matter what they are.
I'm sorry, I don't see K-pop Demon Hunters as a children's movie, though.
It's 100% a children's movie. It's like saying you don't see a Pixar movie as a children's movie. It's a children's movie, but it's an everybody movie.
Okay. See, Illumination to me, they make kids movies.
Like the Minions
Pixar
movies
makes kids movies for adults.
Minions movies are filled with adult jokes, like to the brim adult jokes.
I know. I'm the one who watches them. You don't.
Well, yes, I don't watch the Minion movies, but I know.
I don't watch the Minions movies. I watch the Gru ones, whatever they're called, Despicable Me. But I've only watched them once, and I'll never watch them again.
But yes, they're filled to... most of Illumination's projects have adult, not X-rated adult, but Warner Brothers style adult jokes where older audiences can appreciate them. But yes, for some stupid reason, it's taking K-pop Demon Hunters and its astronomical success for movie studios to be like, oh my God, we can make a movie with animation and women can be in the lead. This is crazy. So now they're all like, it's a whole new market, where for years people have been saying like, why don't you do this? So that's what's going on.
Well, I guess it makes sense. Like Frozen is a thing. It's got girls in it. I'm sure girls like it more than boys do probably, and it's still widely popular.
It made 1.5 billion or something.
Then I don't know anything about business.
Backfug says, this has got to be a joke post, right? Peach has had plenty of playable and we're not getting into it. It's a fight with somebody else.
What if it's like Peppa Pig? You think they're going to get the rights to that? Or is that like Nickelodeon or something?
That would be, that could fit in there, but it could be PE or PI.
No, Tony De La Mancha
PI.
nailed it. It's obviously Puckle Perry and Paula Gold.
Oh my God. Now that'll put some butts in the seats. Hawk says Untitled Princess Peach movie was probably the working title of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. While this movie, Untitled PP movie is in development now, so we know it was not that, unless that was a joke and then ha and also ha. Right, we did that. Very quickly, Miyamoto says he's banned dirty jokes from the Mario movies, but he says, don't worry, that doesn't mean Wario can't be in them, because farts are dirty jokes, but he just wants to be like, listen, no dirty jokes
in your pants, but that's bathroom humor, not dirty
Wario's
joke.
Cool. Well, listen, he didn't want people to go crazy, so he says, quote, I think of children as adults. They just don't have as much knowledge yet. That's why I don't want to make them laugh with dirty jokes. And I've even given Illumination a ban on dirty jokes. Oh, that doesn't mean Wario won't be in it, though. Action is something that both adults and children can understand equally. So I think if we can make it with action as the main focus, we can create a film that won't be boring. So it's like, listen, dirty jokes that are with innuendos for adults, I don't want that. But like a fart joke, everybody gets a fart joke. So don't worry. We're not saying Wario can't be in it. Just Wario's not going to make any dick jokes or anything like that, which we all know he's very famous for. I had my mind blown the other day. Super Mario Brothers 2, 6 golden coins. It's got that one world where it's a giant toy Mario. And the map screen is a giant toy Mario, and you go in parts of this toy robot Mario, and it's stages to play. Well, there's one part of the map that's maybe his stomach, but maybe his balls.
PP.
And you go into the stage and it's full of balls. The whole stage is balls. I'm like, how have I never thought this? Could be. Where
Is
it
that
is
what's
on the
in-
map, I don't know. I'd say it's more stomach than balls, but it's close to
Is that
close to
what's
the
in my
dick.
balls?
Lots of balls, yes. Tiny little balls, yes. That's our sacks are filled with tiny little
Ball
balls.
bearings.
That he's got it.
It's
It's
all
all
ball
ball
But I
bearings.
was the
these
only
days.
one.
Austin McBucket says he's a Wario. He's a gonna win. That's
Yeah.
right. He can win.
And
He can
Tall
be in the
Show.
movies. There's
Show.
a PP. That's right, Tall
yeah,
Show.
That's the PP.
That's it. Look it up, people. It's the truth. Okay, we did that. We did that. We did that. We did that. Wowie zowie. Okay. Not doing too bad. Umami, all aboard the savory releases stream.
Hello.
Radical Defect. That's exactly where I learned that from. From Patrick Klepek, friend of the site. Patrick Klepek. I've known Patrick for so long. I worked with Patrick when he worked at MTV with Stephen Totillo. And Stephen Totillo went over to Kotaku, as did Patrick Klepek. And then Stephen Totillo left to do his own thing. And Patrick is doing his own thing too. So go follow Patrick Klepek. Great games journalism. Really friendly guy. Really nice guy. Very knowledgeable. I really, truly like Patrick a lot. And I learned about the Mario Ball thing from him. So there you go. But anyway, Umami, all aboard.
P-clip.
P-clip. Umami,
So he
all
taught
aboard.
you how the birds and the bees works? That's how you found out?
Yes, I listen. I don't know how any of that works. I always thought it was the stork, and that's all there is to it. North America, what do we got this week? Umami, it's good. Umami, it's looking good. Umami, it's finger looking good. Switch 2, we got Blood Refresh
getting
Supply, Switch 2 edition. Call of the Elder Gods, which we found out this week is also coming to Switch. We didn't know about that, but Switch 2. And out right now, Mixtape, which I did a review of this week, and I will talk about later. What about the Switch? Let me fill you in. Akita, Legend Squad. Akuma, Rise. Antique Backgammon. Asphalt Paver. Axe Cop, which was written by a 5-year-old kid. Bird Game 3. Black Jacket. Black Spot, the card game. Chicken Rescue. Chorus of Carcosa. Claim the Forest, Settling Peace. Codename Black Crow. Cozy Cat Cafe. Declan's Drop. Doll Defenders. Dr. Psycho, Hospital Escape. Drift and Stunt Mania.
Oh, I hate that Dr. Psycho.
Driftcraft. Drone Simulator Smash Zombies. Duck Side of the Moon. The MSX version of Deep Dungeon. Gas Station Manager 2026. Girls Who Are Totally Into Me. I Am Dog Chaos Simulator. Entrusted Hands. Island Survival Simulator Craft Build Grow. Jigsaw Puzzle Around the World. Jigsaw Puzzle Cozy Fantasy Worlds. Kill It With Fire 2. If you don't like spiders, don't look at that game. Kingdom Trails. Little Things. Lost Twins 2. Oh my god, they got lost again. Master Detective Reggie Takatori. Mystery Investigation. Mighty Aphid. Millionaire Abi.
Is Mighty Aphid another spider game?
Sounds like it. Nitro Gen Omega. Paint, but the I is an exclamation point. Sudoku Mania. Tethergeist. Hey, if you like Celeste style games, check out Tethermania. Very good reviews. Tethergeist. Time Kings. Modern War in Medieval Age. Tippy Putts.
Ooh.
Two Farmlands, Sowing Fields. True Fear, Forsaken Souls Trilogy. Verse-Bound, Yomi 2, and finally Zumba World, The Marble Monster Adventure. No comment for me. People were too busy talking about other, much more important stuff, like the European
What are the
releases.
next European masterpieces?
Important here.
Let's find out with Nicky's sweet
Wow.
releases.
Not too big of a list this week.
I was gonna say this is crazy. There's nothing here. Enjoy your week, everybody. Get out, enjoy the sunshine. I'm kidding. In Europe, you
He'll
got
find
games
a way.
coming out.
Don't worry, folks.
I'll find a way to what?
To
Get something to you.
yeah.
Release something sweet.
Yeah, to sweet it up. Sweeten
Europe.
it. Sweeten the deal.
You got releases coming the week of May 7th, the year of our Lord 2026. coming to Switch 2 right now. Switch 2 Blood Refreshed Supply, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, and Mix Tape. I believe Rami did a review on that. He'll talk about that more later. Coming to the Switch, Akita Legend Squad, Akuma Rise, Astra Galaxy X, Axe Cop. What was that? Written by a 5-year-old? Bear No Grudge, spelled B-E-A-R, like the animal. Is there another way to spell bear? B-E-A-R-E? Yeah. I don't know if that's wordplay there. I don't know if the character is bear. I don't know. Check it out. Bird Game 3, Black Spot, Body Camera FPS, Chicken Rescue, Chorus of Carcosa, Constance, Cozy Cat Cafe, Doll Defenders, Dr. Psycho, Hospital Escape, Drift and Stunt Mania, Driftcraft. A lot of drifting this week. Duck Side of the Moon, Dungeon Loop, Dungeon of Love, catch monsters to make a perfect anime girlfriend. The MSX version of Deep Dungeon. A lot of dungeon games this week. Eternal Exodus. Froggy hates snow. Well, Froggy, it's springtime. Enjoy no snow. Gas Station Manager 2026. Girls Who Are Totally Into Me. It's a short game. Hospital Romance. And no, I'm not saying for anyone else playing it, just if it was about me. Short game. I don't want to insult anybody. Hospital Romance Anime Dr. Crush. Much better. Dr. Crush is so much better
What if you have a crush
than
on Dr. Psycho?
House Fixer Simulator. Jigsaw Puzzle Cozy Fantasy Worlds. Kill It With Fire 2. Korean Drone Flying Tour Tapjeong Lake. Lemrosh in the Lazy Kingdom. Lemrosh. I don't know how you say it, but I like it.
Say it a few
Keep
more
saying
times.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like you know how to say it.
Lemrosh.
You'll get it one of these.
Lemeroche. Lost Twins 2. They got lost again? Master, that was your joke.
I
I'm
know.
just thinks.
I
Okay. Sorry to have to
I thought
spell it
the
out
joke-
for you.
No, I got it. I thought the joke was you were doing it again because it's 2.
Oh. Well, I was just doing it because you did it. I'm a follower. Master Detective
well.
Reggie Takatori Mystery Investigation. Minos Trials. Moon Raider Anniversary Edition.
Only Ben Affleck can stop the Moon Raider.
Oh, I don't know if this is a typo, but for Europe, Paint is
No.
coming out, but the I is a 1.
Okay.
It's
Yes,
probably
that
an
is a typo.
exclamation point because the exclamation point is the shift 1, right?
That's correct.
I know keyboards. Pixie Plates. Plantera 2. Golden Acorn. Rooster Wars Arena. MFC Combat Battle. What is MFC? Most
Fighting
Extreme-
Chicken.
Okay. Is that what it is?
Mother effing chicken. I don't
Mother
know what it
effing
is.
chicken combat battle. Shadows of the Afterland. I don't know anything about that, but I like the sound of that. What? Sudoku Mania.
Sudoku Mania.
Yeah. You didn't get excited when you said it for America.
Oh, did I say it?
Yeah, you
I
did.
zone out.
Sunshore City. Tethergeist. The End Comes Tomorrow. Gamebook Edition. This Is Fine. Maximum Cope. Time Kings. Modern World in Medieval Age. I feel like they dominate, right?
Time Kings? You would think so.
Modern War in medieval times.
Yeah. Oh,
Medieval?
well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe diseases or something.
Yeah. Tippy putts. Well, but we're also have vaccinations for a lot of
Not
diseases.
anymore.
Mm.
Not in today's world.
You can before you go back in medievals. Tippy putts to farmlands, sowing fields, reap what you sow. Verse bound, wax heads, and Zumba World, the Marble Monster Adventure.
Is there a comment, Nicky?
Kalos.
Or you give you any word that you don't know how to pronounce, and
Sent-
you will go with every
I got to
possible
go
way
options
say
because
it.
I don't want to insult anyone. They left a message saying, "Is Tethergeist a crossover between Geist and I don't know, chained together? I guess."
Sure, it could be whatever you want, but in real life, it's like Celeste.
You guys, this just in. Tomorrow, Percy will be turning 12 years old. So
That's such a cute picture.
yeah, Percy's adorable. So in a very
We were doing
it's
Is that-
unusual.
is that
We're
hat
going
real?
very well.
Is that hat real or is that AI?
I'm gonna guess it's real.
I know. I figure. It's real.
Oh, come on. Screeching halt.
Oh,
here. What's going
Laxter
on?
said that
I'm
you went off
looking
to make the
for it.
PP movie
We
yourself.
already sang the birthday song. If that's
I mean,
Happy birthday, Percy.
do you think Percy needs their
You
own?
did this whole thing now, so it'd be pointless if you didn't let Josh do his thing. There we go.
12 years old. Every day a cat turns 12.
I've never owned a cat that has made it to 12 years
Mrs.
old.
Boots was like a million, wasn't she?
Maybe she was. No, she wasn't a million. Let's gonna ask my sister.
Don't ask your parents.
Happy birthday, Percy. Hey, Percy. I think Illumination's making a movie about you, Percy Pussycat. Pussycat
Percy's
Percy.
so
oh, that would be a good
PP.
movie.
Let's see if my sister knows. I honestly don't know how old Boots was.
I think she was pretty old.
A million. Not old enough, I'll tell you that much.
That's right.
MomBrain, what have you been playing?
Nothing.
Okay, Nicky Hill, what have you been playing?
Let me think.
He's going through his
No,
mind
just
palace
that
right now.
that impulse that impulse app on my phone, and that'd be all.
I love the Mind Palace. I love that. Just thinking about what's in Nicky Hill's Mind Palace, too.
Right?
Oh, it's there's the echo in there is outrageous.
That's why you can't hear yourself think. That's why it takes you so long.
Yeah.
Echo. Hello? I wasn't saying that was you. But.
No, but it's accurate.
Okay. Dude, what have you been playing?
Ooh, let me just go through my Mind Palace real quick. Pizza. So I played, the usual suspects, Animal Crossing, Old Horizons. We played some of the Star Wars Fortnite. What is it called again? Battlefront?
I don't know what they're not calling it that. It's some name.
It
doesn't matter.
seems similar to Battlefront. If you've ever had the gameplay of Battlefront, it's kind of like capture the flag or capture the territory in this case. Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of fun with it.
Hey, Super Sanchez.
We were having trouble with getting paired up on the same team with our party members, which was a little confusing, but
Yeah. It was fine.
But yeah, it's fine. I mean, you get to choose a class of Star Wars soldier, and then you can even fly the exotic ships, and then I was gonna say X-wing,
No,
but
no, that's
there
way
wasn't
better.
an X-wing.
That's
so
way better.
it's
The
just
exotic
yeah,
ships
it's
of
just
Star
exotic
Wars.
ships, and yeah, I don't know. It was fine. We didn't play for that much, but it was okay. I like those kinds of games anyways, so would have been more fun to be like consistent and on the same team. I don't love that as much as I do Fortnite. I have more fun playing like a Fortnite game, but
Yeah.
it was good.
To
And then,
try out, it's fine.
yeah, and I mean they do such a good job with all their games, like that could be a full-fledged game, and it's just like literally one tiny game that's free and part of Fortnite. So it was pretty cool. And as usual, the music is great. They just use all the Star Wars music and all that
Galactic
stuff's
Siege.
awesome.
Drake Scott.
Thank you
Star
so
Wars
much,
Galactic Siege.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. And yeah, I've been I don't know. So Kana Bridge of Spirits, I played very, very little bit more of that. What I love about that game is there's a very satisfying mechanic that it's not a mechanic, but part of the game is like going around and cleaning up the forest, like it's been overtaken by like an ooze like virusy substance that is evil or whatever. It doesn't matter. The important part is when you go from section to section and you clean out the areas by performing different tasks or fighting different enemies or whatever. And there's just something very satisfying about like cleaning those areas and making it a full-fledged beautiful forest again. It's reminds me of a similar thing of what was that, the Junk or something? What was that game where you
The
clean
junk, yeah. The gunk? The junk.
the gunk,
The gunk?
the gunk. So it's not and it's not like Mario Sunshine or the gunk where you're like literally vacuuming it up or spraying it down, but there's a similar kind of satisfaction in kind of doing something that's going to clean up a section of the forest, and it's really satisfying. So I enjoyed that part of the game. I also love whenever you go to a chest to open the chest, Kana doesn't literally open the chest. She takes her staff and just like taps it on the ground,
Yeah.
and it's very simple, and
Yeah, I like it.
and it's a great sound. Like just the sound of the tapping is great,
Mhm.
and then the chest opens and you get all the gems or whatever. Same thing when you're recruiting your little Pikmin guys. You just tap on the ground after you find them, and they join you, and then you go to a hat cart and put a little hat on them. So a rat hat? Not yet, but maybe there's a fox mask, so maybe there's a rat hat. But yeah, so Kana was good, but it didn't last long because I cannot stop effing playing The Long Dark. I can't stop.
You happen to watch that movie that we talked about?
I did. Yeah, I watched Send Help last
And
night.
then you went back to playing Long Dark because you're like, I got this. I could survive on an island by myself.
Well, I'm playing on a easier difficulty so that I can kind of concentrate on just like the beauty of the game and what it's really giving me, which is like a sense of calmness. So I've been really enjoying that. But the problem is, I found out now that I'm playing on an easier difficulty, I found that I can focus on the non-survival bits of the game. And there's a woodworking tools kit that I found, and now I can't stop making furniture. And I'm like going out, collecting wood, making furniture, and like cooking meat and like lining it perfectly. So I've got every single base in every region has like fully furnished like furniture, and there's like tons of meat stacked perfectly outside, tons and tons of bottles of water, tools perfectly organized. Like if I die in this game, I'll probably cry.
Are you going to sacrifice yourself at some point and just be like, this world is ready for another? And then just like walk off into the
I
wilderness?
honestly don't know what's going to happen. I'm hoping to get bored soon because I'm putting in a lot of time, and it's literally just like homemaking, and I'm enjoying it, and that's the kind of stuff I
You're
like.
just waiting for
But I don't know. And look, on the level of difficulty I'm playing, the weather's not a problem, so I'm like never cold anymore. I can walk out, I can chop wood without starting a fire. It's great. So like I just go out there and do whatever. And because I've got such great gear and I'm doing very well and it's an easier difficulty, I'm not really worried. Like if I get into a wolf attack or a bear attack, I'll survive that, at least, enough to patch myself up. So I'd really have to get unlucky in an area that I haven't been in before and get like a blizzard or something and then get lost. That's literally, I was trying to think of how I would die in this game with this playthrough now that I've gotten to this point. And I think that's what it is. So there's two regions that I'm not really big on, that I haven't been to yet. And I don't go there because I'm not very comfortable there. There's a lot of timber wolves, which are in my opinion, the most dangerous enemy in the game. And then, like I said, blizzards. And if a blizzard hits when you're out somewhere and you don't know where you are, then you could be in big trouble. So those are the two things that are kind of holding me back. But I will eventually, if I keep playing, go there and of course make a base and make shelves and
Can you make a base along the way?
You can make a base like anywhere you want. You can't like build one. You just find a shack or a building.
So
or
you
something,
can't like build some shelter.
It's not
a little into that
in-depth.
region so that like you can like protect yourself for now and then inch away in closer.
You can't do that. It's like you can make furniture basically. So you find a building that already exists, and then you make furniture, and you can kind of furnish your building however you want. And I choose my buildings usually on, does it have a workbench? The workbench is important because that's how you make arrows.
Make furniture.
And
can you make a workbench?
You have to make. You can. but you have to get the woodworking tools and you have to get enough wood to make a furniture workbench, which is separate from the regular workbench. And I know this is very interesting.
The lengths at which you will play and love this game equal, and to a mind-boggling amount, the lengths at which you will avoid playing Minecraft. Because it's like you are describing to a T Minecraft.
Minecraft gives you so much more creative. Like I feel like you have to be even more creative to do something from Minecraft. Like this, you're not doing anything. You're literally chopping wood, bringing it back, clicking a button, and making a shelf. Like I'm not like building a cavern with
but
grand
that's how
castle
things work in
or
Minecraft.
whatever.
I mean, like you could build a giant castle, sure, or you could make your shelves and it's put 3 of these things together and that's a shelf.
Well,
No, so
I don't know.
Question:
I don't think it's
Are you-
similar, but
You're not.
It is.
Is there prompts that you just say, I want to build this chair, this is all the supplies that I need, and it builds it? Or like, are you building it like almost like IKEA furniture? Like
there's a list of furniture that you can build, and when you hover over it, it tells you what components are needed to make it. Most of the time, it's fir wood or cedar wood, and you just need a bunch of it.
Cedar wood, I hardly know her.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, so
No, not at all.
So yeah, basically I've just been furnishing different buildings in this game. I think I've got 5. I'm working on my 6th now, base in a different region.
When are you gonna
that's like-
settle down?
Well, that's the problem. I get so bored. Like I'll get to a region, I'll kill a moose and a bear, and I'll set their pelts on the floor to like cure, and they take a long time to cure before you can do anything with them. And it's like 12 in-game days. And like I'll kill them, I'll put down the pelts, I'll make all my furniture, and then like right before the stuff cures, I'll be like, I'm so bored, I don't want to walk around this game for 2 more days while this cures, and I just go to another region. So like by the time I get back to the original region, all the stuff's cured, and I've got so much stuff. So I've been like back and forth getting all these bases together. For what purpose? None.
I
Like
think
literally
hearing
none.
all this, you would also love Dungeon Crawler Carl, because a big part of that book is him collecting everything and anything, and he doesn't know what he's going to do with it or why he might need it, but he's like, I just need all this stuff.
I'm obsessed with looting and this game,
So
and
is
that
he.
I'll walk. I will be stubborn and walk like 1 mile an hour across an entire region over encumbered, then like leave some stuff, come back later. So that's my own problem. But I actually did go to the library this week looking for Dungeon Crawler Carl. They didn't have it in my library's network, which is kind of interesting because I thought it was like, very popular. I do.
I wonder if we could add you to our library.
Oh my god, that'd be cool.
Well, you have what, Canopy?
This is
or
a
Hoopla?
you thing. I don't know.
Libby. It's Libby.
I don't know, but we'll look into that later. I'm interested if that's a genuine offer.
I think you'd like. I mean, you know him better than I do, but I think you'd like.
Well,
it.
they had me fill out a form, and they were going to do this thing called an interlibrary loan. So like maybe they can get it for me. They said, but we don't know. So I got a different book in the meantime. It's not video game
What'd you
related. It's I got Lonesome Dove. It's like a kind of an anti-Western, they say, or whatever. But anyways,
No doves.
not yet.
No lonely doves either.
But yeah. So I don't know. Like, there's something. You guys know, obviously, that I like this game, The Long Dark, but there's something like therapeutic about it,
Which
when
I
it's
think is great.
which has been really, really great, and it's very comforting to like. I don't know. It's comforting and satisfying and like fulfilling to like make furniture and fill it up and put it in my base, and because when you get to these places, they're crappy, so you like fix them up, you clear out the junk, and I don't know, like I'm having fun doing that. It's a little ridiculous, but what the heck? And as much as I love Interloper, which is like the harder difficulty that I was on, which really tests your skills. And there's a lot of fun to be had with that challenge. I've been really enjoying this kind of lower difficulty because I can focus on the beautiful environments and just like the isolation, but like the the reflection, the retrospection, or whatever I'm trying to say.
In a land that you once viewed as very hostile too. That's the other thing, is like you found this peace in this
That's a
hostile,
beautiful.
uninhabitable space.
That's a beautiful sentiment, because when you start the game, it is very intimidating. There's a lot of game systems, and if you don't know your way around, that's danger in itself. So now that I've been playing it so much, I feel very, very comfortable in most of the regions that I go to. So I'm not as worried that if a blizzard hits out of nowhere, I'm going to get lost, or if the Timberwolves surround me, I make sure that I have kind of an exit strategy or something. So, but other than that, I've been really enjoying my time with the Long Dark. Still, after all this time, I know that there's other games that I want to play and should be playing, but and I probably would have done it this week, but I found those dang woodworking tools. I had no idea that was even. I knew it was a function. I shouldn't say I had no idea.
The entire time you've been playing, like you've been playing months, and you're just like, man, it would be really great to sit down for a little while in one of these bases.
Kind of because you use them as play, especially on the harder difficulty. You use them as jumping off points. You really can't stick around one place until you get settled.
So you didn't have these woodworking tools, and you survived in like the hardest level.
Well, here's the thing. I did have the woodworking tools. I found them before. I shouldn't say I didn't know they were in the game, but I was always too focused on survival to worry about going out and getting wood. I mean, you literally have to like set a fire next to the log so that you're warm while you're chopping the wood. Like all this stuff on the harder difficulty.
Kind of feels weird because like you're warm when you're chopping wood. Like you would be warm.
You think body heat from just the action of chopping wood would make you
like
warmer?
Like when I run in the cold, I'm not cold until I'm done running, and then it's like, holy cow, your meat gets frozen.
The game's not perfect. It's funny how like they take some of the survival steps to like the absolute limit, and then there's things like when you make water, your water appears in water. like a plastic bottle, and so like literally all my water's in like 100 plastic bottles on the counter, and it's like, where'd you get all the plastic bottles? But anyways,
them.
but yeah, so long dark story short, I was what's funny is I was just going to be like, I played Long Dark enough, I don't have to keep talking about it, but of course I kept on going. Thanks for listening. RMC, please tell us what you've been playing.
I played the Long Dark. No, thank you for asking. Let me bring the app back up so I can refresh myself. Busier week than I would have liked, and it's not over, so I didn't get to play as much as I wanted to, but I played pretty much what I've been playing. I played a little bit more of Sectori. I love it. I don't need to talk more about it. I played more of the Bubsy demo and cleared another stage 100%. Love it. Very excited about that game. I only get to play one more round of Demon Throttle, and I have not beaten the second level yet, but I came closer still, so I'm trying. I put a decent amount of time into Vampire Crawlers, and Vampire Crawlers, I know we're only in May, but January, February, March, I guess it's pretty far. I know we're in May, but that's gonna be a game of the year contender, potentially for me. That could be in the discussion, seeing how the rest of the year goes. But right now, that's good. It is fixed, or not fixed. It has changed everything I didn't like about Vampires Survivors, and made it more enjoyable for me, and I absolutely adore it. It's just so addictive, and getting the gems to level up and getting new cards and wandering through the dungeons and exploring for secrets, and so good. Today, right before the podcast, I was going to play something else, but I was like, I had to hook up my computer. I was like, I don't want to do all that. I don't want to rush the experience. So I was like, let me just try one more crawl through a dungeon in Vampire Crawlers. And I got through 4 out of 5 floors, and Deux showed up, and I was like, I can't do another floor. I don't have enough time. And like I said, I was like, just one more. And that took me about an hour. So I was like, man, runs are longer than I thought. Well, it depends on the stage you're in and all that stuff, but still so good. If you're not playing it, play it. Switch and Switch 2. Check it out.
Woodworking tools in this game, or?
Not that I can think. Does fire count? Because you could do something to wood with fire. There's no chisels. There's no awls. There's no saws so far.
Okay,
there's no lacquer no
How do you make a game and
sawhorses.
leave out the lacquer?
I know, right? It's pointless. I'm hoping it's in there at some point. But yeah,
It's DLC.
Vampire Crawler's loving it.
Downloadable lacquer.
I played I said earlier that I would talk about Super Mario Advance. Why, RMC, we're playing Super Mario Advance? Well, let me tell you finally. My mother came over, and whenever she comes over every week, I'm like, what have you been playing? She's been playing Metroid Dread. She's stuck at Kraid. She can't beat Kraid, but she's still trying. And she does what she always does. She tries a game for a while, and if she's stuck for too long, she goes to play something else. And one of the things she's been playing is Super Mario Brothers 2. I was like, she played it when I was a kid. She's playing it again, and she's like, yeah, it's a lot of fun. And she's like,
She plays on Switch Online. I
Yeah.
take it.
and here's what sent us down the rabbit hole, because I'm going to say a sentence, and you're going to be like, what? She said, when I'm playing that game, I can't figure out what Birdo's saying. And I was like, oh, she's just going like, "Burp." And she's like, no, like the sentence she says. And I was like, what the hell do you mean the sentence? So I went and played in front of her
Super
Super Mario Brothers 2.
Says good
And I was
luck
like,
to you.
You heard it. And she's like, no, in my game they play. And I was like, what do you mean in your? And I was like, all right, let me think about this like an
This
old
is
person. I was
interesting.
like, Birdo is talking. I was like English. She's saying words. And my mom goes, yeah. And I was like, you have to be playing Super Mario Advance, because that was a remake of the game. Like, I don't remember how many times over, but that was a remake of the game. And on the GBA, they were like, let's make everybody talk all of the time. So all the main characters talk, all the bosses talk. And I was like, let me
So
go
she
play that.
wasn't in the NES channel. She was in the
Game
the
Boy.
She
Game Boy
doesn't
one.
pay enough attention to the graphics to see them on screen and be like, this isn't the one I'm playing.
Interesting.
So I fired that one up and got to Birdo. And I did not remember this at all. But yes, Birdo talks a lot. And shit. Oops, sorry, shovel. I don't remember
Wow.
Super Mario Advance. All Birdo lines. I had a whole page. Here we go. I'm so sorry. Super Mario Advance. Okay, so Birdo, when you get to Birdo, in a very silly voice, Birdo goes, "This is as far as you'll go." And then I guess my mom understood that part. She understood that. But she'll also say sometimes, well, hello there. So before, well, maybe it wasn't before Star Wars.
Before
But anyway,
Obi-Wan.
when you hit Birdo every
Hello
time with
there.
an egg, she goes, no. But what my mom couldn't understand is when Birdo dies, Birdo flies off the screen, falls off the side and goes, I'll remember this. And it's very funny the way that's how she says it.
Crazy that they added all this voice in there.
Now, that's what I said, because I was like, I remember Super Mario Advance when I was a kid. And I remember Mario because of course I played as Mario, because that's me. I remember Mario saying, lucky, lucky, all the time. Because whenever you get, how the little hearts float up and you collect the hearts in Super Mario Brothers 2? Well, every time a heart pops up in this game, Mario gets in and he goes, lucky. And he says it for other stuff too. And it was drilled into my brain, because as a kid, I was like, I hate this. Because I remember Super Mario 2, love it. Nobody talked. And there's so much talking in this game. Well, like, I don't mind noises for when characters jump or everything, but they're saying just what I needed and stuff
That's
all the time.
Crazy.
I did not remember at all that Birdo talked. And going back to play this in front of my mom to try and figure out what Birdo's saying, A, was a ton of fun. But B, I don't know how much I played this game as a kid. I think I owned it. But there's so much to it where I feel like I've never played this game. And now I want to go back and play it. Because there are giant enemies. Like, there will be shy guys who are like 3 times the size of a shy guy. Or like plants that pop out of the ground that are like the full screen, like a whole bunch of new stuff. And I'm like, I don't remember this at all. Each level has 5 red hidden coins in it. And I love that stuff. And I'm like, I don't remember any of this. So I did like a quick run through with my mom almost to the end, where I was doing all the warps and playing as all the different characters to hear what they say And as I'm going through stages, I'm like, I legitimately do not remember so much of this. I was like, I have to replay this or play it for the first time because I want to get all the red coins. I want to see all the weirdness of the enemies. Like I want to go through all the stages. I had like a really good time, but
And it's just basically Super Mario Brothers 2, but with bells and whistles and stuff.
like a considerable amount of bells and whistles. But yes, bells and whistles.
And now, did they ever release just vanilla Super Mario Brothers 2 on the Game Boy Advance? Because I want to say I owned it for that, and it was like, and I don't remember any of this stuff.
I don't know why they would do the remake and a vanilla version.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not off the top of my head. I will say no. I can't think of it. Radical Defect says no, just the advanced games. So
yeah, I don't know. How about Super Mario Advance 3?
This is something I talked about on Patreon because it bothers me so much. Super Mario Advance is Super Mario Brothers 2. Super Mario Advance 2 is like Super Mario World. The naming on these games is so goddamn insane that I can't keep track of what everything is. So I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to literally look them up now because I can't remember. But you, as a great fan of Super Mario Brothers 2, you really need to play this to see how weird fun it is. Like it was very enjoyable. And as we were playing, I was playing, my mom was sitting right next to me, and MomBrain was listening. My dad was asleep. Every time we got to new enemies or pick new characters, they all say stuff all the time. And there were a good amount where we were like, what the hell are they saying? So I was using the traditional save, not really, the rewind to go back to right when I killed them so we could hear it over and over again. And there were so many that were funny. Of course, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but like Mauser's saying stuff and Clyde is saying stuff and Peach is saying things I never heard her say before. It was a lot of fun to try and figure out what they were saying. It was very good. So yeah, I really think you would get a kick out of it for just how weird it is compared to what is already a baseline level weird for Super Mario Brothers 2. But it was a lot of fun.
It seems strange that I can see adding like a little bit of voice work, but to have so much like where even Birdo says 3 different things and it's not just like a ow, it's like a whole sentence.
Well, here's the other thing. The different colored Birdos say different things as well. So pink Birdo says all those things I said. Then red Birdo says their own things. And green Birdo says their own things. Then there's, what is it? The robot Birdo. Roberto. Why is that so hard to think of? Roberto says their own things.
You were joking.
Here's the other thing. My mom, when she was up, before we got to Birdo speaking and I was trying to figure out what was up, my mom was like, I'm playing the Mario game where you can pull off Birdo's bow. And I was like, what the fart are you talking about? You cannot do that. She's like, you definitely can. And she was talking about Roberto. When you get to Roberto, you can pull the bow off of their head and they yell at you for it. And I was like, I've never played this game. I don't remember this.
Did you apologize to your mom?
Yeah, MomBrain was there. She will vouch that I sincerely apologize. And I was like, now I understand what you're saying. Because at first, to me, you sounded like an insane person. Yeah. You can pull Birdo's burr off, and Birdo says something when you kill her. I'm
of course, he's like, oh, Mom, I'm running a Nintendo site. She doesn't. I think he used gender neutral. I think he used they. Yes. They don't.
But then also, I did. Even when I wrote the post on Patreon, I wrote it gender neutral. And then I brought up the game to play it for her, and I played the NES one. I was like, look, they don't say anything. And she's like, no, and you can pull the bow. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Isn't in the original?
No.
Okay.
This is advanced.
I thought I was going nuts.
No. There's different colored Birdos, like, and they spit out all fireballs.
Don't get me started about that red Birdo.
But I forget what Mauser's. It's back in the day. I remembered hearing Mario say all these things, and it was annoying. Now I find it really silly and endearing, and it was just fun to see, like, what are they going to say? It's all the right people. Like, it's Charles Martinet doing everything. Yes, and there's lots of, like, Luigi. I don't remember what he said, but there was with Luigi. There was like a lot of I'm a, like the Italian throwing the stereotypical Italian, throw the A in after that stuff. So, but
I'm making a pizza pie. Put on the sauce and the cheese and put it in the oven.
Hire that man.
It was very good. So I had a lot of fun playing that. I did that. I played Star Tropics on the NES because we were looking at stuff. Because my mom's like, I have these games. I was like, yeah, you have all this stuff. You're in my family plan. You can play all these.
All that the light touches
That's right.
is yours.
So I showed her Adventures of Lolo because I was like, you would love Adventures of Lolo because it's just Zelda. There's a little combat. It's basically puzzles. Adventures of Lolo is so good. So we played like 4 stages in Adventures of Lolo, and she's like, I gotta write this down. I was like, yes, I knew you would like this game. Played that. We played Star Tropics, which she knew nothing of, and I showed her the first dungeon in Star Tropics, and she really wants to play that because again, it's Zelda, but you're Mike with a yo-yo. It was great. It was great.
True
So
story, Mike.
lots of fun was had there. Played all that stuff. And then the last thing I played, which took up the bulk of my time this week because I had to finish it for review. I played Mixtape on the Switch too. Annapurna Interactive was very nice, or was nice enough to send over a code. Mixtape is a narrative adventure that takes place in the mid to late 90s about 3 teenagers on the night of their last day of high school. So they've already gone to school and now it's the time after. It's their last night together because one of the, we'll say one of them is going to New York City for to do something. I don't want to spoil stuff, but it's these 3 very close friends spending their last night together, and of course they're going to some big party together to get drunk and get high and whatever. But throughout the day, the goal of the trio is to like hunt down alcohol. But through the course of that, you go to their houses
So
and you look at
Superbad, the
things.
game.
You look in their houses and you see things in their rooms that jog the main character's memory of things they all did together. And some of them will just be dialogue, and other ones are scenes that you play through for like pivotal moments in their lives. And you remember them. The main character remembers them.
I remember
Not just what they did, but how they made them feel. So it's like there's one section where they're like out in the woods exploring something together. I like the landscape. They're exploring the landscape, not each other. They're exploring the landscape together. And they're out like running around in the woods. And she remembers that. But then in the memory, they like take off into the air and the wind's blowing and they like fly around and they're laughing together and everything. It was like, so that's the memories are embellished in that way because you get the feelings of the character as well. And you relive their memories and you spend their last night together. And it is a phenomenal game. As someone who also went to high school in the mid to late 90s with these people sitting at the table right here, I have lovely memories of that as well. And the game does a great job of, making you feel wistful and happy and sad and sentimental and beautiful. And it does a really good job of it does a great job of capturing that era, but you don't have to be of that era to enjoy the game. It does a great job of capturing that feeling of like the end of high school and like the beginning of the next phase of your career.
Year to play it too, when it's like getting towards the end of the school year. And
I can't believe we're already there.
Voice acting is
27 days.
phenomenal.
That's outrageous.
Around here, people down south are looking at like a week.
It's like you don't go to school. You haven't gone to school in like 25 years. Why
No,
are you
but
like amazed by
But my
this?
years still.
I still count my years.
My
in school,
my
yeah.
years
Do you?
still kind of
Yeah.
move
Is
in
it
that
because
same
we're-
schedule.
No,
Like,
always school. For me, life will always be the summer when there's no school, and then every other part of the year.
Or-
That's
Is that
how I
you
always
too,
count.
or
Yeah.
I never think about school anymore. It's so far away. It's like I wonder if I even went to school. I know I did, but like
Yeah.
that's how far away it is for me.
the structure of the year in my head is not in quarters or seasons. It's like, for some reason, I don't understand it because
Yeah, because summer's what you looked forward to because it was the extra fun time. So there's like
and they're all miserable now. So like, I don't. What do I like? You know what I mean?
So anyway, it's you go through all their stories. The voice acting is excellent. The 3 main characters are voiced perfectly. It takes place in California, and they have that California accent. If you've ever seen Saturday Night Live and seen the skits, the Californians, that's how they sound, but not that exaggerated. It's the main character is at least somewhat close to that exaggerated, but not that overbearing. But they got that like feeling. So the main character is very, 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 very into music. They always wear headphones. They're always listening to music, and they like planned out their last day with their friends they made a mixtape of all the songs that are going to play at certain things that they're going to do on their last day together. And the main character breaks the fourth wall, just like they do in, come on, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and Fleabag and stuff like that, where they like look at the camera and are like, this song is whatever by the Smashing Pumpkins, a seminal piece of blah, 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 and they explain it, and then they go back into the scene with the characters.
I read your review. It was really, really good.
Thank you.
I was curious as to how you would feel about the music bit, and you do address it, which is great. This game must be really, really special because I can't think of something you'd hate more than them turning to the camera and being like,
Yeah.
this song is this.
Well, you are,
and here's the song.
you are right about that. But like my opinion on that has evolved. I still start at a base of not liking it, but depending on how it's handled, I can enjoy it. Like in Fleabag, I loved it. And in,
Not necessarily the fourth wall breaking itself, but just like the
the music,
like this song is this audience, and here's the song that you're now gonna have to listen to.
Well, yeah, but in this game, it makes perfect sense because the whole I'll tell you, the main character is going to try and land a job with someone where she's curating music for soundtracks to movies, and she thinks she's the perfect person to do it. So like her hyperfixation is music and talking way too much about music. So it makes in the focus of the character, it makes perfect sense. So it didn't bother me one bit.
But
'Cause
I
I'm
could
like, yeah,
see-
this would definitely be what this person would do.
I could totally see you not liking that. Like that's totally not your.
Yeah, if it
Yeah.
wasn't fleshed out for the character, yes, it would irk me to beyond belief. But for this character, it's very clearly laid out. This is who this person is. So, yeah. Now, as I said in the review, the music isn't really my cup of tea. But like I would imagine someone like you would find a lot of enjoyment from the
excited
soundtrack.
to play. I really want to play.
But there are songs in there that I like. Like there's Devo and there's Mitch Murder and there's something else. But there's songs that I don't want to say they're bad because they're not bad. They're not my personal taste. But it's all songs I know and have heard, obviously.
Right.
But I know you have a much wider knowledge and appreciation for music in general. So someone like you, I think you'd get like a lot out of that I don't get. But I can recognize, like I said in the review, songs are picked perfectly and really heighten the experience, and it's beautifully done.
Now, as a straight edge, what did you think about the story being let's get alcohol and drugs for the party?
I don't
Or
have
is
a problem for that. That's very much high school. Like
The
that's
problem he had was when one of the characters is like, "Oh, my neighbor has the best stuff," and they go to his house and it was Drew Carey.
spoiler alert. Yeah, that's not my high school experience, but I would be lying if I didn't say that's the quintessential high school experience. Like, let's get together and
But
party.
it sounds, I guess, more like it's the story is really in the back in the flashbacks more than it
but
is.
a lot of the flashbacks, they're drinking or they're getting high, or there's ones where they're not. There's ones where they're going out and do whatever. But yeah, it doesn't bother me. That's not my personal high school experience, but I would be disingenuous if I said that's not a huge part of people's high school experience, bonding with friends through parties and doing that kind of stuff. That's high school 101 pretty much. Like I told my sister, I was like, you got to play this game because you would love it, because I'm not knocking her. That was a big part of her high school experience
In
with
fact,
the people she grew up with alongside. That's right.
she's a really good story about it.
Yeah, I'll let her tell it. But yeah, you guys know the story.
White shoes.
No, about alcohol.
I'm just kidding.
So anyway, yes, I'm like very eager for someone like you to play this game because I just think you would enjoy it in general. But I think like it would resonate to a degree. I can appreciate it from an outsider looking in, but for those who went through a similar experience in high school, like many did, I think you'd get an extra something out of it. But even as someone who didn't take that path through high school, it still resonated with me, and I still really enjoyed it, and I was moved by it, and just. It really does capture that feeling of the end of high school and the relationships you built through high school. Like it really does a great job with fleshing that stuff out.
What's the gameplay like?
Narrative adventure, but you are in control of the main character the whole time. So you walk around, you look at things in the environment, and there's lots of I'm
thinking like Edith Finch kind of, or no, not anything like that. Like the way you
let's say
explain it,
more
almost
like
feels
Life
like
is Strange.
Okay.
But the memories that you go into will often have, I don't want to call them mini games, but kind of like mini
Well,
games.
that's why.
Like,
That's why
So
I was
that's
thinking like
Edith Finch.
Edith Finch style, where like you fall into like not fall, but like you go into this story within the story, and like you more interact a little bit more within that environment.
so yes, like in this game, you will go to a lake where you're hanging out, and during that section, while they're talking, you do a mini game where you skip stones across the water, or there's scenes where you're pushing,
you're not
where
playing, you're interacting.
you're riding a shopping cart,
Yeah.
and you are steering the shopping cart down the street. It's not like you can fail or anything goes wrong. There's like I said, the running through the woods section. You're actually running and jumping and flying. When you're skateboarding, you're in control of the skateboard, and you go down a linear path. You go wherever you want. There's a scene where you're mad about something. I don't want to say what, but you're skateboarding and your anger is coming out through your imagination, and you look at certain things on the street like cars or plants or mailboxes, and you can hit buttons to flip them off as you go by, but also you can explode them. So like you'll look at a mailbox and you give it the double finger and it like explodes in the air, and so there's all kinds of stuff like that. It's very interactive. There's a section that's kind of like a side-scrolling platformer too, where you're running to get somewhere, and you can slide under things and jump over things to get there. It's so you're doing a whole bunch of stuff. There's one section that chronicles someone's first kiss, and it's one of the weirdest, grossest, funniest things I've seen in a game. With the way that you specifically control it, it is very good. But yes, it's.
Did it jerk a tear out of you?
Yeah, it jerked a tear out of me, definitely. A couple times. Yes, because
Yeah,
there's not.
I don't go blind anymore. Of that.
It wasn't so much from the story. It's tough because it wasn't like something specifically happened with the characters and I was sad about the story. It was like the sentimentality of the story where you're like, I know that feeling, and you're like, oh yeah.
And they're all like, "Oh, we're gonna be friends forever," not realizing that their lives are about to change.
Yeah, like they
completely.
have a more nuanced conversation than that, but there is some of that, like I'll see you next summer kind of thing. But they think about it a little more deeply than that, where you're like, everything's gonna be great forever and all that stuff. They talk about it in more depth than that. But yes, there's a bit of like I said, wistful, where you're like, everything's gonna be great, and like we're definitely gonna see each other again. And we didn't do that thing this time, we'll do it next time. Yeah, there's some of that, and there's certain moments when you hit some of those elements in the story where you're like, man, like they really did a good job of capturing that feeling, like that atmosphere. So it's phenomenal. It's
Is there
really, really
a
well
section where you have to finish up all your detentions, but there's not enough time in the school year, so you have to go out back with the janitor and break fluorescent lights in the dumpster?
No, that's DLC, I think, along with the lacquer section. But unless I'm remembering wrong, and I don't think I'm not, there are no school sections, which I also love. It's about their memories of like them outside of school actually hanging out and doing things together. So there's no like I'm probably blanking, and maybe there's a section where you're in school for a little bit where they talk about school, but it's more about like what they did outside. And I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to spoil all the things that you go to and see and do. But really cool. Really, really cool. And the animation is so awesome because, as I said in the review, it's like a stop motion movie or show, or it's like Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, where the characters are animated at a different frame rate, and it just adds to the experience. It really feels like, they are figuring things out as they go, and they're not as smooth because they're still
change
kids.
frame rates as the game goes on? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I won't be able to find out.
There are
Figure it
things
out
in the
now.
game that have other frame rates than the kids, but they're still kids through the whole time, so they remain the same frame rate. They may grow, but not enough to get out of that. But there are other things that animate at standard frame rates and stuff like that. There are, as I said in the review too, there are so many times in this game where I didn't even know. I thought I was watching a cutscene and I was in control. Like the game literally started off with that, where I was like, man, this game is really cool looking. And I was like, can I control this? And I hit the joystick and I was like, oh my God, I can move around and do things, which is crazy. And there's so many awesome camera angles and there's so many awesome shots. And there's so many awesome like merging of different media. It's so hard to explain. It's an amalgamation of like 80s, 90s style movies and TV shows and the way it's shot and presented. But it's not like just nostalgia bait. It's like employed to a really interesting degree, and it all is in service of the story, and it's great. It's great. The only complaint, which isn't really a complaint, it's short. It's like you could beat it in you could finish it in under 3 hours.
Oh wow.
Spent a lot of time with the.
I hope it's like what, $60.
I don't know what it is. Take a look at what it is. I spent a lot of time at the lake at the rock skipping mini game, because there are things out in the lake, and I was like, I wonder if you could hit them, and you could hit them, and if you hit enough of them, other things pop up, like secrets pop up, and I was like, oh, can I hit that? And I hit that, and then like other secrets pop up. I don't know if I found all the secrets, but I want to say I spent like a good half hour, like hitting things with the rocks to see what it did, and things just kept happening. And I got to a point where either I couldn't find any more things, or I did everything that it had to offer, which was cool. I really like that. So it makes me think maybe in some of the other mini games there's stuff I could do that I didn't even realize.
Is currently 10% off at $17.99. Sale
Totally worth it.
ends March 22nd. Year of our Lord,
Totally worth it.
2026.
Great game. If you like narrative adventures, if you like Devo and The Cure and like I said, Mitch Murder and Smashing Pumpkins and whatever else, all that's in it. If you like coming of age stories, if you like comedies, if you listen, if you like narrative adventures, this is a shining example of what a narrative adventure could be. Plus, it's a gorgeous looking game. Plus, it runs perfectly on Switch 2. Didn't notice anything at all. It looks amazing. It's an amazing experience, top to bottom, start to finish. If you play it, I hope you enjoy it. But there you go.
Very cool.
That was it for me. Let's do questions. Send your questions to goninpod@gmail.com.
Where?
goninpod@gmail.com.
Maybe I will.
They can be about Nintendo video games in general, or whatever the hell you want.
Whoa.
AJ asks this: is there a genre game that you cannot get into? For example, if I hear a game is a card battler, like Card Battler John, anything like Dark Souls, story-based, aka walking sim, boy, this whole podcast you're going to hate today, or a roguelite, I will never touch it. From your dry-eyed listener,
Ouch.
AJ. I don't like that, AJ. I'm a wet-eyed listener, or I'm a wet-eyed podcaster. AJ, you know I'm going to say this to you, but you're missing out on so many great games, my friend. But whatever, you'll find your way
Even
someday.
Deux gonna say that to you, and I'm missing out on the games with you.
That's a lot. Like, it's a lot to lock yourself out of. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's your own personal taste, but maybe one day something will click for you, and I hope it does. But there, in my olden times, were genres that I stayed away from them only because I was scared of them, like RPGs. The ones I don't play nowadays, and that's because I know from having played multiple, and I'm not saying that they couldn't break through or a certain one couldn't break through, but based on the ones I've played, I do not like games with that have farming sim elements, where that is the main portion of the game. I do not like that at all. It's not fun for me or enjoyable for me. I don't like planting crops. I don't like taking care. I don't like animal husbandry. I don't like any of the farm, any of that stuff. It's just not enjoyable to me. And any games that have that stuff where you can do it, I don't like it. Like I don't like doing it in Minecraft. I don't like, Rune Factory still has that to it. Although, there's other parts that I do like in Rune Factory. Harvest Moon, I don't like it. I've tried many of them. I'm not completely closed off to trying more. If somebody was really like, try this one, I would give it a shot. But of my own personal taste, that's what I steer clear.
How about Hades 2? Every time
you couldn't stay far away enough from that.
You couldn't plant in those.
I hated it. If I ran through and hit the button once to drop everything, I would do that, and that's as much as you're going to get from me. Well, I don't even like talking to all the people when you go in there. I'm like, I finished another run. Now I got to go talk to these people and give them gifts. I didn't like that in the first game, but I like the game so much that I'll go through and I'm like, let's go, and then I'll get into the
gameplay horror.
I don't like. That's like it's not my cup of tea.
Horror.
When I saw the crop stuff in Hades, I was like,
well, I don't know. Not a big deal.
Wait, you don't like talking to people because it's related to crops? You know, like
No, it's
farming?
just
He was
no.
playing
Like
to
in,
play the game.
yeah, like in Hades, it's like this. It could just be done by a menu and like an auto button where I could just be like, take my things and give them to the people. Done. Okay, let's go fight. But you got to like walk over to this person, walk over to this
Right.
person.
So it's
walk
a
over to this
style
person.
game, like in a Zelda game.
Ah.
When you have to talk to people, you enjoy that.
Yeah, because like that's there might be one person you need to talk to who'll give you like the information you need to go on your quest, but in other in Zelda games you don't really do that.
The voice acting and like the story in Hades 2 wasn't that bad.
Voice acting is
you
great.
just don't care. You're just like, I don't care.
I
The
also don't
gameplay
like
is-
mythology in stories at all. It's like another one of my kryptonites, so I
Do they
don't get
pay in
anything
Coin
from
of
it.
the
The whole
Realm?
time I'm not enjoying that part of it. I really don't like mythology. I don't know what it is.
Oh wow, that sucks.
It really
so you're not gonna go
it's
see
like
the
neck
Odyssey?
and neck with historical fact for me. Like
I feel like you're missing out.
Man, you hate historical fact. You hate historical fiction.
honestly, all I can tell you is I'm like, this is old. We've got better stuff now. I don't want to hear about this anymore. But
Wow. Do we have better stuff now?
Yeah.
in some
Well,
degrees, yes.
Oh,
In some
okay.
degrees, yes. Well,
I mean,
better is
his
subjective, but you know what I mean.
mythology is- Yeah, it's superhero really like stuff. That's
Yeah,
pretty
and
much
like
the
when
same, but it's-
when mythological characters come into like Thor and all that
Yeah.
stuff and Marvel, I'm like, "Ugh, all right, like I really don't like this
It's
stuff."
kind of a stretch here.
No, not just a stretch. I'm like, come on, that's been done already.
Yeah.
Invent
What
somebody
about
else.
the Odyssey coming up? You guys see that?
This is really funny because my dad was just talking to me about this, and I was like, my dad saw the trailer.
You saw
and
a
it's like,
trailer where Tom Cruise plays
he
Odysseus?
saw the actual trailer, and he's like, that looks really good. And I was like,
Did I
Not
either
my
of you
cup of
guys
tea.
Have to memorize the beginning of the Odyssey
No,
and do it
I
in
I don't think so.
language arts.
Never had to memorize it.
I
Yeah.
told my dad I wasn't interested, not my cup of tea, but I said, I know people are very excited about that movie. I will not be going to see it. Maybe I'll watch it at home. But yes, outside looking in, I could not be less interested in that. And he's like, but it's got, what has it got? Toby, Spider-Man, what's his face in it?
Tom Holland.
Tom
and John
Holland. And my dad's like, it's got
Bernthal
Tom
and-
Holland in it. I was like, yes, I like Tom Holland. When he's Spider-Man.
And,
He's not going to, if he was Spider-Man in this movie, I'd be like,
Matt Damon.
yeah, like Matt
You ever
Damon,
see
I
the
don't
stuff
care
about
about.
Matt
but whatever.
Damon that like he pops up in like the weirdest places, but like he's always really genuine about it, and like his characters are always like important and stuff. It's just like he's always popping up in random like
I don't.
I tell
I
you
haven't
enough
seen it.
about me and what I don't like. What game genres are you guys like? No, I don't want it. I'm staying away.
I wouldn't say there's any like genre that I'm like, no, absolutely not. I don't think. I mean, maybe like a sports game, but for me, it's more of like, there's no way I can handle this.
yeah.
That's what would make me be like, no.
I mean,
like
I
I
just
can't do
don't-
So
that.
what is
I
it?
don't think RPGs
Just
for me.
like any game that looks too hard.
So Dark Souls would be one of yours.
Or-
Any
or- I
Souls
mean,
really
games.
any game for me is
Any game where I know how much time I have to put into it.
Yeah. Thanks for laughing.
I was joking around.
And like the Meat Boy Celeste games, I know that's going to be really hard, and I might enjoy it if I sit down here and play it for like a couple rounds. But to buy it, to
but with
spend my
something like
money-
Celeste, it has all the quality of life features to a degree where you can fall in a hole and it doesn't even count. So
Okay.
that's that negates all that stuff.
But that's the idea. Is it's a platformer, right?
Yeah.
And there are platformers that you do play. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider that like a genre that you stay away from.
no, but
You're
it's
talking
a
about,
different
like-
kind of platform.
Yeah, you're talking
those
about,
are
like,
like those.
Twitch platformers.
Yeah, or wasn't there? What
All right,
is that?
Twitch
No, there's another name
platformers.
for it with like the Super Meat Boy kind of style or whatever, where it's like relentlessly hard.
Bullet Hell?
I'm blanking. on-
Kind of like Bullet Hell, but not.
It's not Bullet,
Bullet
Hell.
Hell.
That's like a
I mean,
shmup.
even Guacamelee, when I started playing Guacamelee 2, I had totally forgotten that Guacamelee has elements like that, where like you're constantly flipping between like past and present and chicken form and human form and all this stuff. And you're like, and it takes a lot of skill and mastery to get there. And I started playing it and I was like, oh no, like, I think I fought like hell to get through that game. Why did I buy this second one? And now 15 years later, I'm trying to play it.
Yes, Radical Defect. I know Kaizo is what they're describing, but I'm not. I don't know how to say this without it sounding mean. I don't mean it mean. I wasn't saying Kaizo because I know they don't know what Kaizo is, so I was ignoring.
How could you? I'm done.
Yeah, I'm
So
not saying it to be mean.
personally. I'm more insulted when you have a side conversation with somebody in Discord about us and how stupid we are. Why don't you just say it's a Kaizo and then explain it to us and we'll be fine? Yeah, we're gonna make our jokes and be stupid and give you crap, but like just tell us what a Kaizo is. I know what a kaiju is.
But Kaizo is not exact. Like Kaizo, I would say is beyond what he's explaining. Like I would not call Super Meat Boy a Kaizo, but it is
Okay.
adjacent.
Well,
Why
then
what-
maybe
Kaizo
don't
sounds
bring
like
it
a
up and just like his, like give him a thumbs up in Discord, because like saying like I know what it is and you know what it is, but these two guys would never know.
Now,
And I'm going
see,
to talk about you while
I tried so hard to not say it the way you heard it, because that's not how I said it. I said I'm not trying to sound mean, and I'm also trying to recognize that that's what he's saying, and I agree, because I know here's the thing. There's so many other listeners who are hearing the show and are like, they're talking about Kaizos. Why doesn't he say
well,
Kaizo?
why don't you say Kaizo?
Because-
And then we'll be like, what's that?
I'm gonna
and then
venture.
you can say,
I'm gonna go ahead and
Because-
say there's a lot of people listening who don't know what Kaizo is, and they're like, they keep saying this over and over and over again. What the hell do they mean?
Because here's the other thing. I said in my brain, what they're describing, you guys are saying, is Kaizo-esque, but I'm thinking it's not close enough to Kaizo for me to get into this whole thing. But then it's brought up in the Discord, and I don't want to ignore that. So I want to acknowledge that while also saying, guys, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I just know you don't know what the term is. And I'm trying to avoid the whole thing we're doing now, which is explaining what Kaizo is. But Kaizo are platformers that are built to frustrate you on purpose. Like literally you
genre of
step
video
2 or
game-
3 steps and there's something that kills you that you don't know until you go there. And then next
so
time you're like,
Barbuda is a Kaizo.
no, far beyond. Kaizo's far beyond. So then you're like, okay, now I know to jump there. And then you go in to do the jump and something comes out of the back to hit you because you're doing the jump there. And you're like, oh, so I can't.
It's
Like
a
they are
video game
built to
version of
destroy you.
Wipeout.
No, it's well, kind of, but it's far beyond that.
Well, I'm glad you told me what it is, because I'm
No, I'll
adding it
never
to my
play it.
I'm adding it to my list of that. That's probably something I wouldn't even try.
You could never, ever, ever play a Kaizo game any stage and get through it without dying multiple times.
Yeah,
They
that'd be
are.
too frustrating.
Yeah,
you
but Super
need
Meat
to
Boy
learn.
isn't like that.
That's my point, which is why I didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Well, that's why we're
Okay,
full
yeah.
circle.
All
That
right.
was my whole point. Yeah, Super Meat Boy, you can get through stages without dying. Yes. Kaizos, I would argue, the whole point of a Kaizo is you cannot. You need to meticulously, painstakingly learn
Die and
every
die and
step
die
you
and
take
die.
in this level to get through it.
When I'm flipping through TikTok and a video comes up of somebody playing like a modded Super Mario
That's a
Brothers,
Kaizo.
and it's like
You got it.
incredible. Like they don't make one mistake, but
That's a
that's the
Kaizo.
only way they could make it through. And so
you
that I guess
Now you know, yes.
A genre of
I
fun to
video game-
watch when somebody knows what they're
Yes.
doing.
Laxter has what I think you were trying to say, and I also couldn't remember. Precision platformer.
Yeah, sure.
That's it. That's a Super Meat Boy. That's a Celeste. Yes. Thank you, Laxter. We were blanking
Yeah,
on
those-
that.
that's
Oh,
also.
now y'all
on
learned
my-
something.
I don't-
Platformer.
I obviously have played Celeste, and I wouldn't say that I'll never play a precision platformer, but that's in my kind of already got to check against it, do Michael's category.
Yes.
So that sports, again, I would play a sports game, but I don't play them often and I don't seek them out. So sports, Kaizo, precision platformer, and I wonder. I'm trying to think of like what you could tell me, like a genre that I'd be like, no way, not even.
anything with a kaiju in it for real, but that's not a genre. A kaiju. I mean, there's kaiju games. so,
Yeah. I mean, I'd play
you know, like
Rampage,
Destroy All
so-
Monster. You played Rampage.
It was on the Commodore 64. Played the crap out of it
Why was that okay?
because
I
that
wanna
game's
dive-
awesome.
What's
You get to
going
eat
on?
little
no,
naked
why was
humans.
Kaiju okay? But that's what that's all. That's 100% kaiju.
I don't know. There's something about that game. I mean, you've played the original Rampage. You know,
course,
it's
of
not
course.
really. You're not really like Godzilla size.
You are. That's the whole
You're
point of the
climbing-
game. You're climbing the sides of
Pretty
buildings.
big.
That's what they
I
are.
can guarantee you both. I've played more Rampage than either of you. That's on Commodore 64.
Oh, I've never played the Commodore
Is it
64. Yeah.
different? Is it different than like the arcade version?
I'm
gonna go
just.
look it up.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. It's different
Rampage.
than Godzilla. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm going to push back hard, but I got to
just
look at
like-
it first.
I mean, in the arcade
Yeah,
version, I
is
thought
this
they
what
were
it
like
looks
the
like?
size of like King Kong.
Just like that. Look
Yeah.
how small he is.
He is, but he's also
he's the
half-
size. He's
like a-
climbing up a building.
Look,
he's-
tomato,
Thank you,
tomato.
John.
It's perspective. I think you should put that in the Discord and have the Discorders say
Hold
what
on.
they think it is.
What am I asking them? I want to make sure we use your
Is Do right or is RMC wrong?
in what? Say the whole thing. Say the whole thing.
So is this? I don't even know what we're asking at this point. I guess Godzilla's bigger than this.
Are we?
Godzilla,
my question
Godzilla is definitely bigger than that. That's like a King Kong.
We're saying is
size.
Rampage a kaiju game?
Yeah, it's a kaiju game. Sure.
Oh yes, so that's what.
Like
so now I just don't
King
understand.
Kong from like the old days, King Kong, where he's climbing up the Empire State Building.
That's all
size.
kaiju, baby.
Yeah, but like we're
It's all
also
kaiju
talking,
nowadays.
We're also talking Young
know.
Do and Commodore 64.
I'm
Just
sorry for getting heated
pure
about
bliss
it. It's-
in gaming.
I
It's
just
okay.
don't. I guess I don't really understand.
I think what it goes down to is what we've said in other previous podcasts. You encountered it as a kid and you liked it, so it's okay. But after that, as a adult or a preteen or teen or whatever, you were at some point you decided you don't like big monsters.
There's something about this side-scrolling, climbing the buildings, punching the buildings till they blow up or fall, and like then eating the naked people and stuff. Like all that stuff was really
naked
really
people?
fun. Well, that's,
There are one of them's naked. It's true. One of
it's
them's naked.
you're naked when you shrink down.
One
so
lady you pull out of the building is naked.
That's there you go.
Only the lady.
But yeah, like if it was, and I'm sure there's games like this, but if it was like a third-person Godzilla game where you're Godzilla and you shoot lasers around a 3D environment, like I'm
Well,
not.
see, that's what I'm
interested in
saying.
that.
Like, Destroy All Monsters Melee is a side, or like, oh, somebody help me. What's that Neo Geo game? You know the one I'm talking about, kaiju related, where it is a side scroller, but you're walking through, cityscapes and you're beating up other same size monsters as you also punch buildings and people run away. It'd be exactly the same,
I
but
might like
based
that
on
better.
your kaiju distaste, I don't know what you would think of it.
I don't know. It's
King of the
it's-
Monsters. Thank you, Malakalo. That's the game. Look up King of the Monsters. Well, I can bring it up.
It's tough because you know that I don't ever go into any conversation like with my ducks in a row. So, you could anything that I say can be my house of cards can be pushed over easily because Attack on Titan is one of was a great viewing experience start to finish for me. And that I didn't even know till the show was over, and you were like, it's kaiju, and I was like,
100%.
what?
Here's a
So-
blurry screenshot, but it gets the point across.
Okay, that looks kind of fun, actually.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't
that's
look bad.
kaiju. All right, man. I
See how
sincerely-
those are bigger. Those are bigger than the guys
They're
on a
bigger,
Rampage.
yeah.
I think.
Yes,
They are the size of the buildings. The Rampage, they're not the size of the buildings. They're climbing up the buildings.
Yes, I mean there are
But
buildings
they're big.
in
They're bigger than people.
King of the Monsters that are much bigger than the kaiju.
Also, when
but-
you're younger and you
Also,
haven't
that's available on
experienced
Switch if
you
you
haven't
wanna play.
experienced
Oh.
all the other kaiju stuff when you were younger, and you see what are the Rampage? A gorilla, a wolf,
And a lizard.
and a lizard, and they're bigger than people, but they're
Much
not
bigger.
But they're not like
10 times bigger.
in that Rampage that you just showed us.
Oh no, in this game they're bigger. I'm talking about Rampage. I didn't show you Rampage. I showed you King of the
You showed us
Monsters.
Rampage originally.
Yes,
and,
I did.
And yeah, I'm not going to keep talking about it.
But yeah, like every
If you can put a human in your mouth, you're considerably bigger than the human.
every genre.
Oh, well, the whole human, the whole human.
Gross. Jesus.
The entire human in your mouth.
What was I playing as a kid?
But anyway.
Oh my
But yeah, like-
god! Oh
oh my god.
There's an example of everything. Like
Oh
shmups.
my
I don't like
God.
shmups, but I wouldn't say I'd never play one because
Mini shoot adventures.
I didn't realize that was a shmup. But there you go. I love that even more than
And that's,
I was going to say Einhander, but I love that even
Einhander,
more.
great one. Somebody talked about Einhander on Blue Sky this week, and I was like, somebody loves that game out there. Good. Yeah, Mini Shoot Adventures is a mix of a shmup and a bullet hell. I'd
See,
say it's a
and
good
that's
combination of both.
and that's why I can't say. Usually, those are two genres I stay away from. I liked both, or I liked that game.
Man, if somebody says they don't like shmups and played Einhander and still didn't like shmups, I'd be like, something's wrong with you. Because Einhander is like, if you don't like shmups, Einhander is the one to play. That game is
Einhander's
so
a cool one, man. I
so
loved it.
cool, huh? Original PlayStation, made by Square Enix or SquareSoft back in the day, and it's just so cinematic, and the music is
It
incredible.
really is. That's
and
a
it's-
great way to describe it. It's got.
I
this-
remember being blown away by how cinematic that
It's got
game
like a
was.
Blade Runner
Yes.
cinematic,
Yes.
but like action, and the way they do the weapons is really unique
Yep.
because you get 2 weapons at a time, strap one to the top and one to the bottom of the ship, and the one on the bottom of the ship has like a weird dangling angle,
Yeah.
which for certain guns can be a detriment, but like if you get the right gun combination, you can really like control a lot. It's a lot more than just kind of like
Oh, yeah.
shooting and flying and dodging. It seems
The
like
fact that and like boss fights go through like some of the boss fights go through like you're like flying through buildings at like different angles. You'll go like down a corridor, then down an elevator, and like out the roof of a building, and that's all in one boss fight. And the background rotates around you to like show how the ship is flying. Like it's such a cool idea. It's very, very cool. It's a difficult game, but it is amazing.
it's cool.
And the fact that Square Enix hasn't remade that irks me to no end. That is the one remake where I'd be like, yes, because I want people to experience this game. Like nobody knows about that game. It's so good.
That would be cool to
that
have.
and Elemental Gearbolt, different genre, but that's a really cool game. That's a light gun shooter that came out on the PlayStation. Was really cool. But anyway, we're all good. We talk genres we don't like. We're good here. We also have a Patreon question. MomBrain, did you know that you can join the GoNintendo Patreon
For $1.
for $1? Humanfart did, and I have some questions. How many controllers do you own? How do you store them? And do you have any favorites? I have too many controllers to count. I literally don't know how many I have because I have all the way from NES up to now. So that's a lot.
I still have one of your controllers. Actually, I got your Switch NES controller.
Oh yes. That's right.
That thing is awesome, by the way.
It is very cool. I'm always tempted to get the other ones for Switch, like the N64 and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I'm getting the Super Nintendo one was a really. I don't want to say it was the best thing I ever did. That's hyperbole.
no,
it was
you're right.
really great. Like playing those old school games on that. I mean, first of all, playing UFO 50 using that and your controller was great. But
cool.
But replaying like Link to the Past, because I never played that back in the day, you know. So on a Super Nintendo. So like I replayed it, but it was like the first time I could actually use the Super
really
Nintendo
cool
controller. It was really cool.
All right, so we have a whole bunch of controllers. How do I store them? Well, downstairs where like my modern controllers, I have a shelf that I put them on, and I make sure I like wipe them down at least once a week. But they're like out in the open, or they're in like a little basket I have next to my table that has them like laid out in the bottom neatly. And the old retro controllers are lined up on shelves specifically for the retro controller. So they're like all out and wires are wrapped up nicely and taken care of. So that's not how it used to be back in the day, but I want to take care of things now. Dude, you seem like a pretty organized guy when it comes to controllers.
Yeah, big time organization. I don't clean them like you do, which I should, because you know, every once in a while you'll pull out like an old Wavebird controller and it's like, why is this all sticky?
Yeah.
I don't even get it.
Gamer gunk.
But yeah, I was curious, RMC, is there any controller that you have that's interesting or unique that you can think of as an example, like the Resident Evil 4 chainsaw controller? Like, do you have any kind of weird, interesting controllers that?
So I have the Dreamcast fishing controller.
Oh,
which has the joystick on it and the buttons, but the reel, which is awesome.
And it's got the little slot for the.
Well, yeah, they all their controllers do, because that's where the memory card was.
That's
the
right.
VMU, which was a cool idea. I used to really like that VMU thing. I used to feed my chow on there and play something. I want to say, what did I play? Somebody tell me what it was. Was it like an Arkanoid clone or a Tetris clone? I don't remember. No. I do plenty of that in my spare time. Other weird controllers. Let me go. Yes. So back in the day, this was brought up in the comments on Patreon the other day. My uncle bought me, which I didn't even know existed at the time, the NES Advantage controller, which was the joystick. Like it was like had a big base, a joystick, and 2 buttons. Yeah. With the dials for turbo. I didn't know that existed, and I thought that was the coolest controller in the world. I loved that controller. I used to play Paperboy on that and Ninja Turtles with that, and I was like, this is so cool. And I never ever bought another joystick controller, and they've been on all the systems since then. I was like, why did I never get another one of those? I loved that controller. It was so cool. I wish I still had mine. That I guess there it is. I guess I traded it in at some point. That might be one of my most painful trade-ins when I really think about it. Because that control, I love the look of it, the feel of it. It was just so much fun. Now I want to look up how much advantages on eBay. Stop at this. I also have like all the little pedometers and stuff for like the games that Nintendo put out on the Wii U and the Wii, where some of them had the little controls on them. The Wii balance board, I guess that counts.
Yeah, I don't have any fancy. The only thing
I got the
have...
Odama microphone.
Oh, that's cool.
And the Animal Crossing microphone that you put on top of the TV for the Wii.
We got the deck.
Huh? Oh yeah, that's true. We got the
that thing.
Nitro decks. Those definitely count. I have. It's not a controller, but I have the trance vibrator from Rez.
Oh,
the little thing you slip in your pocket or anywhere if it's
got something in my pocket for you.
Oh, the GameCube keyboard controller. You have that, Laxter? I'm very jealous of that. I wanted that thing so bad, and I didn't even want any games that used it. I just wanted it. I used to see that in Babbage's back in the day, and I was like, I don't even know what I'd play with it, but I want it so bad. It was literally a GameCube controller on both sides and then a keyboard in between it. And so it was a giant long controller. I thought that was the coolest thing.
That's cool.
Man, that's awesome. I never bought the chainsaw controller because I just couldn't fathom using it.
Yeah.
I just was like, I don't even want to use this for Resident Evil. I was like, it's cool that it's out there, but I always wanted the what was it, Steel Battalion controller for Xbox. That was like huge. It was like you were in a mech. Like it was like big levers and buttons and foot pedals. But I was like, it was like, I don't remember how much it was, but I didn't have the money at the time to get it. And I used to stare at the box. I remember it was in Electronics Boutique in our local mall. And I used to stare at the giant box on the top shelf all the time. I was like, I want this so bad, but I never got it. And I'm sure it's 10 times more expensive now. Any unique controllers you have?
They're unique, but they're not fancy or different. Really, I've got. I have the Wii, the golden Wii GoldenEye controller. Like
yes, that came in the box with the game. Yes.
Do.
I bought the game, but I never played it because I was like holding on to it, and I just sold it recently, sealed with that controller in it. Yeah.
Make a penny on it?
Not really. I don't
No
think.
pennies?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know what it was to begin with. Maybe I made like $30 or something. But
yeah, I don't know. I have that. Got it with the game and all that, of course.
Also, they asked favorite controller. Do you have a favorite controller? I have a few favorite controllers.
I mean, the Wii. The Wii controller was my favorite.
For what the Wii did, yes, I like that. I really missed the speaker in the controller. The IR pointer was a great way for navigation. I do miss that.
I remember we all talked about it, like playing games and just looking down in our hands and being like, this one thing. I mean, you use the nunchuck too, but it was like this. They make this.
Using that
at
for
work.
No More Heroes and getting the phone calls from what's her face. And
so
I
cool.
loved it. And that it didn't matter that the speaker was like greeting card quality.
It made it better in my opinion.
I agree.
Mean, when you were playing like WarioWare, Shake It or whatever, whichever one it was, Smooth Moves, I think it was, maybe.
Yes.
Where you'd put the controller down and then you'd have to answer the phone and it would be like
I loved it. Loved it. And that had
time to laugh before you went on to the next game.
Two of those games were great in that one that used the same kind of thing for the phone, because there was the one that was that one, the phone talking one, but then there was also the one where it checked if you had the wrist strap, and it was like a diver was in your hand and you had to let go of the Wii remote because you had the wrist strap on, and the diver would jump down into the water. Or there was one that said so there was that game, but then there was one that said don't let go because it was fooling you to try and drop it when it came up, and you just stood there and hold the controller in your hand. Man, yeah, WarioWare on the Wii is like, in my opinion, the pinnacle of what like the Wiimote could do. All those weird hold it above your head and hold it on your side. The Switch WarioWare, it has a lot of that stuff too and feels almost as good, but you're lacking the speakers. So
yeah,
but the Switch one is very good. We played that in North Carolina and we're crying from laughing. It's almost as good as the Wii one.
With the Joy-Con controller in my hand as I do with the Wii.
Well, they're different. You can get yourself a nice little shell and pretend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved that.
I do have Wii. I think they're Wii Motion Plus, the red and the green Mario and Luigi. ones.
Yes, I have
Those are
those.
still sealed
I have
too.
those.
If there's batteries in them, they're
with
screwed.
the Wiimote condoms in there too, or no?
I haven't opened them.
Oh yeah, those condoms.
So
yeah, the
probably
safety ones for
are.
smacking your friends in the face.
Probably a green and a red one. I would assume.
I also just really love the Super Nintendo controller. It's just the NES controller is amazing, but it's just a rectangle. But then you get the Super Nintendo, you add the shoulder buttons. It's more molded to your hands. It's just a really, every button feels good to press. It's just a really
What's this
nice
one?
controller.
Sorry.
Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo might be my favorite traditional controller. I really love that controller. That just feels so good to me. Any other comments or moving on?
I'd just say my probably like normal favorite controller. If I could have like one controller to play every game, probably I'd probably go original Switch Pro controller.
I mean, a lot of people pick that one.
For some reason, like you'd think the Switch 2 Pro controller would be better. It's like this essentially the same thing, and it's like feels great. I mean, I love that material and the 2 extra little buttons, but for some reason, I don't feel as good playing with that controller as I do with the original Switch Pro controller. I don't know why.
I do like the Switch 2 Pro controller a little bit better, but they are very close to each other. And that Pro controller is probably technically and like just for what it does and how you hold it, probably the best controller Nintendo's made as far as traditional controllers.
Yeah.
Go. Like that's the D-pad on it could use some work, and I still think the D-pad on the Pro controller 2 could use some work. But other than that, it's really
the
good
Pro controller 2 feel like for some reason feels like a pristine.
It does.
Like it feels like an
so
exquisite
smooth.
Like I don't try to mistreat any of my toys, but like, you know, the PlayStation 5 controller gets a lot of wear and tear, and like whenever I pick up that Switch 2 controller, I'm just like a little more delicate with it, just because it feels like it's a what's the word I'm looking for, like a pristine or something like
yeah. Why can't there's
like
a word
premium,
for both. Premium,
like a
premium,
like,
more like
premium.
premium.
Yeah, it's a premium product.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Every time I play with the Pro Controller 2, I'm like, this feels really nice. There's something specifically about the glide of the joystick where I'm like, this just
Pro
feels
Controller
so
2, that's what
smooth.
it's called?
Switch, I think that
Or are you
there's a
saying
2 in there
also?
somewhere. No,
Okay.
the number 2. Switch 2 Pro Controller 2. I believe
Okay.
that's the name, which is, in my opinion, dumb. But I don't care about names. So what are you gonna do? But come on,
New
Switch 2 Pro Controller. We get it.
New Switch 2 Pro controller.
Or in
Switch.
Nintendo's new way of naming things, just call it the Switch Pro Controller. MomBrain, it's time for music. Can you take us there?
music. You want to hear it?
Goodbye, Discord. Goodbye, unicorn. Send your music to GoNinpod@gmail.com.
Where?
GoNinpod@gmail.com.
Maybe I will.
Put music in the title. How about your local
Hell.
MomBrain? Thank you for your questions and your music in there lately. Those sections only continue because of your support, and it seems like you guys are in
Viewers
there
like
sending
you.
stuff. So I appreciate it, but we could always use more.
Here's
But anyway,
one from Wired.
it sounds like GBA to me. Or
Nope.
DS?
Nope.
What? You're lying to me. What is this?
What do you mean?
System.
Switch.
What?
It's first party.
Mm-hmm.
This is first party on Switch?
I think so.
It has to
Mario
be
and
something
Luigi
that
Brotherhood?
has a retro element to it. All right, so let's do this. If you're looking it up, it leads me to believe it's not Mario.
It's not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Switch.
Tomodachi Life. Tomodachi Life, living the dream.
Nintendo Life.
It's similar.
Similar to
Tamagotchi?
Tomodachi Life?
Yeah.
What was the other one I'm thinking?
Miitopia?
Yeah.
That's why it sounds like that. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Metopia released on the 3DS, and it
Utopia,
has
Utopia.
retro stuff to it. I've
I
never
see.
played it.
Mark it down.
Oh, thank you.
This one's from Geku Kitsune.
This has a first party sound if I've ever heard it.
Well, it is a first party game.
And
Animal
in my
Crossing?
great knowledge of Nintendo, I'd say it sounds stupid, which makes me think of the N64.
Yep.
Pokemon.
No.
It's a Mario's.
Yep.
Or Paper Mario.
Yep.
I remember being
Unbelievable.
very annoyed.
It's just unbelievable.
The N64 sounds stupid to me. I don't know. Sometimes it sounds okay.
We got
I mean,
there.
not even that is the unbelievable part. Just the fact that all of it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's so much fun to watch. It's like
I am proud of it. I am very happy that I can do it. I just wish I could do. Well, I'm doing something.
No,
Could you
it's-
do
know
that
what I
on
mean.
OnlyFans somehow? Could we like
Take your
monetize
pants
that?
off.
Yes. For each one I get wrong, I have to take an article
For-
of clothing off.
For
I'm gonna be fully clothed, baby.
but let's see how hard you get from these songs.
Oh,
my
yes,
God,
that's
that's
it.
it.
Raging.
How long until you get hard?
2
Oh, this
inches
is
all night long,
N64.
baby. we could paint my dick to look like Diglett. Diglett dig, Diglett dig, Dicklet.
And nobody at this table will know if that's ever been done before or not. Here comes
Drew
one
knows.
from
He's the Pokemon
NicoDarunia.
Why do I know this?
This is a franchise game, isn't it?
I know this. Is this Game Boy Color?
It is.
Why do I know it, but I feel like I shouldn't know it?
It's so sour. Or spicy.
Is this Pokemon related?
It is.
Why do I know this? It's not a. It's
I'm thinking Haunted
it's
House
on Game Boy Color.
something.
It's Pokemon Pinball.
It is.
That's why
We got there.
I played pinball in the NES this week as well, and I forgot. To say
Scale 1 to 10. Heartometer.
that. 0. I don't like that song. Doesn't do it for me.
Well, this one comes from Wired.
Chubometer.
how-
Chubometer.
How genuine are we being? Are we going up to 10 on this? Chubometer. I'm sorry.
Is that it?
That's a Super Nintendo sound file.
Mm-hmm.
That drum is Nintendo, but it's not
Yep.
making sense to me.
Are these all
Is this
first party?
Yoshi related?
No.
Is this Mario related?
Yeah.
What is going on in this? What? It's Mario related, so it's Mario,
and Donkey
something.
Kong
It's Mario is in the title.
is missing.
Mario is missing,
Mario Partio.
so Mario's not the first word.
That's
What do they
right.
call it that?
What game on Super Nintendo has Mario, but Mario's not Super Mario
Mm-hmm.
World?
Yep.
What is this in Super Mario World?
The 20 Greenberry Beat.
Mm.
I don't know what this is at all.
You've been learning some things.
What the hell is this?
The sound of eating 20 green berries in Super Mario World, recorded on popular demand.
Who eats the berries? Yoshi? I guess so. Are those
It's
berries?
a really
I thought those were
slowed
apples.
down version. Given their size, you would think they would be apples. Yes,
Those
I
have
would
been
agree with you
berries
on
this
that.
whole time.
I got to be honest. This is news to me as well.
Are we?
Do you want me to?
What?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Did you know? Dude's like unfazed. He's like, you guys don't know.
I think it's because
I
he's
mean,
not listening.
I never played Super Nintendo like that game back in the day. I always did think they were apples, though.
They are the size of an apple.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised to find out that they're
Sour
berries.
apple.
Yoshi's a kaizu.
Kaizu.
Oh, Yoshi's a kaiju.
Here's one from Four Hand
Kaizo.
Tump.
I know this.
Odama.
Why do I know this? And I liked it.
Is this a fighting game?
I think so.
Oh, that seals it. I know it because I liked it because it's the only song I listened to from this game because I was like, this is so cool. I'm going to let it go a little bit more. This is a fighting game song, baby. Yes. Oh my God, I used to listen to this song all the time.
Killer Instinct.
No. Pokken Tournament.
Yeah, the Magikarp Festival.
Take me to that festival. I feel like I'm at a 10, by the way, right now. Come in.
one is from Egmond.
None of us are in the chat either to see the comments about that.
Can you start that over?
It's like the end credits to a 90s movie.
Hold on. Only because I heard something in the beginning. That sounds like Portal to me.
It's not technically.
But that is Portal, you're telling
For
me.
sure.
So what is Portal in that's not Portal?
Half-Life?
Oh, now definitely.
The orange box.
Portal 2.
It's been tons of fun so far.
What would this song
Lego
be?
Dimensions?
Yes.
Everything clean.
Just trying to well, the amount of stuff that Portal's in that's not Portal.
I never knew Lego did,
Exactly.
Lego
Like,
did a
that's-
Portal
I
thing.
love it how he just answers like it's just normal. Like, oh well, I mean, the
Oh.
things that Portal was in. It's like we're still stuck on portals and other things. Like, I mean,
that aren't even related to Valve.
Lego Dimensions. So Lego Dimensions came out when there was all
Another
that
dimension.
Spyro stuff came out, where it was tap the figurine. They did a Lego version, and you made like a Lego portal, and you
Remember.
put characters on the base. The portal was part of that.
I never knew that Portal was a part of it.
Here comes one from Travis.
They made it a part of it just to make the Portal.
No, they probably didn't
Oh.
fixate on the word portal like you are.
oh, I know.
Oh, I
this.
know this. I am willing to bet you don't know this.
You're right.
This sounds like a graduation song, which shout out to Music Man.
I was definitely wrong.
Music Man, we speak your name. Congratulations
This is,
on your graduation.
This is
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 3?
Yep.
HD
I thought
2D?
you knew this song.
Yeah.
That's why I said
And then
I'm
I said
I'm
I
willing to
did.
bet he doesn't know it.
It almost sounded Star Warsian.
It did. This one's from
It did
Star Warsian.
It did
Be Boogie.
sound like that.
I don't have a system, but I don't think I'll need it.
Ah, yes. Yes. I'll let you guys guess.
Sonic.
You're right. Now, what one?
Cool Runnings.
I gotta guess you mean Sonic Adventure 1. That's incorrect.
That's not what I meant at all.
Sonic 3?
Is that what this is?
No.
That's not what I meant either.
Oh, okay.
Sonic Colors. Sonic Black Dark. What was the night one?
Sonic and the Black Knight.
The Black Knight. Ring of Fates.
The Black Knight.
Ring of Fury. What is the ring
You
one?
can give up whenever you want.
I give up. If it's past Sonic 2,
Rush.
I don't know.
Listen to what he said, because there's a clue.
Sonic 3. Sonic 1. Sonic 2.
So you're so close. You're missing one word.
Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah! There you
We
go.
got there.
Well done, you guys.
I was gonna say that song reminded me whatever.
Get ready to get hard with this song from Mikey3319.
Star Fox.
Yeah.
3D? Command?
Command.
How did you know? I thought you were just saying it because she said get hard.
No, there's. I don't know how to explain it. I know Star Fox. I don't know what
I'm not just talking anymore.
Star Fox Command. Is that what you said?
from the DS. Where you played with the stylus. Is that the? I think that one had a whole bunch of endings in it. I really like that one.
This is cool. This could be like Xant's theme song.
I see. That's funny you say that because I like Xant's song a lot, and I don't like the music in this game. It's all right. It's all right. Xant's song, man. When you're fighting that sucker, and like he does like the, like I don't know, he like transforms the scene into something else, and it gets to like the. I thought that was so cool. I really like that.
Yeah, that was
Come
cool.
back, Xant.
This final song, Radical Defect, Master Higgins sent us, and
This is our final song.
yeah,
Okay.
if those were
So this could be a 10 out of 10.
if those songs
Oh.
were getting you hard, this one is blasting my bean.
Can I guess based? Oh yeah,
Cat Trap.
the original,
Absolutely.
the original
Wow.
traditional save.
You could traditional save and cat trap.
I'm wrong, but it's same spirit. You can rewind every stage.
Nice.
Everything you did, you can rewind the whole thing. Give me, no, wrong. Come on.
Go ahead, give it to me.
No, we're gonna get you there. What is the rewind song? It's that, but quicker.
I can't.
But that's so. We were meant to be. The fact that no one knows what catch rep is, yet you had it as a kid,
And played that.
and I had it as a kid. Did you beat all 99 stages?
I don't know.
Did
Is
you
that-
99?
Is that
Yes.
is that red string theory or no? That's not red string theory.
Uh,
We're like different life paths, but you were always connected.
Sure, we were connected by catch rep. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Well, we did go to that Beastie Boys concert.
Not knowing
The
we
same
were there.
concert,
That's
unbeknownst to each
right.
other.
Or like
That's right.
maybe your Game Boys were connected to that cord, but you didn't even know it.
Maybe we were just connected through love of cats.
Hmm.
I mean,
I love cats.
I feel like Buddy was more. I mean, Mrs. Boots.
I'm talking about
It's
before
lovely,
we
but-
knew each other.
Oh.
Our love of cats brought us to Cat Trap, which brought us together.
Maybe. I mean, I do
Let's
love
do this. We
cats.
do this every once in a while. One question for you, and then we'll end the show. MomBrain, what
Oh,
was
boy.
the first game you watched me play?
Shadow Man.
Shadow Man is correct. And you stayed with me after that. What a time for me to be alive. That was crazy.
I will always associate Shadow Man with something that I will not
Our
discuss
relationship.
on the podcast. Yeah, and I don't know if it's I just made it up or if it really
You
was
made it up.
associated.
I would never sully
Okay.
Shadow Man like
Got
that. You're thinking of Doom.
Well, that too, but no.
The story without getting graphic is
We've told.
I
this
had
story.
maybe on the podcast, yeah, a giant Doom 64 box above my bedroom when I was a teenager.
above your
bed, above my bed. Sorry, above my
Like
bed
over the
in my
headboard.
bedroom.
Yeah.
The end.
Spent a lot of time looking at that box.
And I could say the same. Moving on. That's the end of the show. That's all we got. Nothing else.
Oh my goodness!
Oh.
Sorry, I was caught up in the sex talk. My goodness.
We didn't.
Got
that was
graphic.
never said. We were talking about playing Doom.
Yeah, I bet you were.
Between having sex and playing video games, you're going to think I choose sex. There are
Yes.
caco demons to take care of. More like caco demons, am I right?
Whoa!
Anyway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Deux Views. It's never news.
Never.
Rumor of the week with Deux Michaels. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that at the end of the show, I have
thought it was
I
starry.
convene with all my spiders and flies that I have sent previously out over the video game world, and they come back to me with information that you're not going to hear anywhere else, and it's always a great juicy rumor. I say that too soon, actually, because there is a note here. It says, this is a true story, not a rumor.
Holy crap.
Please act accordingly. So, ladies and
I
gentlemen,
don't
we
know
are-
how to act.
We are breaking news
We-
here,
We've
everybody.
never
Take
done
it to the
this.
bank.
it's about as exciting as it gets over here at the GoNintendo podcast.
Never before.
Scale of 1 to 10 on that one, Rummy.
11.
Got it.
Here we go. So, without further ado,
Doom.
this is true, ladies and
Wait,
gentlemen.
is this what? Did you introduce the segment?
Where have you been? We did the whole thing.
Wow, I totally missed it.
We even looked at each other and did. Oh, no, I can't say that.
So
Yes,
sorry.
he did
I'm
introduce
so
it.
sorry. Continue.
It's okay. So, this is really
Time travel over
true.
here.
So we talked earlier. We talked earlier about how they're going to raise the price of the Switch 2. Turns out it's not because of the reasons we thought. We originally thought it was because of the shortage of memory chips and the AI companies that are gobbling them up. Well, it actually turns out that Miyamoto has personally raised the price of the Switch 2 to pay for a ballroom that he is building at Nintendo headquarters. So
Ooh.
think
Will it be very secure?
it's going to be very, very secure.
Cool.
Drone proof.
It's going to be all of that, and
it's
we're
gonna-
going to hear more about it at the Investor Showcase.
gonna be-
coming up.
Oh God, this is going to be part of the Q&A. How much? What are the decorations inside the ballroom going to be like? Who's making the tiles for the floor? I mean, I've covered stupider stuff for their investor Q&A. So, I look forward to seeing at least we got the information first here. So now I know one thing to look out for during the Q&A.
Yeah, now you can keep an eye to the ground and an ear on your face.
Whoa!
That is amazing. Keep an eye to the ground and an ear to your face. And here at GoNintendo, I promise that is how all our Nintendo coverage will be. We will always have our eyes on the ground and ears on our faces, everybody. That's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Oh, by the way, it's Community Day. Get out there and do it if you haven't, if that's your thing. And we're done. We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye,
everybody. Goodbye.
everybody. Oh, happy Mother's Day, mothers.
Oh, God damn it. You got that last little second in there.
I'm sorry.
Oh, happy
You gonna delete
Mother's
that?
Day, mothers. Yes, it's gone now. Yeah, because it would have just been. I was
man.
moving the mouse with my left hand, so I was screwing it
Listen,
up, trying to
I
get to
don't
the
like
stop
it.
button. And I was
I
like, I
don't-
got to get there before he says something else. And
I
then,
don't like it either.
It's so funny
I mean, you want
to interrupt me during Deux Views to ask if we've done Deux Views.
yeah, you
like-
know, you think in your mind you'd be like,
I
chances
thought- I
are they
thought it was-
probably did
I
it, but
thought
you're
I
like,
was,
no,
I
I'm
was
gonna ask.
listening for it the whole time, and I didn't hear him
the difference
sing it.
in your defense, the difference is usually I like
You-
I
you
play it up a
vamp?
little, like I vamp some crap and then I sing.
Yeah,
But I was
Leave me alone. I'm vamping
I
crap.
guess you introed it immediately and then vamped, and I
Yeah, but
got
then
confused.
we now that the veil
I'm not
is
paying attention
pulled,
to that
we
side
did
of the
our
room. I
whole
was
thing
listening
too.
to him talk about setting out spiders and flies, and then
But-
it's Deux Views, and he didn't do that. He just went.
He did that.
He did that
Did it in
first,
the
and then
reverse order.
talked about the spiders and flies, and that's where I got confused. I
So
was-
weren't you still then waiting for him to do Deux Views? So
yes, because I didn't hear it at first. I heard him talking about sending out the spiders and flies, and they come to speak
Okay.
with him.
it's pretty impressive to
To be so far out in left field. and
No,
I'm
no,
sitting
the
not
impressive
front
part
and
is
center.
listening so intensely that you're not listening at all.
I'm
like,
not a fan
and
of it.
especially
If anyone's listening who's a professional in this, send help.
That is, I do
I'm really
appreciate the
struggling
like
lately with
commitment to being like, I'm listening because this thing's gonna happen, and being so caught up in the act of listening to hear the thing that you don't hear the thing.
I'm
That
not,
is impressive.
Yeah, it's been a
and it's
been a
not
rough
like
go of things lately, and I'm not. doing it.
it's not like a soothing sound either. It's me kind of screaming. I'm not really
Screaming the facts out to the universe because they need to know and they deserve to know. And now we all have our eyes on the ground and ears on our faces. And this show has been long enough. That's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Play some games, rest, relax, hang with friends and family. You deserve it. And happy Mother's Day. Nicky Hill, you want to say it? Here?
Happy Mother's Day, mothers.
Your mother lovers. And we'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. And we are